Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Caitlin. I just wanted to make sure it was working.
It is. It is unlisted, but it's live on YouTube right now. I'm just finishing up.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Hi, Glennis.
Hi, Cheryl. I can't hear you. She's muted.
I think they might have muted me.
Again.
I'll be
I need
quiet.
everyone to mute their mics right now. please. Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Kevin, we have a problem with technology right now. There's nothing going onto the YouTube channel. I need David LaFleur's opinion of whether we can continue on with this meeting. And it's 2:01.
Mayor, I
So-
can see it on YouTube.
Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
The IT department is telling me it's not on YouTube.
I can't see it, so I can't control anything that comes out.
Please hold on, everyone. We're just going to try to fix this. Sorry for the delay.
It looks like it's on YouTube to us.
Yeah, it's working here too. I was able
Okay.
to open it.
All right, I'm having two people tell me they can see and hear on YouTube, so it sounds like we're much better than we know. So, but you, oh, and you can see council chambers too. We were told that camera wasn't working. I think we're all good.
Well, if people can see it and hear it, then it might be just me that can't see it.
Okay. All right, we're going to carry on. I think we're just fine. David, did you have something to say?
No, I was just going to say that you can continue with the meeting. I would not recommend continuing with the public hearing, though.
Okay, well, it sounds like everything's working, so unless I hear otherwise, maybe Cheryl, get somebody in IT outside of chambers to double check what,
Actually, the Arden Theater, who does our YouTube feed, it is on. They
Okay.
just confirmed with me.
all right. I'm going to carry on. I'm starting this meeting. Calling this meeting to order Monday, April 19th, 2021. I apologize to everyone for that bit of confusion about YouTube versus Zoom and recordings and who can hear, but we are living in a COVID world and I needed to make sure, especially for a public hearing, that the public could participate, but it looks like we're good. All right, we do have an agenda in front of us and I actually have no changes that I want to propose to it except for a bit of a timing one, council. I want to try to get some of the ceremonial stuff, meaning the proclamation and the importance of Ramadan done first, and then we'll go to our time-specific appointment with the auditor, if everyone is okay with that, and if the auditor doesn't mind waiting. I have no, hold on. John, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor, and that's fine with me.
Okay, thank you so much. I just feel like that we should kick the meeting off on the right foot. All right. So, sorry, I'm dealing with multiple screens. I need a motion to adopt the agenda as is, I guess.
I can do that.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
That the April 19th, 2021, I'm waiting for the motion to come up. There, that the April 19th, 2021 agenda be adopted as presented. You'd think I would be able to memorize that. by now.
Exactly. All right, Cheryl, how would you like us to vote?
I can see whoever's on Zoom and you can vote whenever you're ready.
You want us to use Granicus in chambers? Okay, I'm hearing or not. Okay, and then Natalie on Zoom. So call for the vote. And that motion passes unanimously. All right, I'm going to start with a proclamation. We do this, I think we've done this every year since we've been elected, council, for sure. It's National Volunteer Work Week, from April 18th to the 24th. We have Crystal Gossman with us to accept the proclamation when I'm done reading it. I'm trying to have some thoughts about how to start this proclamation off. Volunteerism is such an important part of St. Albert's heartbeat, and we are so fortunate to have so many volunteers in our community, many that volunteer repetitively and with agencies nonstop, and they're staples to those agencies. And then we have a lot of that one-off. They help out with a race or something like that. And COVID has even highlighted that more, volunteering to pick up groceries, volunteering to make meals, childcare help. Those kind of things really have helped our whole community over the last 13 months. So I'm going to read the proclamation. And is Crystal with us? Crystal, if you want to say a few words after, I will then virtually hand off the proclamation to you, and we'll get it to you in real paper copy as soon as we can. All right, so it's National Volunteer Week here in St. Albert. So whereas 12.7 million Canadian volunteers give their time to help others, contributing close to 2 billion volunteer hours per year. And whereas volunteers in the city of St. Albert play a critical role in organizing, nurturing, mentoring, assisting, visiting, enriching, teaching, driving, fundraising, and decision-making, all of which have been especially important during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the city of St. Albert volunteers are youth, seniors, families, people of all ages and backgrounds, and include all equity-seeking groups that experience barriers in participating in society. Barriers include, but are not limited to, age, disability, economic status, gender and gender identity, sexual orientation, nationality, and race. And whereas a collective result of the work done by our city's volunteers is that St. Albert is a more connected and engaged community. And whereas St. Albert's volunteers can be seen in libraries, seniors facilities, hospitals, schools, boardrooms, and sports facilities, festivals, and special events in our neighborhoods. And whereas organizations in St. Albert that rely on volunteers include groups that support the growth of culture, protect the vulnerable, protect the environment, foster community and neighborhood connections, and promote activity for families, youth, and seniors. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Heron, Mayor of the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim April 19th to the 25th, 2021 as National Volunteer Week, and urge my fellow citizens to recognize the crucial role played by volunteers in our community. So, Crystal, are you with us? Crystal, where do I, just trying to, are you with us, Crystal?
He's not with us yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I will make sure that Crystal gets this as soon as we possibly can. So thank you for that. I'm now going to move on. We have something that we have not done in council before, but we did get a request actually from the city of Edmonton to help us recognize the importance of Ramadan and what it means in our community. So the city reached out to a few people in our community, and we have, and I'm going to hopefully pronounce this right, Muna.
Hi, I'm now here.
Oh, who's that? Oh, Crystal. How are you? Your camera's not on. There you are. We just finished the proclamation. I was going to turn it over to you, see if you had a few words to say for National Volunteer Week.
Thank you, Kathy. So yeah, this week we're celebrating all the wonderful volunteers that contribute in so many ways in our community. And we're looking forward to celebrating with everyone Tuesday, tomorrow night at 7 o'clock via Zoom for the Volunteer Appreciation event. And you can sign up for that via Eventbrite.
Well, thank you very much. And so if they just go on Eventbrite and Google St. Albert Volunteer Appreciation, they can find it?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for that. All right, now we're going to move on to some recognition of Ramadan. Is Muna with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
There she is. And did I get your name right?
Yeah, it was great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I really appreciate you coming and just spending a little bit of time with us. You know, I don't think we've ever recognized Ramadan in St. Albert, but I haven't looked at Stats Canada. The Muslim population is an integral part of our community, and I think it's just important to talk about this month of Ramadan, what it means to Muslims, their spiritual reflection, etc. So if you want to take a couple of minutes and educate myself, educate council, and our community and how St. Albert is celebrating this month.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It's my honor to share. I do have actually a PowerPoint. Is it okay if I share it?
I think we can be able to share it. Is that correct? Yep, I'm seeing a nod. Go ahead.
Okay. Mm. Can everyone see it?
Yes, we can now. Yeah. Normally we have 5 minutes, but
Yeah, I try my best. I can talk about Ramadan like maybe a day, but I try to make it like simple, easy, and you can stop me anytime. Yeah, so Ramadan actually started last Monday. It was April 13, and now we have week of fasting. So Ramadan in Islam is the 9th month of the Islamic calendar, and that means it begins and ends with the lunar, so with the crescent moon. So whenever we see the crescent moon, it means we have to start, and whenever we see at the end the crescent moon for the other month, it means we have to break our fast, and we celebrate for 3 days, which is called Eid al-Fitr. How it starts is we fast, so we stop eating from dawn, so it means from sunset, from sunrise to sunset. And Ramadan is celebrated by 1 billion Muslims around the world. And it's kind of a Muslim version of Christmas. So everyone comes together, we have a big meal, we play games after, we break our fast, and we visit friends, except for COVID time, it's different. And here is like how Ramadan looks on our table every day. So this is how we do the table, lots of food, and also we do share food between neighbors. This is what happens in back home, I mean, but here we still share food with our friends, like in our neighborhood. So we exchange plates, we call it exchange plates. And so during Ramadan, we abstain from eating food, drinking liquids, drinking water. Most of my friends ask me, do you drink water? No, we don't drink water, we don't smoke. But if someone is under condition like health condition and they require to have medication 3 times a day, they can't fast, and they can just either pay money for someone in need for food, or just make up another day to fast if the doctor approves it. Yeah. And this is how we say Ramadan. So we say Ramadan Kareem, it's like Merry Christmas, or we say Ramadan Mubarak. They all have the same meaning. Some people get confused which one is right. They are both right, Ramadan Kareem or Ramadan Mubarak. So we also in Ramadan, we don't only stop from eating or drinking, we also curb negative thoughts. So let's say jealousy, gossiping, which we're supposed to do every day. Some people may also choose limit of activities, let's say listening to music or putting lots of makeup, or yeah, so it's kind of a month. We pray a lot in this month. We help each other. Yeah, so that's all here. What a typical day looks in Ramadan is we wake up midnight. So let's say now we wake up at 3:30. We have a meal, and this meal is equivalent to a breakfast. So we have like lots of protein in it, banana, milk, or whatever you want. And then it's still early, so we can go back to sleep, and then we wake up, we do this, we just go to work or whatever duties we have to do. And here is, okay. So we are not supposed, although we are fasting, but we're not supposed to stop working. We still do our duties. And when evening time comes to prayer, that's when the sun sets, we're allowed to eat after. So we eat a good meal, and then after that, some like men's go to the mosque to pray. And there's a specific kind of a prayer in Ramadan. It's called Al-Tarawih. And this actually takes like an hour maybe after iftar. Iftar is the meal that we take after we break. And then some we like visit each other if it's not COVID times, of course. And yeah, so that's what typical day looks like. And these are the kind of the pictures, the lantern that used a time ago in when there was no electricity. These lanterns used to, like, we use it to go to wake up our friends and family in case they miss the earlier meal. And I still do with my friends now. We have a group chat, so whenever I wake up in the morning, in case someone missed the alarm, we just wake them up and say, hey, get up and it's time to eat. So we don't mind being around people eating and drinking. You don't have to apologize if someone is fasting, and we're used to it. We do fasting since 9 years old. So it's something our body is adjusted to it. So you don't have to apologize. And also Ramadan is tough. This has been the second Ramadan with the lockdown, and also with wearing mask. It's very irritating. So some people feel isolated if they live alone. So maybe check in on your Muslim neighbor or friend on this month. It would be nice. And you don't have to give gifts. Just saying Happy Ramadan or Ramadan Kareem is enough for us. Yeah. And this is this is just a tradition. It's like Santa, but this is the Ramadan one. So this is very popular in Ramadan. And this is just a picture for a typical family celebrating. And this is like a tradition outfit they wear, the kids wear. And this is the other guy for Ramadan here. And other exciting thing is a crossing culture. So Muslim who celebrates Ramadan in non-Islamic country, now they are getting creative. And because our kids sometimes feel in Christmas time, they feel, oh, why we don't celebrate Christmas? Why my friends are getting gifts? Why I don't have the calendar? So people got creative, and now we're doing some calendars for our kids. And we're telling them that Ramadan is our Christmas. So they are more satisfied now and happy. This is for the kids, yeah. So if you guys have any questions, I'm ready. Although I can talk about Ramadan all day, but I try to make it just simple, easy. Thank you.
Well, we really appreciate your time. And I noticed that you're coming to us through the Newcomers Connections. You're their coordinator.
Yeah.
So I think I'm joining, I noticed Cheryl DeMont's on here as well, the Newcomers Connection for Men on Saturday.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be fun. Any questions from members of council? I just really appreciate the time and the opportunity, I guess, to learn a bit. And Muna, it's just really nice to meet you, and maybe we'll get to know each other in person very soon.
Thank you so much. Thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you for that indulgence, council, and of course, John, because we did have a time specific for our auditors. I'm going to go to John right now and allow him to start with agenda item. What number is it? I can't remember. 8.1, the auditor's year-end communication. So take it away, John.
Thank you very much, Mayor Herron and members of council. My name is John Stelter. I'm a partner representing KPMG, the external auditors for the City of St. Albert. I'm here today to report the findings from our external audit of the City of St. Albert for the year ended December 31st, 2020. The results of our audit are summarized in the audit findings report that has been provided to you and is part of your council package at agenda item 8.1. Our audit findings report builds on the plan that we presented to council back in September 21st, 2020. I'm not planning on going through the document in detail, but what I will do is provide highlights that are included within the overall report. We have completed our audit of the consolidated financial statements of the City of St. Albert for the year ended December 31st, 2020, and are prepared to release our auditor's report once final approval of the financial statement has been obtained, which we would expect this afternoon. As a result of our audit, we are satisfied that the city's consolidated financial statements are fairly presented and prepared, and that all significant accounting policies, estimates, and disclosures in the consolidated financial statements are appropriate. As part of our work and engagement with the city, we also separately report on the municipal financial information return of the city, which is your same financial results prepared in a form consistent with all municipalities across the province. We conduct special work with respect to the local authorities pension plan contributions made on behalf of your employees to local authorities pension plan. And we also conduct separate work with respect to a specific grant agreement provided to your Family and Community Support Services Department as required by the underlying grant agreement. All that work is also complete, and we have no matters to report as a result of that work. Last thing that we do look at is the annual report, which is presented and included with your financial statements. That's also within your agenda package. We review the annual report to ensure that it is fully consistent with the financial statements, and we're comfortable that the annual report presents the information appropriately. In addition to these reporting responsibilities to the city, we also are engaged and have already reported to the St. Albert Public Library on their overall financial results. The activities of the library are included within the consolidated financial results of the city. At the time the plan was put together, we identified a number of areas of audit focus, and we have considered all these areas as we have conducted our audit this year. Just to refresh council, those areas included recognition of revenue amounts subject to external restrictions. What these are all grants and contributions received by the city that have external restrictions attached to them. We ensure that you fully comply with all terms and conditions of those arrangements. Historically, those arrangements related mostly to capital grants to support the acquisition of infrastructure of the city. This year, it also included special funding that was received from the province relating to the COVID response of the city. We look to the completeness and the reporting of your property assessments and tax to ensure that all tax revenues are recorded consistent with what was approved by council back mid last year, and we are satisfied that property taxes are appropriately reflected. We look to the city's investment portfolios. You have investments which are mostly in a low risk fixed income securities, bonds, short-term investments, and we're satisfied that all investments are appropriately supported. We look to contributions made to the city of tangible assets. So the city purchases a significant amount of your asset infrastructure, but in addition, developers also have responsibility to construct certain infrastructure on your behalf. And we ensure that those dollars that are transferred to the city in that infrastructure, when you become responsible for it, is reported appropriately in your records. And we are satisfied that has happened. We also look to the purchased infrastructure during the year and ensure that all purchases are consistent with the approved plans of the city, and we are satisfied that that is the case. We look to any other obligations, environmental or other contingencies that might be outstanding, and we're satisfied that all activities are appropriately reflected in your financial results. And finally, we think about all costs, so other costs other than the purchase of assets, so the operating costs of the city, and ensure that they are all fully captured in your results, and we're satisfied that that is also the case. As part of our audit as well, for the second year, we've conducted your external audit on a fully remote basis, hopefully not for a third year, and giving consideration to the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic. So in terms of us being able to conduct our audit, we received full and appropriate support from your administrative team as we conducted the audit in a fully remote basis. We're also satisfied that the implications of COVID on your overall financial results and reporting are appropriately reflected in your financial statements. As part of our work, we did identify two small matters that required adjustment in your financial results relating to the contributions of tangible assets, but those amounts are just not substantive to your overall results. So the financial results, again, are appropriate. We also provided certain recommendations with respect to the presentation and disclosure in your financial statements. All significant recommendations that we did provide were fully adopted by management in the financial statements that have been presented to you today. Finally, in terms of our report, we do provide observations with respect to any areas where we believe you could enhance your internal control processes or overall operations of the city. We did raise a couple of matters this year, focusing on both the presentation and the processes that you follow when establishing your operating budgets, and also with respect to certain processes around your accrual reporting processes for insurance and other activities. Again, those matters are not substantive in terms of your overall results, but we believe those are areas of enhancement that the city can consider. We also reviewed the status of certain matters raised in the past. And for several of the matters, they've either been fully implemented as is flagged in our report, which we commend your administrative team for that. And there are still 2 matters with respect to your overall capital budgeting processes and your processes around contributions made to the city around tangible assets from those developers that still need some additional work. And your administrative team is still working on that. We are satisfied that the plans administration has in place will resolve those matters in an appropriate period of time. The city's draft annual report includes a copy of our auditor's report that we will issue once final approval has been obtained by the city or from council today, and the report is clean and unqualified. We appreciate the opportunity as KPMG to work with the City of St. Albert as your external auditors, and I would be happy to answer any questions that any members of council may have with respect to our auditor's report.
All right, thank you, John. The first question I have, and I always ask it every year, is this is our opportunity. If you feel you need to go into a private session with council, an in-camera session, away from administration and bring council aware of something that you think we might need to be, do you think that is necessary this year?
There's no such matters that I believe need to be brought forward in a private session.
Okay, thank you. I just feel like I always should ask, so thank you for that. When we do get to the motions, I did notice that the motion actually asks for the staff's response to the audit report be brought to the CGI committee in October of 21. We don't have a CGI committee in October because of the election, and I don't see anything in the calendar for September. So before we make that motion, maybe Mr. Scoble, you can check with your staff to see if August is too soon or if you want to hold it off until after the election and the new council deals with it in probably not till November or maybe December, probably by the time we get all set up. So I'll just leave that with you for now, Mr. Scoble. And I see that Councillor Hanson has a question.
Thank you, John, for the report. And it was an easy read, so I always appreciate that, not being an accountant. The materiality that you have set for 2020, has that changed due to COVID, generally speaking? Actually, it's more of a general question, maybe for us, but for municipalities in general, or is it same thing, same usual business? I wondered if it had made an impact.
Through the chair, we have not changed our specific materiality calculation. That is a measure of the relative size of the activity of the city. We do give consideration to any potential risk implications when we conducted our audit and thought specifically about areas that were much more affected by COVID. Interestingly enough, from a strictly financial scorekeeping perspective, the implications of COVID are just not that significant. It has very significant operational implications, but in terms of the numbers that are presented to you, there wasn't really any change in the overall risk profile of the city this year.
Oh, that's interesting. Appreciate that. And then I'm just very happy to hear the news that this was a clean audit. And reading through the document here, seeing no misstatements, that was really nice to read. So I appreciate your time and glad that it went well.
All right, any more questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So on the page, okay, in my book, it's page 116 and 117. I should have looked on yours. You mentioned how there's going to be some changes for 2023, and I'm assuming, and this might be to staff, I'm not sure, but it looked like the stuff on page 210 of our agenda report in the annual report saying things are happening in 2023. That was the change that's going to be occurring 2 years from now. Is that right? I'm trying to find the right page for you to. You have control and observations, and you have the capital budgeting process. Hold on. course, I put the wrong page number probably. Nope. Sorry, page 127. It was the wrong number. I had two questions and one was answered for me already. Yeah, on page 127. It talks about
our package or
changes.
the audit?
Of our book, sorry,
Okay.
of our book. There's going to be changes in new standard effective for fiscal years beginning on or after April 1st, 2023
That would be page 24
of your,
of the
Sure.
KPMG report.
your thing. Yes, there we go. Okay, thank you. It's cut off where I look. So, and then when I was looking at our annual report on our page of 2210, it talks about that. I'm just wondering, does the new standard change everything dramatically? Like when I saw the list, it seemed obviously to be different. I'm just not sure how much of a shakeup this is going to be in upcoming years.
Sure. Again, through the chair, I can answer in terms of implications. Well, the good news is the accounting standards are not changing for at least another 2 years. So this will commence with beginning with your, first of all, 2023 year ends and then and certain standards in 2024 year ends for the city. The more significant standards that are there are one is with respect to financial instruments, which requires this will require the city to record all of your investments at market value. Given the very conservative nature of your investments, mostly in fixed income instruments, it will just not have that significant an impact at all in your overall results in terms of the nature of your investments. The other standard that is referred to is with respect to asset retirement obligations. And this is a standard that, depending on the nature of the land and building infrastructure you have, it may have a more significant impact. It's quite a complicated standard, but the simple piece of it is if you have costs where you are, or activities you'll be required to undertake with respect to buildings to remediate and shut them down, you need to record such costs now. The best simple example is old buildings with asbestos in it is legislatively required to remediate. Currently, such costs are only captured when buildings are actually either demolished or renovated. The new standards will require an estimate to be made as the buildings are, for the buildings that exist right now. Your administrative team is working diligently to understand and inventory your current infrastructure, and you've still got a couple years to think about it, but that's one standard that might have some implications for the city.
Okay, thank you. The other one was actually, again, on my page 116, which is your page 13 and 14, where it says repeated twice the capital budgeting, including the tangible assets, and it says it was an issue and it looks like it continues to be an issue. I guess, I don't know if it's to you or to administration, but I'm just wondering how close are we to actually accomplishing this goal?
Like, again, I can go through the chair and then allow administration to respond. Your activities relating to capital budgets is quite a broad amount of activity that needs to happen in terms of fully understanding and inventorying all of your capital asset infrastructure and then really aligning your long-term capital plans against that. It's a multi-year work in progress, and you're making progress on that. It's just not a sort of a quick one-year fix.
Ms. Barclay, do you want to add to that? Is it Brenda?
Just found them.
Are you the right person to turn to?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, what has said is correct. These are some bigger items that have taken 2 to 3 years to implement. It was the first year that we were able to set up a budget for amortization. We do need to fine-tune, and we also to set up a budget for contributive tangible capital assets. I'm hoping next year to have those, finished off and shown as completed on the audit.
Okay, so you cut out a little bit there, but you're saying another year or so to finish it off because it's a larger project that can't be bitten off in 1 year. Is that what I heard correctly?
Yeah, correct. My speakers are busy here. I don't know why. Sorry about that.
It's okay. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions? Councillor Jolly, do you have any questions at home? All right. I'm seeing no more in chambers. I'll entertain a motion, but before I do, Mr. Scoble, do you have a date that we can put in here instead of October?
Certainly. So, I mean, administration's preference is November, December, but we're fine with August as well if it's something that this council wants to finish off. So it's really council's pleasure, which would work for you.
Do you guys care? We don't have a CGI in September or October. It's like that. Yeah, I've got it here. It is the 23rd of August. The question is, do you care if this council finishes off with the management's response, or are you fine with the next council table set? Pardon? Okay. Did you hear that? Councillor Broadhead said, let's not pass on any work to the next council. So Brenda, can you get it done by August?
I'll get it done. Let's do that.
Thank you. All right, so can we change that to the August CGI? All right, need a motion. Councillor Hughes, you want to go? Okay. Just because your name was still on the screen. Huh?
That the report entitled 2020 CSN Alberta Audit Finance Report provided as an attachment to the April 19th, 2021 agenda report titled Auditor's Year-End Communication be received to communicate information, and that administration provide a status update of the audit recommendations as outlined in the report entitled 2020 City of St. Albert Audit Finance Report at the Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting in August 2021.
Thank you. All right, any comments to kick us off?
This is an annual event that happens. I was also very pleased to see how many things that said there was no issues found, and also the things that have yet to be resolved is just because it's taking a bit longer and to do it right. So I don't think that all communities get this kind of a report. And so I think this speaks well to the attention to detail and attention to diligence that we're trying to do to make sure that the money that we are spending is being properly accounted for. That's it.
Great. Anyone else? I'll just say thank you to John and your team. I see Caitlin and Nicole online as well. So I'll echo what Councillor Hansen said earlier. No, everything was, as we read the report, everything was in good shape. And I do think that KPMG is serving us quite well. So thank you for your time. Anything to close? Councillor Jolly, I didn't go to you. Okay, call for the vote. The motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you guys for joining us. And I'm just checking that 8.2, which is audited financial statements and annual report, is also the time specific for 2. So 8.2, I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. Barkley, for a presentation.
Okay, great. Yeah, I hope my speaker isn't showing. I've got a short PowerPoint presentation. I'm just going to flip.
Well, really breaking up. Do you have maybe headset?
Yeah, just a second.
Is it breaking up for you, Councillor Jolly? Yeah. So
yes, it is breaking up. Like words are cutting out.
Okay, how is that? Can you hear me better?
That's much better. Yes.
Much better. Okay, let's go with that. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen here. I've just got a few slides to go through on the audited financial statements. Just a minute. Just a few clicks here. Okay, can everybody see that?
Sure can.
Okay, awesome, thank you. You never know if you can see it or not. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, Mayor and members of Council. I'm here this afternoon to present the 2020 audited consolidated financial statements, which are included in the annual report, along with supporting notes and schedules. These consolidated statements include the city's operations, its utilities, the library, and the Arts and Heritage Foundation. From an overall perspective, the city's financial position in 2020 remains strong, with net assets at 103.2 million. These net assets consist of the city's financial assets of 225.5 million, less liabilities of 122.3 million. The city also has non-financial assets, which include tangible capital assets, or I'll refer to it as TCA, prepaids and inventories of materials and supplies totaling just over 1 billion. This has resulted in an accumulated surplus or municipal equity of 1.2 billion. I will break this down in a little more detail in the next few slides. In 2020, the city's financial assets increased by 1 million from 2019. This smaller increase can be attributed to the following: an increase in investments of 4 million, offset by a decrease in accounts receivable of 3 million. The increase in investments is partially due to a one-time municipal operating support transfer grant of approximately 7 million, and the decrease in accounts receivable is due to timing of collection on accounts. This slide shows a more detailed breakdown of our cash and investments. We had approximately 47 million sitting in 0 to 90 days, which consists of mainly of cash and cash equivalents. Cash equivalents are made up of high interest savings accounts and investment accounts. We also had roughly 55 million in short-term investments, which is 91 days to 1 year, and 110 million in our long-term bond portfolio, ranging from 3 to 10 years. The city staggers the investment maturities to ensure cash availability for both short and long-term cash needs. Our short-term investments range from 0.75 to 2.45%, while long-term investment range from 1.4 to 3.22%. On the liability side for 2020, the city had 122.3 million in liabilities, which is down 14.5 million from 2019. The reason for this significant drop in liabilities is due mainly to deferred revenue. This decreased by 27.5 million due to capital funding spent on various projects, such as the Barrier Wall, Fire Hall 1, and the Naki Transit Center. Offsetting this decrease was an increase in offset levy liabilities of 4.1 million coming from South Riel development. And we also had a net increase of 6.2 million in long-term debt as a result of additional financing draws for North St. Albert Trail and the Ray Gibbon Drive. Our detailed debt totaled approximately 46 million at the end of 2020. This debt is for 4 different projects. You can see Ray Gibbon Drive in blue at 20.3 million, Service Credit Union Place in beige at 11.1 million, Project 9, or it's also known as the North Interceptor Trunk Line in green for 10.4 million, and the North St. Albert Trail in red for 4.5 million. Our current debt limit for 2020 is 295 million, and we've only used 46 million of this. Debt limit refers to the maximum amount a municipality can borrow. As well, our debt servicing limit, which is the maximum annual debt payment, including principal and interest for 2020, was 49.2 million, and we've only used 6.9 million of this. Over to the city's non-financial assets. These increased by 68.8 million from 2019. This increase is largely attributable to the increase in tangible capital assets, or TCA. The majority of the TCA balance is made up of buildings, land, roads, machinery, and equipment. The main categories that can make up this increase are as follows. We had engineered structures increase from 2019 by 41.3 million. This was from developer contributed assets. So we had about 19 million for Erin Ridge and Riverside developments and 6 million for Ray Gibbon Drive. We also had land improvement increased by 17.7 million, which is mainly due to 11 million for the Naki Transit Center and 3 million for the Barrier Wall. Overall, the city's accumulated surplus, or again, the municipal equity, increased by 84.4 million from 2019 to 2020. The majority of the accumulated surplus is made up of just over 1 billion in equity and TCA. And that is really your TCA less depreciation, less debt, and 153 million in reserves. And these reserves include both operating and capital reserves. The statement of operations and accumulated surplus shows the city's revenue and expenses on a consolidated basis. The top portion of the statement focuses on the consolidated operating revenues and expenses for the city, which resulted in an annual surplus before capital revenue of 3.1 million. Next, the city's capital revenue, which was 81.2 million, includes contributed TCA, developer contributions and levies, and capital government transfers. Some of the more significant capital revenue received was a basic municipal grant of 8 million, federal gas tax of 7 million, green trip funding of 8 million, and MSI of 15 million. This resulted in an annual surplus of 84.3 million. And so just to be clear, this annual surplus is different than the operating surplus, as this includes non-cash items such as amortization and contributed assets. So in conclusion, the city ended 2020 in a strong financial position due to being fiscally responsible and proactive to reduce expenditures and address reduced revenues. For more detailed variants and explanations on each functional department, this can be found in the fourth quarter report that was presented to Council on February 16th. This concludes my presentation, and I will now take any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You had me giggling. It would have been nice to have an $84 million operating surplus.
I know, that's why I need to clarify that.
Councillor Hughes has a question.
Thanks. I
Sure.
actually, when I was going over it, so I'm just going to find the right pages. Okay, in our agenda package is page 135, which is page 4 or 5 of the backgrounder, I believe. So you mentioned in here that the executive leadership increased by $1 million, and the my writing is atrocious today. Emergency services was also up by $1 million, and I'm trying to, and it might not be to you, it might be to Mr. Scoble, but I just, before people freak out, can you explain what that means so that we would understand why? And was it combined? It went up by $1 million, or did it go up by $1 million in each category? Because when I read it, it gave me the impression it went up by $1 million in one category and also $1 million in emergency services.
Okay, executive leadership, yes, that was total, went up by $1 million. A lot of that actually has to do with amortization. So when I say these are shown on a consolidated basis, I'm implying that that includes amortization in these categories. Whereas on the operating statements that you see throughout the year in the quarterly reports, you're not seeing any amortization expenses in those categories.
Okay. So would that be, so when it says it went up by $1 million in executive leadership and emergency services, do we have an idea, like was it fire trucks, or I'm just trying to think of what
the assets were. I'd have to drill down into that, and I can definitely get it, investigate that and get back to you on it. There's quite a bit of detail in each area, so just to be sure, I can investigate that.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go to page 212 of our agenda report, and I'm going to, because I have to scroll as well, I will give you time to find it. So it's the notes to the consolidated financial statements on page 76 of your document and 212 of ours. And it just, the MSI that we still have left over. So in 2019, we had 37 million. Right now we're down to 15. And I'm guessing that we've paid for the majority of NACI. And I know we were holding some back for that. I'm just wondering how much of that is still like not, I'm not gonna say not unassigned, like, because we had stuff that we were holding to put out as something. How much the MSI that we have right now to that 15 million doesn't already have a slot holder of where it's going to?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm just wondering if there's somebody from Transit or Public Works that might know the details on that project. Anybody?
Well, I'm not sure if it's NACI or not, and I may not be you, but Brenda, I'm not expecting you. But I'm looking at Mr. Scoble because you're the head honcho. The 15 million that we have, like, do we have any MSI that doesn't already going to be spent, like accounted for? Because I know we were holding stuff before, but is that 15 million that we haven't yet spent but plan to, or do we have it available potentially for future councils?
I noticed
Oh.
Diane. She might have the
Yeah,
answer.
I'll let Diane answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, so also keep in mind that for the 2021 projects that would have been approved, we would have assigned MSI to many of those projects as well. So I do believe there is some that's still unassigned. The way that program works is we do actually have 5 years from the year of allocation for us to utilize that. And so we kind of have to be a little bit strategic on how we allocate those funds, because quite often those projects have a matching requirement as well. So there is likely some of that left that hasn't been allocated that we would utilize as part of our capital funding pot for the 2022 capital recommendations, but some of it would have been pre-assigned through 21.
Okay. You're sounding kind of funny, just so you know. It sounds like you ate a. So you're saying some of it, would you say like half or a quarter? Or I'm just kind of getting a ballpark of how much is not assigned to the 15 million that we have right now. I know that we have 2021 that ate up a bunch of it.
Yeah, so again, I wouldn't have those exact numbers with me. We do have a detailed reconciliation. I just don't kind of have it at my fingertips, so we could certainly provide that as part of an IR.
Okay, no big deal. I'm just trying to get an idea of how much do we have potentially. You guys will bring it to us, I know, like with all of this stuff. I'm just curious as to how much we have. On page 214 of our document, which is just 2 pages later, 78 on yours. And we have, and this is just, I'm just trying to get an understanding. This is, because we say here the long-term debt. So we have the principal and it's 5.9 and then, 6.2 in 2022. And after 2025, it goes thereafter and it says 20 million. So I was trying to think of what do we have that we're planning to add more principal to after 2025? Or is it that, can you just explain what thereafter means for those two? Because you have it on that one and you also have it on lease commitments where the lease commitments are going down and then all of a sudden thereafter it goes to 1.19 million. So
Sure. Thereafter just means, the life of, or the term of the loan. So we have some long-term debt for say Project 9, I've got it here. Project 9, we have a loan that still doesn't end for 19 years. We took a final draw for an additional 19 years. North St. Albert Trail, a portion of that loan we just took out. So it's 20 years. So that's what that refers to. Thereafter is kind of to the life of the loan.
got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got it now. That's the total number of
Okay.
payments we should be making. Got it.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay. The other thing I was wondering on page 221 of our document is just when I looked at the salaries, like it doesn't include the amount that people are getting from dividends, or not dividends, not the honorariums, but for showing up for the various board things or for AUMA or for any of those extra ones. I'm just wondering, where are those numbers included in our financial statements? Like if you go to the EMRB, there's a per diem and then there's other per diems for other things. And I know that was a big thing a few years ago. And I'm just wondering, where are we including those numbers, or if we're not, why?
So maybe Diane can answer that one. I know this has kind of gone back and forth over the years, so I'll let her chime in.
Right. So if you remember several years ago, if you were to look at our financial statements, we did actually include those extra amounts of income for council members that did receive those per diems from the other agencies. It was never an audit requirement or an accounting requirement to provide that, because the salary truly was coming from an external organization. But council at the time had decided they wanted it in. But then when the last council remuneration committee met and made their recommendations, that piece got pulled out. So what we've replaced that with is the process that we had actually just asked you all to go through just a little while ago, is that we asked that those, while they're not being put on our financial statement, we ask that people report any of those salaries that they're getting from external boards and agencies, but we're not including it in our financial statements, and we actually shouldn't be, because it's not really from the city.
Okay, you broke up a lot. I got most of it. So I understand that we're reporting it because there's a form that they sent to everybody. You guys sent it to us at the end of the year. But where is it being disclosed, I guess, is what I'm wondering. Is it not being disclosed to the public anywhere right now?
Not directly within the financial statements themselves, because
Okay.
it's not actually activity of the city.
It's on the website.
So is it on the website?
Yes, that's where it was supposed to be.
Without me trying to sit here and find it, just approximately where would it be under what category? Because the website's large. It's like telling me it's in space.
I believe it was to be put in the same section as the council expense claim, quarterly expense claim reports. I believe that's where they were going to put it.
Awesome. Okay. As long as it's written somewhere. I wasn't sure, and I just noticed that that was a big kerfuffle, and I didn't want to have us approve this and then come back and have to unapprove it later or something like this. And this is probably to Public Works or to Mr. Scoble or whoever you want to send it to. The number of potholes in 2016 was like huge, and then it went way down. Did we have a really bad year that year, or like it's on page 159 of our backgrounder. Because there was two things related to this, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around it just so that it doesn't become a story that it doesn't need to be. Yeah, so on page 23 of the annual report, like it has number of potholes, and 2016 is 5,400, and everything else is 2,000 or less, or 2,600 or less. So I'm just asking you just to completely recall back in time, only 6 years ago, Mr. Scoble, and tell me when you weren't here, what was our road conditions like that would make it such a situation? Was it just because there was that many potholes, or have we changed our?
I was in the middle of a forest fire at that time, so I don't know exactly that year. But my understanding is we've changed our methodologies, and we've also changed a lot of our pavement rehab and that. So we can take that away if you like. But it's my understanding it's just better preventative maintenance practices that we've been doing that actually cuts down on the number of potholes. But we can take that away if you like.
Well, if you're telling me that basically we're building roads that don't require as many potholes now, and we need to fill less, that's awesome, because I'd rather have fewer than have to have a million filled. The other question, let me find the right, and then this is my last one, honest. On page 153 of our document, so let me go back here. Page 17, they have the resident satisfaction with city services, and it seems to be going down on the satisfaction. Interactions are pretty stable, but the satisfaction is just starting, is now below 80%. And I wasn't, it's for 2019, not 2020. And I know it's like a while ago, but I'm just trying to, do we have any idea, or do you think it's just an anomaly? Because it seems to have been going down from 2014, 2017, and 2019. It's not recovering, I guess you could say. Is it? But on this chart, it's not that far apart, I'm guessing. It's probably between 81 down to like 77. I'm wondering if there's been anything that's looked into what that may be about.
I didn't catch the page number, Councillor, but my understanding of that engagement survey is we did see a slight decrease in results, and that was consistent in all our comparator communities too. And it was just overall, it was just a general reflection of many factors, including many externalities, such as the economy and some of the situations that everyone was facing at the time. So St. Albert still came out ahead of, we basically held our position where we had in traditional surveys, but overall results were down across the province.
And are we doing the surveys every 2 years, it looks like, or like, so
yes.
Like we'll be doing
yes.
the next one this year?
Well, we did them every 2 years, but we also, if you recall, we did a kind of not an ad hoc one, but a modified survey last fall just to check in on the pulse of the community with the pandemic impacts as well. So yes, the normally scheduled one will be again this year is my understanding.
Awesome. Okay, those are all my questions. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Jolly, any questions from home? I do have the participant thing up, so if you put your hand up, I will see it. All right. Anyone else in chambers? All right. Can I have a motion then? Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
That the city's 2020 annual report, including the audited consolidated financial statements for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2020 be approved.
Thank you for that. Any opening comments?
Just kudos to staff. It's a great report, good graphics, easy to read, and I think the public will really appreciate that. So thank you to all of you who have spent so much of your time putting this together.
And congratulations on the whole department's continued awards in recognition for this final report. So I think that says a lot about our department. Anything else? All right, call for the vote. And that motion passes unanimously. Okay. Now we can go back to the beginning of the agenda for our presentations. I have the following people registered to speak. And I'm not listing off the ones that are registered to speak for the public hearing. This is just non-public hearing related. So I have Glenys Edwards with the St. Albert Public Schools. I've got Jerry Hassar on the first reading of bylaws 7, 8, and 9. Mike Killick for first reading of bylaws 7, 8, and 9. James Dean, first readings bylaw 7, 8, and 9, and Doug Hartman. Is every one of those people here? I'm gonna look at you, Cheryl, for help with that. Oh, Tamara's giving me a nod. Okay. Glenys, you were the first to register. I see you, and it looks like Michael, and is that Crimson with you as well in the boardroom? Is that Michael? Yeah, that's, I can sort of tell. Thank you. Joining us. I'm going to apologize. I haven't read the 97-page document we were sent this afternoon or late this morning. But thank you for that. I'll give you your 5 minutes whenever you're ready to start.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the current capital plan of St. Albert Public Schools. Our school district appreciates the importance of a collaborative relationship with the city, and the purpose of this capital plan presentation is to further that collaboration by ensuring that council is aware of our capital needs and can consider them when making decisions. This capital plan was approved by the board and submitted to Alberta Education in March. It contains our requests for new infrastructure to meet our growing enrollment pressures. And as you said, Mayor Herron, we did send you a copy. I'm going to use a brief PowerPoint and we'll share my screen. How do I advance it? Click. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how to advance it. Use your mouse. I thought he said. Okay. Michael, can you see anything that would help me? All I want to do is just advance the slides. Maybe I need to.
There we go.
Yep. All right. So our number one priority is a need for high school space. And phase one is already underway. Replacement expanded by 250 student Paul Kane High School is under construction and it'll be ready in 2022. And phase two, we are asking in this capital plan for a new 1,650 student high school. And phase three, we are asking for an expansion and modernization of Belrose Composite High School. And our number two priority is a new 900 student school in the west. So we are asking for a large 900 student, 2-story kindergarten to grade 9 school to be built in Riverside. And our numbers 3 to 9 are modernizations and or additions requested at Wild Rose, Elmer S. Gish, Leo Nickerson, Belrose, Muriel Martin, and Robert Rundle. And now we are also asking for a second new kindergarten to grade 9 school. And St. Albert Public Schools remains keen to have municipal or school jurisdiction partnerships, but we continue to be concerned that proposed school site sizes won't accommodate these partnerships. So things like expanded and shared gymnasiums, theaters, libraries, and career and technology areas are only a few of the exciting possibilities as new schools are added. So it is imperative that school sites are large enough to accommodate partnerships. The 2015 technical report on long-term provision of new schools recommends 10 acres for a school site, plus accompanying city parkland for sports fields. Schools are vibrant hubs of the communities, and schools are a significant provincial investment in a municipality. A school's strategic placement is important for proper enrollment, distribution, and for effective urban planning. It is also imperative that land transferred is adequate to meet a school's needs over its life cycle. Often, environmental gardens and more modular classrooms are added to the building's footprint. And to appease residents, outdoor sports courts often have to be located a distance from residents' property. Our capital plan also identifies the critical need for new modular, relocatable classrooms. St. Albert Public Schools has 108 relocatable classrooms, right now housing well over 2,200 students. 21 of these portables are over 40 years old, and 41 of these portables are over 30 years old. As these old portables are decommissioned, St. Albert Public Schools needs to evergreen them or replace them with a new school on a new school site. Many schools' capacities have been expanded beyond what the school division would have desired. For example, a few schools have had 20 relocatable classrooms added on to them. And here's some fun facts. St. Albert Public Schools employs over 900 people. Our September 30th, 2020 kindergarten cohort is the second largest at over 600 students. And our kindergarten to grade 9 population has increased over 15% in the last 5 years. I'll finish with a focus on families. A city regenerates through its youth. We applaud the initiatives this council undertakes to promote affordable family housing, which will benefit the city of St. Albert for decades. Council attracts families to St. Albert, and St. Albert Public Schools is pleased to provide a high-quality education to their children, our students. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share our capital plan. And Michael and Crimson are here to answer any questions with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenys. I'll start with a quick question about the modernization of Belrose. I thought the provincial government had already approved those funds. So my question is, am I correct with that? Is there funds to modernize Belrose? And my second question is, it's also my understanding that those funds were not adding any more chairs to accommodate more students. Modernization. So comments?
Yes, the province did approve some funding to do a vision of what the school could look like. It would add new seats to Belrose. I think we're looking at roughly an additional 450 seats to the current school set. So it'd be about roughly 1,650 students. Michael?
That is correct, Madam Mayor. One thing we have looked at, though, is the size of that school site, and we do share some concerns of what is actually achievable there, as well as the impact to the surrounding neighborhood. So at this time, the school jurisdiction is also aggressively looking at a third high school. In other words, taking those dollars that the province would allocate to that modernization and expansion, and rather than put in a temporary fix, actually translate those into a third high school up in the north.
All right, I think that's a great idea. So we're just sort of waiting, I guess, to find out what happens at the high school in the north before we do some work on Belrose. Is that right?
Madam Chair, we're working with a partnership with Landrex, and it's basically working its way through the unsolicited P3 process that the province has recently put into place. So we're just working through that system that the province has through Alberta Infrastructure, with, of course, the support from Alberta Educational Capital Planning.
Councillor Hanson, you had pushed your button. Do you have a question? Your name's gone, but I'll let you go. Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll go to you, Councillor McKay.
Thank you. Thanks, Glenys and Michael and Crimson. Just glancing at your 97-page document that you sent today, and I obviously haven't gone through the whole thing, but I did notice that on page 5, your phases were different than what you said, Glennis. It says phase 1, Paul Kane High School, phase 2, addition to modernized Belrose, and phase 3, a new high school. But then on page 6, it says something about flipping 2 now is flipped in a direct ask of phase 3. So it's not clear to me as I read this what your second and third priority is.
So if I may, to Councillor Hanson through the chair or through the mayor, my apologies. In terms of what we were trying to show there is basically what we've taken as an existing plan to address the high school play space crisis within St. Albert within our jurisdiction. It was originally the expansion and replacement school to Paul Kane. Then it was the modernization and addition at Belrose. And then third was the new high school. What St. Albert Public has tried to do is be proactive and is approaching, in my mind, quite aggressively with government saying, we'd like to switch number 3 and 2. So move up the new high school to number 2, and therefore actually meet the needs of having more student spaces at that high school level. And then also then moving what was number 2, the Belrose addition and modernization, down to number 3 of that high school plan. Then you also have to integrate that with the entire capital plan. And that's where we're showing the number 2 priority is actually then becomes Riverside. And we appreciate if we're able to get that new high school, that addition and modernization to Belrose drops further down the list in the entire district's capital needs.
Okay. And if my memory serves me correctly, Alberta Education, or is it Alberta Infrastructure, has to approve your capital plan in June or something like that?
100%. Any items on that listing need to be funded by the provincial government, and that does come through Alberta Education. And once you're giving a project, the delivery of those projects come through Alberta Infrastructure. So you're quite correct there, Councillor Hanson.
Okay. Second question I have is, I know that we've fought the big portable fight for a long, long time. And the portables around the schools, not just in St. Albert, but across the province. Many of them are old and essentially become part of the school after a while. And when they were never meant to be built as part of the school, they were meant to be a temporary fix. So is Alberta Education, is this top of mind for Alberta Education to start to deal with these portables around the province, or because, you know, judging by what you've laid out for us today and what's in this document, you have quite a few portables that need to be replaced.
And to Councillor Hanson through the mayor, in terms of that, I guess that question, with all due respect, would be better placed Alberta Education. We certainly hope it's first and foremost in their mind. We understand in the current budget, they have allocated money for new modulars at a level that they have higher than anything they've done in the past. So right now, jurisdictions are just waiting for the announcement of those to come through. We remain cautiously optimistic because we think we definitely have a genuine need, but those announcements are, as I understand it, working its way off the minister's desk at this time.
Well, thank you. I hope that that announcement comes through for you. Appreciate your candor and look forward to reading the report.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you for your presentation. And I just one follow-up question in relation to the phases, because usually when I think of phases, I usually think that there's a timeline with them. Is that the intent with your phase 1 and your phase 2 or phase 3? I'm just wondering if there's a time frame also associated where going forward.
To Councillor Mackay through the mayor, definitely it is intended to be phased. However, the problematic issue for school jurisdictions is we don't control the funding on those capital projects. That comes from the province. So that determines the timeline, sir.
All right, fair enough. I appreciate that. I just when I look at phases, that's kind of where I guess I go to. The other one was just something that arose out of Councillor Hanson's remarks around modulars. Just for somebody that's not familiar, and I guess it would be probably specific to their particular use, but what would be a ballpark figure for costs of a modular?
Thank you for that. The province actually acquires them and then delivers them to us. Our understanding is I think it honestly depends on how many they're purchasing at times, because that can dictate the cost, of course, in volume, but an approximate number would probably be around 150,000 per unit.
Thanks. I was just trying to think in my own head, at what time does it become cost efficient just to build a new school rather than to be replacing modulars? But I appreciate the answer. Thank you very much. I look forward to, I live across from Paul Kane, so I see it every day, and I should be out there actually doing time-lapse photography because I'm appreciating the construction, but probably not as much as you guys are.
So exciting.
No more questions there, Councillor Jolly. No questions from you?
No, I'm more excited as a parent. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
All right. So I did notice that we got an email just this afternoon saying that we're changing the time of our school board, our meeting with the school boards and council. So hopefully council will have a chance to read this document over by then and might have more questions at that time. So thank you. I think Gladys, you might, I'm not sure, I think you're the only board, or definitely the Francophones don't, but they actually come and present the capital plan. So appreciate it. And just, it's always nice to get an update and ask questions, and good luck with Paul Kane. Everyone is very excited about it.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Herron.
Moving on, I have, as I said, I have 4 registered speakers for the Oakmont Area Structure Plan public hearing that we will have in May. I have prepared a few comments before I allow presenters to speak, because I want to make sure that we have our parameters around what's allowed and what's not. So I've explained this to a few members of the Oakmont community, but I'll repeat it again now in a public capacity, what the purpose of what we're doing today is. And all we are doing today is first reading. So the purpose of first reading is bylaw amendments requested by the owner must go to public hearing prior to second reading, at which point council will be acting in its quasi-judicial capacity, not its legislative capacity. This means that all the usual natural justice principles apply, including the requirement that councillors approach the proposed amendments without preconceptions and with open minds, ready to listen to the public at the hearing before making a final decision. It is our council's duty to vote in favor of first reading, regardless of our opinion on said proposal. This process only gets it on the floor and sets the date for the public hearing. So any opinion on the actual development will not be allowed today at first reading. The presenter will be muted, so please keep your comments to the proposed date of the public hearing only. I'll say that again. If I have an inkling that we're going to hear things about traffic or density or environmental concerns or any opinion one way or the other, it's very much unfair to the landowner and all other residents who want to register to speak at the actual public hearing. So we will be muting speakers if they encroach onto that topic. It's really just important that everyone hears the same information at the same time, and that will be at the public hearing date. So to do otherwise would put the integrity of this public hearing at risk, and it could open up to legal challenges from either the developer or the public. So it's just my hope to keep the integrity of this whole process very clean. So hearing that, Mr. Hassar, Killick, Dean, and Hartman, I'm going to just really ask you, your only comments that will be allowed are about the date of May 18th that is proposed for the public hearing. And I have Jerry registered to speak first. Go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor Herron and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. What I'm about to say will be focused or related to the public hearing. The first matter I will speak to is with regards to a FOIP request for information submitted on behalf of several residents who expressed concerns with the proposed Riverbank Landing development, the application for amendments to the land use bylaw and the Oakmont ASP, and the public consultation process. The city received our FOIP application on March 3rd. Our FOIP application is a continuing request for information with a time period that started from the date of the previous public hearing, which was on June 22nd, 2020.
Excuse me.
Runs until a decision is going to be made by this council for the current application by Boudreaux.
Sorry, hold on, can we pause the timer, Mr. Lafleur?
None of this is in any way relevant to the date of the public hearing at all. All of these are comments that could be and should be made at the public hearing and are not appropriate to the topic of what is an appropriate date for a public hearing. That is the only topic on which speakers should be presenting. And nothing I've just heard in the last minute is in any way related to that.
I hear you, Mr. Lafleur, but if the FOIP request timing is of issue, then maybe it would be an issue for the timing of the public hearing. Am I not correct in that?
Well, I'm aware of the FOIP request. And
and I don't think council is aware of that FOIP request.
Okay, fine.
I'll watch it closely. Keep going, Mr. Hussar. You just muted yourself.
The city provided us a schedule for the information that they're to provide. And it basically, we receive information on the 3rd of each month. Then the city commences reprocessing for the following month. The first release of information for our FOIP request was scheduled for April 3rd, but the city notified us that the date had to be extended to April 19th due to the large number of records and volume of information. We were also informed that the records we requested contain information that, if disclosed, may affect the interests of a third-party organization. A decision on whether we will receive that information is expected by April 30th. I received the first batch of information from the city at 11:46 a.m. this morning. I haven't had a chance to open the document yet. So we certainly cannot estimate at this time the extent of the effort to review this information, and we cannot ascertain at this time whether we will need to seek an expert opinion or legal advice. The next scheduled dates for receiving any information are May 3rd, and then June 2nd and July 2nd thereafter. Depending on the date that Council sets for the public hearing today, we will reassess whether it's practical for us to continue the FOIP request beyond May 3rd. It will depend on what information is received, which may be affected by further extensions or further third-party determinations, and if we have fair and reasonable time to review the information before the public hearing. We ask that you consider these factors when you schedule a date for the public hearing. The second matter I wish to raise is regarding admissibility of speakers at the public hearing. At the last public hearing, there were people registered to speak.
Sorry, Mr. Hussar, we can deal with that at the public hearing. This is just about the date.
Okay, then those are my comments.
We'll deal with it at the public hearing.
So in closing, we ask that you consider the factors that we haven't had a chance to review the information or determine whether we need any to seek expert opinion or legal advice yet when you schedule a date for the public hearing.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Hussar? And we're also going to have questions of administration as well. Okay, I'm seeing no questions at this time. We're going to go to Mr. Killick.
Wasn't sure if I had to unmute or if the chair unmuted, but thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak to the process around first readings of the 3 bylaws. My first question is with respect to today's first reading, setting a date for the public hearing. In the supporting information, it provided by Amin, it provides two scenarios for the public hearing. One is evaluating it against the existing city plan MDP, and two makes reference to the new Flourish MDP. I respectfully ask council make it explicitly clear for the public hearing how administration, the developer, this council, and most importantly for the public, how this proposal will be evaluated. It's by the current rules of the current city MDP or the new Flourish proposal. It's important when setting the date of the public hearing, as well as the rules for how the public hearing will be evaluating the proposal from the developer. My second question, and I thank the mayor for reading from her recent letter of April 14th with regard to the public hearing and making a final decision on how to vote. As mentioned in that letter, you said everyone needs to hear the same information, including council. To do otherwise would put the integrity of the public hearing at risk and could open it up to legal challenges from either side. With reference to these quotes, I asked the mayor and council if anyone of council attended the March 24th open question and answer open house that was held by the developer.
Is this about the public hearing date?
This is about prejudicing the public hearing date, because my concern is members of council attended the Q&A with the developer and spoke on behalf of the developer. And as you, Madam Mayor, said, we want to make sure that nothing prejudices the setting of the date of the open house or of the public hearing. And I'm very concerned that there's strong evidence to indicate.
Ask you to, I'll explain. Council quite often goes to developer open houses. That is fine. They're allowed to. They just listen to the public. I don't know of anyone that was speaking in favor of the developer. If that's the case, we're going to deal with that at the public hearing. And I will. I don't even need to go to Mr. LaFleur. I can. Your question about which MDP, actually, I will get to when we get to the questions of administration, but I can tell you right now, it's the old city plan that we'll be evaluating this against. All right. Do you understand, Mr. Killick? Even a nod would be good. We have to keep this very clean.
And my concern, Madam Mayor, is it's not very clean that the date that the public hearing has already been biased by councillors attending a meeting and asking questions or answering questions on behalf of the developer.
I don't think that would really affect the date of the public hearing, though. And we'll get that cleaned up, and I will figure that out. I'm actually not sure. But that doesn't affect the date. So I'm going to go to Mr. James Dean. And just, I want everyone to know that Mr. LaFleur is here with us to make sure this is clean. He's guiding us and giving us his legal opinion to make sure that the city is not ever challenged in this process. So I have complete confidence in his recommendations and his advice. And I've already got against advice once to allow Mr. Hussar to speak a little bit longer, but I think that was okay. So I'm just letting you know that we're doing this as legislatively pure as we possibly can. Mr. Dean, sorry, you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor Herron and City Council. Honestly, I do not, my speech or my speaking is in response to the process that's what I thought first reading. We talk about process and that's what my presentation was on. So it's not related specifically to setting the date of the public hearing, only to process that was followed or not followed.
Okay, so could you bring those same concerns to the public hearing on the 18th?
I could. I've got many other concerns though that are not to do with process, but
I have a feeling we'll see you on the 18th for
Yeah.
a few. So if you do honestly believe that the steps that the city has taken right from the very beginning, from the first public hearing to application to that's definitely fair game for the public hearing.
okay.
And again, the process is to allow you that time. What we're doing today is just setting the date to allow you that time. But if we do it now, it would be unfair to the developer because he's not here to defend himself, et cetera. So we'll set the date, and I would hope that you would come and have your questions and concerns about the process.
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is nothing against the developer. It's in regards to all process and mainly the city's process, but that's fine. I can wait if that's what your preference is.
For that. Thank you. And finally, Mr. Doug Hartman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Herron and councillors. The topic that I wish to speak about is indeed legislation and regulations related to this, to the application, and specifically dates. And I understand we're talking about setting the ultimate date being the public hearing. Well, first things have to happen in a certain order. So I need to speak to that to understand how we've arrived at today's date, and therefore the date that you're speaking of potentially occurring in the future. As you're aware, the application was submitted back in December 2019. And as you're aware, that was voted down in June of 2020. The June 22nd date is important. Here's why. On or about the 21st of November of last year, Boudreau Communities submitted another application to amend the area structure plan and the land use bylaw around November 21. That action kick-started the section of the land use bylaw that deals with amending the bylaw, section 110, subsection 7, which states, quoting, when an application for amendment to this bylaw has been refused by council, another application for amendment on the same site for the same or similar proposed use of land shall not be made by the same or any other applicant until at least 6 months. Talking about dates. 6 months from that date, of course, was December 22nd. Therefore, Boudreau had indeed applied a full month ahead of the 6 month waiting period before it had elapsed. I'm not saying the regulations restrict the property owner from submitting an application on whatever date they choose. That's fine, of course. But in this case, because the submitted application was for the same site and because it was within 6 months, the subsection of section 110 does come into play. And accordingly, upon receiving the application, one would expect that the city's first step would be to review the application to see whether it had met all the conditions that were set out in section 110.7. Firstly, was the application for the same site? Obviously, the answer is yes. Secondly, was the application deemed to be for the same or similar proposed use of land? And the city's answer to that appeared on the Cultivate the Conversation website, where it stated, and I'm quoting, based upon regulations within the Municipal Government Act and the Land Use Bylaw, section 110.7, an applicant cannot reapply for an amendment to the land use bylaw on the same site for the same or a similar proposed use of land.
Mr. Hartman, I'm just going to pause for 2 secs here. The comments right now are not about the date of the public hearing. You're talking about when the application was submitted, whether it was 4 months or 6 months. Absolutely, it has to be 6 months. I agree with you. These are questions we need to ask our staff, but that could be part of the public hearing. And if it's not, if it's too short of a time, then we will have to delay the public hearing and the whole process. Mr. LaFleur, would that be correct? If it was under 6 months, what would we have to do?
What is being said now is a challenge even to the legitimacy of this entire thing being before council. That should go to court, okay? This sort of thing, if they have a case, that should be taken up before the Court of Queen's Bench, not even at a public hearing. It certainly is not germane to the date of the public hearing. I would also point out that we're already 5 minutes late for the scheduled public hearing. So
already 3:30. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Hartman, I'm gonna get you to hold those thoughts on the timing of the application to not to today, not to the setting of the public hearing. and we'll figure that out. Although we're going to get staff in here later to answer the questions. We do have a scheduled public hearing at 3:30 that we are now 5 minutes late for. Before I actually reopen that public hearing, did you have a point of order? Councillor
Yeah, my
Watkins.
question is, I just wanted clarification from law. My understanding is that we are talking about the date of the public hearing. The items that were presented are challenges to the legitimacy of the bylaw itself.
Right.
And is it not true that if we went and passed this bylaw and had a public hearing, then these are points that would be used to challenge the bylaw, the legitimacy of the bylaw to the Court of Appeals? Is that correct, Mr. Lafleur?
That's correct. The challenge could come either before or after, but yes, these are matters that yes, exactly.
The legitimacy of the bylaw, not regarding the time frame of the public hearing, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so Council, we're going to have to switch gears. I hate doing this. We thought we would schedule the MDP public hearing at 3:30 because we would otherwise be waiting around until 5 o'clock. But we are at 3:30, and I know that there's people online that want to speak to the public hearing, so we're going to have to follow that process. We haven't even done consent agenda yet. We'll have to come back to that. Let's go to page. Sorry. Oh, it's the wrong document. Page 602 of your package, which is the public hearing for Flourish. So we had started this on March 15th, and now it's the same public hearing. We are just back in session with it. We have more registered speakers to. I don't know who that was. I'm going to get to them in 1 second, but as always, we turn to our administration for a presentation before we go to the public. So I see both Christina and Katie have their cameras on. Which one of you is presenting?
There is no presentation for council. We gave our presentation on the March 15th. So,
but there was some recommended amendments by staff that have changed since March 15th. Did you want to speak to those?
Mayor Herron, just point of order.
Yep,
Should those on Zoom be members of our public who are not speaking today be watching this on the YouTube?
Many of them are registered to speak for the public hearing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so no presentation. I'm going to go to council then for questions of administration before I go to the public. Anything that has changed between the March 15th package and today's package? Nothing. Excellent. All right, I'm going to go to the public. I'm going to list off who I have registered to speak. Maybe I need to bring up. Just make sure everyone's here. Actually, can you help me with that, Cheryl? When I list them off, let me know if they're here. Mr. Pat Collins? Or even if you unmute and say that you're here, then I know. Because I can't see everybody all at once. About 20 of you. Mr. Pat Collins, are you with us?
I don't see him on.
Okay. I got, excuse me, I have Grant Minor on the public hearing. I've got Susan Keating. Courtney Jensen.
Here.
Nope, I see Court's iPhone, yeah. I got Al Henry and I see him on camera. I've got Doug Berman, who just was with us. Andy Lashak, Gary Hassar, Chris Buick, Nelson, Mike Killick, Julie Dukovich. Oh, I'm probably just totally messed that one up, Julie. When we get to, please correct me. Kathy Steffner and James Dean, all speaking to the MDP public hearing. I'm going to just
Madam Mayor, Pat Collins is here.
Oh, thanks, Pat. I'm just going to say a couple of things about this public hearing as well, because as you can tell, Council, there's some people that are speaking both to the Oakmont one and to the MDP public hearing. So most of you have already heard my speech, but I'm going to say one more thing. So I've already spoken to, if you have already spoken to this bylaw, and that would, I think there was a few that spoke on the 15th. Interesting. So if you've already spoken at the beginning of the public hearing on March 15th, then I'd like you to ensure that you're only speaking to new information. And then this is important. I want you to also keep all comments at a conceptual level. Do not tie your comments to any specific development with a scheduled upcoming public hearing. So that would be the Oakmont one, and Jensen Lakes has a public hearing as well. As I said before, this will call into question the public hearing, and I'll need to mute presenters if they start expressing an opinion on a specific development. There will be ample time to speak to future developments at their allotted public hearings. So saying that, I'm going to go in order of my list. First, I have Mr. Pat Collins.
Mayor Herron,
Yes.
sorry, just to make a point, I don't know if Mr. LaFleur has any concerns with Doug's background, just in light of what you just said. Is that a problem?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Mr. Hartman, I'm just seeing you've got a map there.
We can see behind him on the screen. Oh, I see.
I just don't know if that's a problem or not.
Mr. LaFleur?
I can't really see very well what it is that's behind Mr. Hartman. Maybe he could explain what
He's
it
got a
is.
map of the Oakmont development.
It's a page out of the Flourish document. It's map 3 in the Flourish document.
Okay, well, the key thing is what's the content of the submission? Obviously, as you've said, Madam Mayor, it's totally inappropriate to say anything about a different application which is set or would be set for a different public hearing date. This is an MDP public hearing. It's at the high conceptual level. It is not relevant. No specific application is relevant today. So that's all I'll say. I mean,
Mr. LaFleur, it's a map from the MDP with the Oakmont development highlighted.
Fine.
That's fine. Okay.
Thank you,
That's
Mayor.
all. No, that's good. We'll just, as we said, everyone, make sure it's pure. So, Mr. Collins.
Madam Mayor and councillors, this is written by Jillian Dick and myself. My friends have presented wonderful ideas about why areas A, B, and C near Big Lake should remain free from employment lands, even to the point of saying that more land is not necessary because our city has already provided employment land almost to the year 2050. This presentation has to do with quality of life in St. Albert. As stated in the presentation by city developers during the March 15th, 2001 council meeting, a green environment is one of the goals of the Flourish Development Plan. More specifically, it was stated, St. Albert values and protects the natural environment, conserving and enhancing its features and functions for the well-being of our community and planet. We believe converting land adjacent to Big Lake is in direct contradiction to the city goals stated in the presentation. Converting sensitive migratory bird habitat and nesting areas does not protect or enhance the natural environment in any way. Henry David Thoreau, the great American naturalist, said, "I come to my solitary woodland walk, as the homesick go home. I thus dispose of all that is superfluous and see things as they truly are, grand and beautiful." We believe that statement to be true. What is Thoreau saying? Perhaps first, he says he loves his walks in the woods. Why? He leaves behind the superfluous, like roads, business, industry. Thoreau sees things, trees, birds, wildlife, which is truly grand and beautiful to him and many others. All of us need the natural world. Just to put this in context, many of you, I'm sure, walk in the Red Willow or Lois Hole Provincial Park areas. Over the last year or so, you have seen more and more people using these trails for exercise and to enjoy nature. They bring their children and their grandchildren. They leave behind the superfluous, like phones and TVs, and walk in the beauty of nature. Our actions of yesterday, today, and tomorrow can provide benefits to future generations. What will citizens that regularly utilize the Big Lake area to escape the city and head into nature think of this industrial intrusion mere meters from Big Lake? We do not think developing this land is worth the economic benefits that may be gained, as you cannot put a price on the irreversible damage that would be caused to this environmentally sensitive area. We believe there will be unintended consequences if council accepts this plan as it is. If it is to be accepted, it will create irreversible effects to the surrounding environment. Although the goal is for the city to grow to 100,000 people, we must not get ahead of ourselves and forget what makes St. Albert such a valued place to live. Once you develop this land, you will never get it back to the way it was before, never. We are so lucky to have a provincial park and a wetland so close to a major city. Developing land that close to the lake will have dramatic impacts on wildlife and the functioning of Big Lake. There is no other place in St. Albert where a natural ecosystem like the one found around Big Lake could be created. Let's be part of protecting this area instead of, once again, being part of the problem. Ray Gibbon already creates enough disturbance, and as it widens, as it is bound to, will occupy even more area. We do not wish to see more wildlife displaced.
Collins, your 5 minutes is up. Can you wrap it up in the next couple of seconds?
I can. Thank you for accepting this presentation. Our health involves physical and mental health. Thoreau would argue that spending time in nature helps both. We have spent a great deal of time since COVID dealing with physical health. At this time, we also need to focus on mental health. Our challenge is to present, protect.
Any questions for Mr. Collins? I see none. Thank you so much for joining us. And you're right, we haven't seen you in chambers for a while, and you are always welcome. I just want to ask Ledge a question. I had Sandy Clark on here to speak to bylaw 7, 8, and 9. And she sent an email to say she wasn't speaking to that, but she was still registered to speak to the MDP, but I don't have her on my MDP public hearing list. Did she registered? I'm seeing a yes. Okay, I'm just writing her down. Sandy, you are on the list. Sorry about that. The next on my list, though, is Grant Minor. Grant, I saw you. Yes, there you are. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'd just like to clarify something before I actually start. The documents in the City Council meeting agendas show that I was representing BLESS, and I brought it to the attention of Ledge Services as soon as I saw that. I'm not representing BLESS. I have no involvement with them. I'm speaking on behalf as a resident, just for clarity.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
sorry. My list has you as a resident.
Oh, I see it's been changed then, is it? Thank you very much.
The agenda, yeah, okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, I'll start. My name is Grant Minor. I'm a long-term resident of St. Albert, and I'd like to thank Mayor Herron and City Council and administration for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'd also like to acknowledge the fine work the Flourish planning team has done. I've had the pleasure of having several discussions with Katie Mahoney, and I'd just like to point out that she's been very responsive and very helpful to myself as an individual resident. In many ways, the written policies respect existing communities and point the way towards reasonable growth, but I do have a couple concerns. One is to do with the wording, and one is to do with map 3, with no reference to any specific development. So the first issue, the first reading, there was a suggestion that the wording should be softened in some specific policies. I'd like to suggest that if the wording is softened, it would be to meet the wishes of basically one of the stakeholders, and that's the developers. Flourish needs to maintain clear written policies that reflect the input of the citizens of St. Albert, not just developers. And it also needs to be understandable with rules and policies that can be trusted. And point out that investors do not like uncertainty, and that applies to homeowners as well. And when they buy a property, they should have some confidence that the written policies in Flourish or the NDP will be upheld, and also the existing ASB and LUB zoning surrounding the property. My second issue is with regard to map 3, which is titled as the Urban Structure and General Land Use Map. There's been different, I've been following Flourish since last year, and there's been different versions of map 3. The highlighting for mixed use has changed in style several times. The latest version is basically a pink dot, one small pink dot to highlight areas, I'm assuming, for where mixed use is envisioned. But it's impossible from that map to identify any legal lots or any properties. And there's no description of those properties, whether you're talking the west side of St. Albert Trail or the east side of St. Albert Trail, as to what properties are being referred to. There's nothing in Flourish about this. So the absence of written policies or text in Flourish seems to me problematic when you're trying to tie it to this map 3, and to suggest that map 3 would force in the future area structure plans or land use bylaws for any properties be changed, respectfully seems, in my opinion, makes no sense and doesn't have any validity, because there's no clarity whatsoever in those maps. And I'll reinforce that with the definition from the glossary in Flourish, which defines mixed-use nodes as areas within new neighborhoods that contain a range of commercial uses, apartment buildings and townhouses, and community services. So if I'm understanding Flourish correctly, it's mixed-use nodes should be highlighting new neighborhoods, not infill neighborhoods. So just to wrap up, I disagree with the suggestion that the municipal development plan needs to be changed just to be nimbler and more flexible. I'm asking council to please represent the citizens of St. Albert by honoring the 3 years of public consultation and stick to the stated goals in Flourish to protect and respect existing neighborhoods through gentle densification and proper missing middle transition. And also, the other point is, I guess I'll ask it as a question, and that is to get clarity is what is the intent of this map 3? Because in absence of clarity, I will offer that current ASP land use and zoning needs to remain in place until the actual due diligence and process is followed by administration and council, in particular for existing neighborhoods. So thank you for listening, and I hope my comments today will play a factor in your decision making.
Thank you, and thank you also for sending in your written submission that was included in our package. That was a good one to review ahead of time. Any questions for Mr. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Minor. It's Ken Mackay here. Just want to make sure on map 3, you're talking about urban structure and general land use. Is that the correct one? Just so I have it. So, because I'll follow up with a question with administration in relation to your question.
Page,
yes, it is. It's the urban structure and general land use maps that have changed back from last year to December and then to the most recent package that's in front of council.
And your concern, so I captured correctly, is just the overall lack of detail in this map?
Two concerns, Councillor. It is what is the intent of the map and how can it have an operative or valid use that might cascade down in the future into area structure plan and land use changes, because there is reference to that actually in Flourish as to that's the intent, but yet the map is so vague. And the second point is the definition of mixed use applies to new neighborhoods, not infill.
Thank you very much.
Any more questions? All right, moving on. Just so council knows, I'll declare, no matter where we are in the process, around 4:30, we'll take a bit of a break because I've been at it for a couple hours already. I have Sue Keating registered, but only to answer questions. So I'll come back to you, Sue, in a bit, and we'll go through the public presentations. Courtney Jensen, you're up next on my list.
Okay, just coming on. Let me know when to start.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Hey, I'm here to speak to you today on behalf of UDI in support of the amendments. Sue Keating spoke in my place at the last public hearing. Her letter was a pared down version of one sent from UDI to the MDP team in December. Hopefully I should be able to add some detail based on questions you had from the last discussion. The consultation process on the MDP was excellent, and these remaining concerns are a very small list. We're excited to be part of the vision represented by this plan. These last remaining concerns mostly revolve around the level of detail we expect to see in an NBP. MDPs are meant to be higher level. They should focus on goals the city would like to achieve and leave the execution detail to the LUB and engineering standards. We don't want to see items that might limit flexibility in how the city can grow and diversify in an efficient way. UDI doesn't just represent land development businesses. We also indirectly represent future residents of St. Albert that will live in the communities we build. Developers hold real-time expertise on what the market is demanding. We make significant investments in the city and take on risks that what we build will sell. UDI is very much in support of the overall goals of Flourish, but we want to make sure policy doesn't prevent us from working with administration to find creative ways of doing so in cases where one solution doesn't fit all. Most of our concerns are based on ensure or require statements that leave no room for flexibility in execution, and we simply suggest policy that encourages as opposed to prescribes. Speaking to items in order of the table from administration, I'll start with item 6.2.4, ensuring employment areas contain parcels of varying sizes. We often deal with buyers prior to parceling out our commercial and industrial land and build to suit based on needs that are already known. Forcing parcels to be of certain sizes just in case results in more land possibly sitting stagnant without the tax benefit of a business for the city. Item 8.2.2 requires high interconnectivity through small block sizes. Requiring small block sizes puts a requirement in place that isn't clear for us to interpret. What size is small? If the goal is higher interconnectivity for non-vehicular purposes, walkways achieve this goal better than more roads, which work against density while creating more hard surface infrastructure to maintain in the future. Item 8.4.3a, providing sidewalks or multi-use trails on both sides of all roadways. We support sidewalks on both sides of the roads in most applications as per Complete Streets requirements. However, we'd like some flexibility to get creative and better meeting pedestrian and cycling needs. As an industry, we've been having a lot of conversation, and an example of a solution we'd like to explore further is allowing for walkways behind lots in limited applications. For example, if there were a stretch of homes along a road leading to a school, rather than having a sidewalk along a street, perhaps there could be a stretch with walkway behind the homes, allowing for children and vehicles to have separate spaces. Current MDP wording prohibits this. Sue actually lives on a lot like this, and it was an appealing feature for a young family. The suggested change would not create an open door to remove sidewalks. Engineering standards still require them. To best meet transportation needs, we need to think outside of just the street. We aren't advocating for less infrastructure, just infrastructure where it works best for meeting the goal of the time. Item 11.4.5, school sites prior to 30% of subdivision. We completely understand that early enough school site dedication is important. Location of MRN school sites is determined through the ASP process, which goes to council and public hearing. If a developer places a school site to meet the needs of the city or the overall neighborhood, and it doesn't fall adjacent to the first 30% of development, having this as a hard and fast rule will lead to leapfrogging development. Council can and should influence school site timing as part of the ASP process, and this level of detail is too much, we feel, for the MDP. Finally, item 14.6.9 and 10. Each phase requiring a mix of low and medium housing forms and requiring phasing plans for new neighborhood to include multi-use buildings in early phases. These requirements are probably the most challenging for us. It creates a requirement that isn't clear to interpret. We have an ASP and stages, and phases aren't a term we currently use. Each ASP is planned cohesively, and higher density product is located strategically where infrastructure and amenities are best able to support it. Selling higher density sites is already becoming a greater challenge, and to try and do so before the infrastructure that gives it value in place will make investing in St. Albert significantly more difficult. Developers from
time is up. Courtney, we'll wrap it up in the next.
Okay. Yeah, I got 2 sentences. Developers and multifamily builders will have to budget to hold vacant sites until their value comes online. This will not achieve the ends it's meant to of an earlier build out. It will just result in earlier vacant multifamily sites. And then the end was just nice thank yous.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Hanson, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Courtney. We've got a summary of potential changes in our package, 8.2.2 you referenced. That particular item would require this document to go back to the EMRB for approval, which would extend the approval, obviously, of the whole MDP and put it off and potentially impact other projects with the delay. So I guess I'm asking you, is that what you're looking for, given the fact that UDI has had, well, you've been part of this engagement since the beginning? Does it mean that much to you, I guess, is what I'm asking.
I guess our understanding was that the removing and small block sizes was not a significant enough change to require circulation to the EMRB. I'm not sure how to answer that, as I have no direct contact with the EMRB. I'm not sure. Sue might have more information. Technically, Michaela would have more information on this, as she's been very involved in the EMRB ref process, as actually has Andrew. But neither of them are on the call.
Well, we can ask that question of administration of what the timelines may end up being if some of these amendments have to go through the ref process again. So I guess from your perspective, I was under the impression that UDI wanted to see this done.
We do, certainly. We want to see it done. I guess for us, the small block sizes, just like, we don't know what it means or how it will be applied.
Okay.
Can I jump on that?
Yeah, you can. I'm done, Mayor.
So Courtney, I guess we do have a document here, and the opinion of our staff is that it does need to go back to EMRB. So let's just assume they're right. We can ask where they got that information when we get to back to staff for questions, but let's just assume they're right for now. I guess the question would like to hear is, would you rather see it passed today and these this one in particular, maybe some of the other requests dealt with at a later date, because that is still always an option. We do have to do an MDP amendment as soon as the annexation goes through, and so there'll be opportunities at that point to make some further changes. So just kind of testing the waters. What's your priority, getting it done today?
Sure, I think that we could live with that. It doesn't impact any of the development stages for this year because we all have approvals. And we wouldn't want to hold up other circulations that are waiting for this MDP to move forward. It's just something that we're asking council to consider because it just creates a lot of uncertainty to us. It might not be a problem, but we really don't know how it's going to be interpreted in the field.
Okay. Thanks for that honest answer. Any other questions from council? Seeing none. The list I have on my screen is slightly different from what I'm seeing on my piece of paper because I have Sandy Clark up next. Sandy, are you? Yeah, you're with us. So why don't you go now because you're up next on my list. On that list, I have two lists. Go ahead. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Herron, Council, Administration, and fellow St. Albertans. My name is Sandy Clark, and I'm here to make comment on Flourish as it relates to Oakmont and the mixed-use nodes. Flourish defines mixed-use nodes as areas within new neighborhoods. There are 5 in map 3, 4 are new. Oakmont is over 20 years old. Mixed-use nodes at 14.5.3 describe medium density housing. The existing botanical buildings are high density, which leads me to believe that the intention is that the 3 undeveloped parcels are intended to become the mixed-use node.
Ms. Clark, I've muted you. No opinions about the Oakmont development, whether it should be mixed use or not, it can be heard today. And don't forget the Oakmont development is being judged against the old MDP. So I'll unmute you, or you'll have to unmute yourself, I think. But please don't talk about the Oakmont development specifically.
Through the MDP process, I've seen the pink notation at the corner of Boudreaux and Belrose repeatedly identified as existing commercial. Only recently has that pink connotation grown to include in the final stages of the MDP as a mixed use node with the resulting implications. I'm here to ask that this area be removed from map 3 and be placed more appropriately within the neighborhood connotation. This current draft of the MDP will result in changes to the Oakmont area structure plan. Changing the current ASP to commercial uses in apartment buildings.
Ms. Clark, I'm sorry, this is getting much too specific about a public hearing that we are having potentially on May 18th. So general.
With all due respect, Mayor Herron, I don't know how I can't reference this particular corner given that it's designated as a mixed use node. If you'd like me to refer it some other way, but it is in that location that the mixed use node has been identified.
In the new MDP.
Right, and that's what we're here talking about.
You're right. So if something changes in Oakmont, we will have to amend. It's complicated because of the timing of the MDP, but don't forget Boudreaux is being judged against the old MDP. So
and I recognize that, but we're also talking about moving forward with a new MDP, which ultimately could impact this particular property.
And any changes that are in the transition period, I don't know how to say that, will have to be rectified to make sure that they all align. But right now, I cannot allow any comments about the Oakmont area structure plan until the public hearing. I'm sorry, but that's.
I'm asking that council amend this bylaw to reflect that corner is neighborhood and not a mixed use node. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions, Mrs. Clark? Seeing none. I have next Al Henry.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor Herron and councilors. I'm Al Henry, president of Big Lake Environmental Support Society, and I'm here to speak to the economic benefits of Lois Hole Provincial Park. St. Albert is only one of 2 Alberta cities with a major provincial park on its boundaries. It's within an hour's drive of over 1 million people, and it's an asset that has largely been ignored as a major economic stimulus for St. Albert. Parks attract a huge number of tourists, and this contributes to local businesses and economies. Tourists have increased interest in outdoors and nature-based activities, and they're willing to travel to pursue special interests and experiences. Not only do parks attract new businesses, but they also provide job opportunities and lifestyle benefits that hold residents in the area and resulting in dynamic changes that support a sustainable local economy. In addition, parks generate part-time and full-time employment in respective areas through construction workers, laborers, ongoing maintenance of trails. And according to a report by the U.S. National Park Service, increases in property values range from 5% to 32%. The Lois Hole Provincial Park is the 5th most important birding area in the province. It is a major stopover for migratory birds, and it has been designated an IBA, important bird area, with only 200 other locations worldwide having this designation. Now, birders worldwide search out these special areas. Thousands of birds visited Big Lake this year and provided wonderful experiences to the birders and nature lovers. It's a unique ecosystem, and it's very, very fragile. Provincial parks generate a province-wide impact of $1.2 billion and more than 23,480 person-years of employment. Lois Hole Provincial Park will produce more revenue and spin-off revenue from tourism that can be generated from any other source. Now, the city's in the midst of some major changes for Lois Hole Provincial Park. I would hate to see this unique gem destroyed by short-term gain of a few development dollars when this opportunity for Lois Hole Provincial Park is waiting for economic planning from St. Albert to develop the tourist potential. But this is your legacy, and without your help, this unique area could easily be destroyed. It's the only area left for wildlife, and without it, we become poor. Thank you. I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Questions? Councillor Mackay has one.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. I appreciate you coming today and speaking on the topic of the Big Lake and the Lois Hole Provincial Park. I appreciate your comments. Just like previous comments in relation to that Councillor Hanson had to UDI, when we were presented with this at the an earlier public hearing in March, the administration had an opportunity to respond. Have you made yourself familiar with the response of city administration, in particular on page, I guess, 1063 of the agenda package? I'm not sure whether or not you have that in front of you.
I do not.
Okay. I mean, maybe what I'll do is I'll ask the question in relation to the response administration has put forward in relation to particularly the area referred to as A in the, I think it's area A is the exact title. So right. I'll ask the administration. So I just wanted to see if you guys had any additional information in relation to that.
We have, but it would appear that there's going to be no changes at this point. This information is mainly for the decision that the council gets to make. I mean, this provincial park costs the city nothing, but they get all the benefits, and there's no maintenance to be done. It's all provincial cost. So dollar wise, as a draw for tourism, and the spinoff from that, it's quite remarkable. We did bring 3 areas of concern forward. They were small adjustments, and a lot of it had to do with just the naming of those areas as industrial land as opposed to keeping them as parkland. So does that answer your question?
Sorry, you're here somehow. I guess what I'll do is I'll ask administration to explain a little bit more, because in relation to their response, perhaps some of your concerns would be dealt with when area structure plans are developed, and there could actually still be that development or that designation in relation to address some of your concerns. But it's better that maybe they would be able to explain it than me go through that whole process right now.
Well, true enough. We're very concerned with the extension of Leclerc Way and the area designation as industrial. And you're probably right. This is more of to bring to the attention that, like you say, it's very unique. Nothing like this exists anywhere else. And industrial development and expansions, such as the extension of Leclerc Way, would absolutely affect Lois Hole Provincial Park and probably destroy it. So that being made, like you say, you're the guys that get to make the decision. So I'm not sitting in your seat, so I can't make those decisions. But thank you for your time.
No, thank you for your questions and your appearance.
Any more questions for Mr. Henry? All right. Thank you, Mr. Henry, for joining us. I think you've been here before. We'll have questions for administration at the end of all the public, so you might want to hang on. Next on my list, I have Doug Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Herron and councillors. As you've already heard from a few people today, we've clearly identified an area of concern, an area to which I'm also asking you to respond. This area on the map, in the blue circle, I got to lean the right way here. This area here is what we're referring to. It has to be excluded from the areas that have been shaded, that have been identified as mixed use nodes on the Flourish plan. The circled area is the area we're highlighting. The blue color is indicative of the color that I turned when it was first highlighted. The area is not a new neighborhood, which is a requirement in the definition of mixed use node. So I want to make this very simple. The area has been shaded on map 3 in the Flourish document. The area does not match the definition of mixed use node, yet it has been highlighted as mixed use node. How does that square with any kind of planning, any kind of plan development? Also, that area is not included as a density and growth intensification target on map 4. So why then is this area on map 3 highlighted as a mixed use node? Whether its inclusion was intentional or an oversight by administration, it must be removed. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And we'll probably be asking our staff that question. Any questions of Mr. Hartman right now? Okay. Do you have a question? Yeah. All right. Next on my list is Mr. Ken Crutchfield. I see his name there. Mr. Crutchfield, are you with us?
Can you hear me, Mayor Herron?
We sure can. Would love to see you if you want to turn on your camera.
All right. Hopefully it's on now.
Okay, go ahead. 5 minutes.
Okay, I got my clock going. Thank you, Mayor Herron and councillors. An exciting day. It may be presumptuous on my part, but I want to bring a human face to the public hearing that is culminating, that is a culmination of an extensive consultation that I was involved in, along with a lot of other people. I find it ironic that in the first reading of the 3 proposed bylaws for Riverbank Landing today, it presages the identification of mixed-use nodes that in the 2007 city plan, it was called a neighborhood activity center. At this point, I believe the municipal development plan set out under bylaw 20 is a representative document of the conclusions and consensus reached by the community. Contentious points continues to exist in the document, but it also sets out an expectation for ongoing deliberations to resolve matters sensitive to community interests. And I think the previous speaker from UDI kind of reflects that interest. Of continuing concern to me is in the inevitable development opportunism that ever shadows and challenges land use planning. These opportunistic efforts by all kinds of landowners potentially compromises the benefits of long-range planning in return for short-sighted gains. The MDP stands as a grounding point for what businesses, community groups, homeowners, and residents see as a foundation of land use and development in a forward-thinking community. As elected officials approving the MDP today, you are conveying assurances that the MDP is a reliable plan on which to make long-term investment decisions. Once approved, this proposed MDP has sufficient detailed direction that it can be relied upon beyond the tenure of this council. It provides substantive direction to guide implementation by administration. The MDP is more than a guideline. The policies it contains are succinct in defining boundaries on permitted and discretionary decision-making. It uses wording that reflects the tenor of the extensive discussions with the community, notwithstanding the concern that some may have that it wasn't definitive enough in terms of some of the words that were used. The compromises have been made, the lines have been drawn. Any changes at this point should only happen if a significant number of those directly involved in the consultations are now making a demand for change. This NDP correctly identifies that change is happening and endeavors to anticipate the direction that land use planning needs to go as St. Albert grows. One area likely attractive to development opportunism involves the current direction on multi-use nodes. Many of the nodes identified in the MDP may not be problematic because they are identified in areas yet to be developed. However, one multi-use node is situated in an existing neighborhood. It has become a flashpoint of contrasting expectations between the existing community and the landowner. There is a path forward. As it concerns location within an established community, the MDP sets the direction that these nodes should be complementary to the communities they are situated in. Scope and scale matter. Further, these nodes are expected to be small, community-based gathering places, inclusive of small business enterprises. Large buildings were not a condition for establishing these nodes, especially when proposed in proximity to the river outside of the trail corridor and the proposed light rail transit line. In closing, the MDP is the backbone of good city growth. The proposed expansion of St. Albert's boundaries warrants statements in the MDP that describes how St. Albert intends to incorporate these lands and move forward. Stewardship of that plan falls to administration to strongly advocate for adherence to the plan in the face of inevitable requests to change land use zoning. It is incumbent upon council to seriously reconsider any change to the MDP, especially when it considers proposals to change land uses in mature neighborhoods. Ultimately, this NDP must be seen as a document with integrity when it comes to implementation. A promise made is a promise kept. With reference to bylaw 20 of 2020, I am in favor of the municipal development plan with the amendments put forward by administration, who in closing, I would say, did a tremendous job on behalf of council in consulting with the community. And I believe the document stands as a testament to the community's interest and direction for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crutchfield. Is there any questions for Mr. Crutchfield? I am seeing none. I'm going to Let's do one more presentation from Andy Lashik, and then we'll take our break, Council. Is Andy with us? Yes, I see him there.
Yes, I am.
Thank you for joining us. If you have 5 minutes, start when you're ready.
Madam Mayor and councillors, St. Albert's low-rise, tree-lined neighborhoods are a defining feature of the city. Increasingly, the properties in these areas are being redeveloped and replaced with new detached houses, semi-detached houses, townhouses, and compatible low-rise apartment buildings. The following policies ensure development in St. Albert's neighborhoods. Sensitivity accommodates more diverse forms of housing and a wider mix of uses at appropriate locations, while respecting the neighborhood's scale and character. Neighborhoods, scale, and character. Taken from this NDP document, Neighborhood Section 14.6, the following policies also guide the planning and development of new neighborhoods that are subject to area structure plans. 14.6.2 of this document states, regulate neighborhood redevelopment. 1, appropriate transitions in height, scale, and design with other buildings in immediate surroundings. I cannot support the Belrose Boudreau lots 230, 250, and 300 for the mixed-use node inclusion.
Sorry, Mr. Lashik, as soon as we got reference to specific area structure plans and upcoming public hearings, I just muted you to ask you to refrain from mentioning specifics. I can't unmute, you have to do that yourself.
In closing, I'm asking the council remove the mixed use node designation from map 3 for the 3 properties.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I am going to take a break. Apologize that this is taking so long to all of the public that are wanting to participate, but it's a big day and I appreciate your time. So it is almost 4:30. We'll get back at 5 o'clock and we'll continue. Next up to speak will be Mr. Jerry Hassar. We are back. Sorry. All right. Hope everyone enjoyed a bit of a break. Have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more public members wanting to address the Flourish MDP amendment, or sorry, not even amendments, the new MDP plan. Next on my list is Mr. Jerry Hussar. I see him ready to go. Thank you for being punctual, Jerry. You can start whenever you're ready.
First, Mayor Herron, a point of order, if I may, please. I want to confirm that the city received an email from me that contains a list of several citizens who have consented to allow me to speak on their behalf at this public hearing, as we have the same or similar concerns about one part of Flourish. I do not ask for extra time to speak, just an acknowledgement that their names have been received and are on record.
Just hold on, Mr. Hussar. I have not received anything to say that you can speak on behalf of any, and it has to be from that resident. Do we have anything?
Mayor, if I can ask Mr. LaFleur to address this?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was muted. It was my fault. So
Okay.
we have received confirmations from approximately half, I think, Cheryl, the exact number I think is what, 28 or 29 of the people that Mr. Hussar had previously told us he was going to be speaking on behalf of. Basically, we felt that that's fine. You can do that under the procedure bylaw, but we needed confirmation from these people that he really is speaking on their behalf. So this only came in today. We had almost no time to do that, but we've sent out emails and we've received confirmations for probably about 30 of them. I haven't counted the exact number, but quite a few of them. So I am satisfied that Mr. Hussar did indeed, get these people to have him speak as their agent. It isn't all of the ones on the list, but I can say though that as Mr. Hussar has just said, they're all of essentially the same point of view. So I don't know that that's a big deal. We could, if you want, give the names that we do have of people that want him to speak on their behalf.
I mean, this has never happened before, Mr. LaFleur, but don't you think it would have been something council should have been aware of before we got into a public hearing of who is speaking and on behalf of who?
Well, of course it should have been. We were only told by Mr. Hussar literally mid-morning, right, that this is what was going to happen. Maybe it was earlier in the morning. It was today. It was this morning. We didn't have time. We were scrambling to try to reach these people. And as I say, we still haven't heard back from half of them. If on that basis, if council wants to reject Mr. Hussar speaking on their behalf on the grounds that it just was sprung on us too late for us to deal with, that's fine too. We're just trying our best to try to accommodate as many people as we can here. It's difficult.
Yeah. Okay. How about this, Mr. Hussar, without mentioning any names of people you're acting as an agent for, I'll give you your 5 minutes. And those residents that did email back with a confirmation, just forward those names to council, just those names that gave confirmation. It doesn't have to be immediately because we can't read it right now. We need to listen, but that will wait because not all, it's just some. So Mr. Hussar, does that work for you?
Yes, Mayor Herron. I just wanted to say that we did reach out. One of our group had actually contacted Mr. LaFleur, who responded last evening about rules and procedures for such an event. Our research showed that there was minimal, if any, information about this. Mr. LaFleur provided some recommendations to us, but of course we started reaching out to our people before we got that response.
All right, so why don't you go ahead with your 5 minutes, Mr. Hussar, and then the names of those of you who are speaking that have confirmed that you're speaking on their behalf will be forwarded to council after.
Shall I start?
Yeah, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. For clarity, I will speak about 3 properties in Oakmont and their designation within MAP 3 and Flourish.
Okay, Mr. Hussar, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again to the rest of the speakers. Any reference to the 3 properties of Oakmont is not permissible during the Flourish MDP hearing. If we didn't have a public hearing on Oakmont in the next couple of weeks, it would be fine, but we do have a public hearing on Oakmont. Those comments will have to be refrained from until that time. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and continue, but I'm going to mute people that mention Oakmont or the 3 properties from now on. Otherwise, I'm going to get called by point of order from my own counsel.
Well, Madam Mayor, section 30.2 says that any person who claims to be affected by the subject matter of the public hearing shall be afforded an opportunity to be heard by counsel.
Hussar, on May 18th.
Pardon me?
We will absolutely have a public hearing for Oakmont and those 3 properties. I guarantee you, it'll be all day.
But the matter of this public hearing, if, in my opinion, if Flourish passes with these properties targeted for mixed use, it would be comparable to council changing the law while the matter is before the courts. If map 3 stays as is, it could arguably influence the outcome of the public hearing that you're referring to in those properties. So it has a...
Okay, Mr. LaFleur, I need somebody, I'll explain it one more time. We have an MDP currently. Developers, landowners bring requested changes to area structure plans, land use bylaws that sometimes spur a change to the MDP. It happens all the time. Approving this MDP as is or not amending it will not influence how we approach the bylaws 7, 8, and 9. They will not influence. The MDP, once it's approved, will be subject to amendments for the rest of its life, whether it's 30 years or 50 years. I'm just going to ask Mr. LaFleur to maybe say that in a better way than I just did, because I've tried.
So through the chair, I'm not entirely clear which 3 properties Mr. Hussar is referring to. May I ask him, are you referring to the exact 3 properties or the subject matter of bylaws 7, 8, and 9?
I'm referring to 300 Orchard Court and 230 and 250 Belrose Drive.
Right, those are the properties for which the owner has applied for amendments to the land use bylaw, the area structure plan, and the current existing MDP. And therefore, what the mayor is saying is that if you want to speak about those specific properties and how those could be impacted, the time to do that is when we have the public hearing for the application by the landowner to amend those statutory documents in respect of those properties. But that's not what's before council tonight. What is before council tonight is a new municipal development plan. Now, there is one aspect in which the municipal development plan, does speak to that area of Oakmont in respect of which what I'm getting at is that it does single them out or identify them as a place for potential intensification. If someone wishes to speak to the concept of intensification on a general conceptual level in that area of the city, that's fine. What the mayor, I think, is trying to say is don't bring in comments about a very specific application, which is a subject matter of a different procedure. It's not.
As I mentioned, I modified my presentation because of what happened before the break. During the break, I modified my presentation to avoid talking about any development. It's okay. It's about, as you mentioned, it's about that small part of Flourish that happens to be referencing that part of Oakmont and those 3 properties. And
so I would, it's subject to the mayor's ruling. I would say, start. And if that's all you're talking about, you know, just basically that part of the proposed Flourish MDP, that should be fine. But you know, it's very difficult, I know, to avoid straying into talking about very specific development applications, but that's what you have to try to avoid doing.
I will avoid talking about the application that's in front of council earlier today. I will be talking about that part of Flourish, particularly map 3, and the designation for that part of Oakmont. Shall I continue?
Yeah, go ahead. No.
Okay. As I mentioned, I will.
Hold on one sec. Councillor Broadhead, unmute or put your mic on.
I'm just wondering how the blob relates to 300 and to whatever the other two plots of land are, because there's already a development there that fits this node characteristic. So that has to be somehow appearing in the MDP. So I'm just wondering how we differentiate between the two of them.
I think that's the first question we're going to have to ask staff when we get there, because I 100% agree with you. What lots those are. And all right, go ahead, Mr. Hussar. Just let's try to keep it at a conceptual level about intensification in general.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about the mixed use node, and I speak to you today on behalf of several citizens, as Mr. LaFleur pointed out. We have a significant concern with map 3, urban structural and general land use, which is part of Flourish. It appears that the 3 properties that I spoke of are part of that designation described as a mixed use node, and we strongly oppose to that designation for these properties, which are currently, by the way, shown in the existing municipal development plan as residential and commercial respectively. The shape or characterization of a mixed-use node shown in Oakmont has changed with almost every version of Flourish without any explanation or feedback that we know of. In one version, a mixed-use node is designated by a dot. It's impossible to tell with certainty which properties are affected. However, the first reading version shows shaded property boundaries, and it is quite evident that all 3 properties are included in the mixed-use node. If this is what administration envisions, then we believe that administration has arbitrarily decided that there should be more intensive mixed-use development at this location than there already is. We believe that changes to map 3 eventually led to all properties being showed as mixed use were made for a reason. If the intent is for these properties to be mixed use, we believe council would be breaking a contract that the city made with residents from Oakmont and Erin Ridge regarding the use of these lands, especially 300 Orchard Court, which is clearly shown as residential in the current municipal development plan, and low density residential in the Oakmont area structure plan. Having a mixed use node in this area serves no purpose. It is not new. It is not a new neighborhood. So why put it there at all? What harm is caused if council removes the mixed use node from this area, or at least makes it clear that the 3 properties are not part of the mixed use node? On the other hand, there could be irreparable, unwanted, or unintended consequences that boxes in future councils if this remains as a mixed use node. We contend that let the policies and Flourish provide the framework for future development, not a singular symbol or a connotation on a map. In closing, we oppose the mixed use node designation for 300 Orchard Court and 230 and 250 Belrose Drive, implied or otherwise. It isn't necessary to do so or justifiable. So for certainty and on behalf of several concerned residents, I ask that council amend map 3 or provide assurances that these properties are not included in the mixed use node. Otherwise, I submit that the rights and ability of residents to question whether any mixed use development is appropriate or suitable for this land will be undermined. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hussar? I see no members of council putting their hand up, so I'm going to go to next on my list is Chris. Is it Jewett? Is Chris with us? I'll come back to Chris. Is Stuart Nelson with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Hi, Stuart.
Hi.
I can hear you. I can't see you. Is that right?
Well, I can let you see me, but then you're going to say, what am I doing? I'm just driving to a parking stall here.
Do you want me to come back to you?
If you want to see me, there you go. No, I'm here. I'm just parking.
Okay. All right. I think
If you want to see me, I don't know why, but
you know the
there you
drill.
go.
5 minutes. You can start whenever you're ready.
All right. Get all this stuff out of the way. Anyway, I'm speaking on with regards to the MDP, this new MDP that is being proposed, and things always need to be refreshed and examined to make sure that they work with what is set out, what the community wants, and where we're going. And I guess in general, this plan seems to work. However, I think we have some conflicts. They've been identified earlier between your map 3 and your map 4, where we have these priority growth areas where we're identifying where high density, et cetera, is going on map 4, but map 3, most of it coincides. Is along St. Albert Trail, and we have some nodes out in new areas to the west. However, there's a node out in the east side, just east of St. Albert Trail, east of Woodrow, that is listed, that is really outside. It's a developed neighborhood, not new, and it's problematic. So I oppose the designation of a mixed use node at that area and those properties. It's in opposition to what is good government and good governance to change things on the people in the middle. For some reason, somebody thinks that this has to be changed. It's not tied to anything else. This could go 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road if nothing gets developed there. But if it gets changed in the MDP to be a mixed use, that changes it down the road, and then somebody can do something different and do some high density in there that isn't and was not foreseen at the time when that area was developed and when most of the people end up purchasing their homes to live there. So the MDP as it stands is flourished, is not a bad document, but it needs an amendment to take those properties that are not really should not be changed to this mixed use designation. Leave them as commercial and residential, which is what they are. And to Councillor Broadhead's, the one end right now is zoned, it would comply as commercial, because I think that's what it is, or it's direct use, direct control, commercial, whatever. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Do we have any questions from members of council? Seeing none, I did see Chris jump on. Chris, is it Jewett? How do I say your last name?
Yeah, I've been called much worse. Thank you. Last name Duick.
Duick. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. I skipped by over you because you weren't. I don't know if you were on or not, but you are now. So I'll give you your 5 minutes now.
I won't take that. I just wanted to echo statements previously made by Mr. Hussar. I oppose the designations or the changing of the MDP for the 3 addresses that Mr. Hussar mentioned in his statement there earlier. That's all.
Oh, okay. Any questions for Mr. Duick? Seeing no questions, next on my list is Mr. Mike Killick. I saw him
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have two items I'd like to address today. As you're aware, the number one strategic priority for this council term from 2018 to 2021, number one strategic priority has been to develop a robust policy framework to guide growth. There's been a tremendous amount of public engagement going back to the two-day public summit on November 14th and 15th, back in 2018 at the Enjoy Center. In addition to the summit, the NBIN team here today on the call has done an excellent job at public engagement of both residents, businesses, and community groups. To water down the robust policy statements would fly in the face of all of that engagement. And I strongly support maintaining the document as written with policies that require rather than policies that just encourage. Policies that are very clear and have the word require in them provides clarity and certainty that is good for all stakeholders. This council, future councils, administration, investors, developers, and the current and future residents. I would strongly encourage and hope that council maintain the wording around policies that require as drafted rather than changing them to words that are open to an interpretation and ambiguity. My second point is now the infamous pink blob on the corner of Belrose and Boudreau. Again, I'm very concerned that this has just shown up in this particular version of Flourish where it wasn't on the map in the end of last year. In Flourish, it states maps clarifies where certain policies apply and contain supporting information relevant to Flourish. I repeat, maps clarify. However, it seems that this map 3 that we're now all painfully aware of is actually doing anything but providing clarity. It's a specific area that is providing significant confusion. I therefore request that before this bylaw is approved that map 3 and the now infamous pink blob at the corner of Belrose and Boudreau be corrected or at least changed back and eliminated so that there's no confusion of how this land will be treated in the upcoming near future and long-term future plans for development of that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Killick. Any questions for Mr. Killick? Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, are you opposed to all the amendments proposed by UDI?
In reading, yes, generally, Councillor Watkins, I am. I've read their administration's response to them, and I strongly support administration's recommendations.
So with respect to UDI's concern about, they said there's a concern that it says we want small block sizes, and they're unclear what a small block size is. Do you know what that is?
I would refer back to the explanation that was given by administration at the original council meeting. And I have that understanding. I couldn't provide any more clarity other than what was already provided by admin at the original meeting.
Yeah, my question is, how would you interpret a small block then? Because there seems to be some confusion in their understanding of what it is.
I think that would be better left to the discussion detail in the meeting with administration rather than me.
Yeah, okay, and UDI also had some concerns about school sites being developed prior to 30% of the subdivision being approved. And, you know, that could be, you could have 100 acres of land and the school site could be way on the other side of the land. So you may not, you could develop 30% of the land and have a big far space of open land between your existing development and the school site. So you don't see that as a concern?
Well, I support administration's recommendation on it. And I think that's more for better discussion later in the detail with administration and the rest of the council, rather than me giving my personal opinion on that particular point.
I was just asking because you'd given your personal opinion saying that you didn't agree with any of the amendments to UDI had proposed. So I was just asking you questions on why you didn't agree with them. And your answer to me seems to be you just support administration's recommendation.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Okay. Now, Julie, is it Dikowicz? She's laughing at me.
Hi. It's Dikowicz. And then the animal cow, and then itch.
Just don't worry about the J, Dikowicz.
It's crazy. I don't know. Too many consonants, not enough vowels.
I tried.
Good job.
All right. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. I started off with good afternoon, but now it's changed to good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'd like to begin by stating that I'm in complete agreement with Mrs. Clark, Mr. Hartman, Mr. Miner, Mr. Crutchfield, Mr. Huszar. I'm here to address an area of concern I have with the Flourish document before you today. I truly believe that the designation of a mixed-use node in map 3 in Flourish should be only used in new neighborhoods, unlike how it is labeled currently. Mixed-use nodes directly impact existing neighborhoods, some of which have been established in the St. Albert for 30 years. This specific area that's been highlighted countless times as mixed use has a direct impact on the surrounding neighborhoods, which is not a new neighborhood. Major open spaces in the Sturgeon River and Carrot Creek corridors and around Big Lake include natural features and parkland, which must be protected and enhanced as the city grows. These areas should not be labeled as mixed-use nodes. They should be protected as valuable space and land, not just for the residents of specific neighborhoods directly adjacent to, but for all residents of St. Albert. In closing, I'm asking you not to change, indicate, or even suggest that the mixed-use node designation be applied to established, mature, and existing neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions for Julie? Seeing none, I've got Mr. James Dean, and then if anyone has questions for Ms. Suze Keating. So Mr. Dean? Oh, Kathy Steffner is next. Sorry, I see her on the screen. Go ahead, Kathy. I totally apologize. Yes, you're up next, and then Mr. Dean.
No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Herron and councillors. The goals and objectives and policies of Flourish, as it is written today, reflect the value and aspirations of our community. This document is the joint efforts of thousands of stakeholders and residents of St. Albert and countless hours of development to capture the desire of people of St. Albert in regards to the vision for future growth. Please respect this document as it has been written, as it will ensure that this vision is fulfilled. Strong and direct language will ensure the success of Flourish and fulfill the vision of the stakeholders and residents who built this guiding document for future growth and development. Realizing that the MDP is the backbone of city planning and development and provides the guiding principles for future development, the vagueness and discrepancies in the drafts of map 3 regarding the potential mixed-use node sites are alarming and concerning. As shown in the current draft of map 3, it is impossible to determine if these areas are being redefined as a mixed-use node for future development, or if it is only reflecting the current development. There is at least one mixed-use node in map 3 that is an existing and established neighborhood and not a new neighborhood as defined in Flourish. And I feel it should not be included as such in the final version of the MDP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Kathy? Seeing none, I'm going to go to Mr. James Dean. Thank you for sticking this out this long time. We've been online now for 3.5 hours. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Heron and City Council for allowing me to speak. I am in favor of the bylaw 20/2020 with one suggested adjustment. Currently, map 3 of the NDP indicates mixed use nodes, multiple mixed use nodes. The glossary of Flourish defines a mixed use node as an area within new neighborhoods. Map 3 shows all of the mixed use nodes except for one are in new neighborhoods, and some of which haven't even been developed yet. The MDP is a guiding document that will steer development for decades to come. It is an excellent document. 3 years of great work by the community, business, and city administration went into it. When there are development questions anywhere in our city, the MDP policies will prevail over the ASP and LUB. This is vital for any future requests for ASPs and LUB amendments. I'm asking council to accept bylaw 20/2020 with a simple amendment of removing the single mixed use node that does not fit the definition in its own glossary. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions for Mr. Dean? Okay. Okay, seeing no questions. We did have Sue Keating registered to speak, but only to answer questions. So I'll turn it over to council. Do you have any questions for Ms. Keating? Seeing none. I am now going to go to administration and, oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I just had a question of Ms. Keating. Maybe she could explain how the development industry determines school sites and when they develop and bring forward those school sites.
Sue, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. But I'm sorry, could I just ask Ray to repeat the question?
Yes, there was one of the amendments you wanted was to eliminate the requirement to develop a school site once 30% of the subdivision is developed. And I was just wondering if you could explain to us how you determine when you are going to develop a school site in a neighborhood.
Sure. The school site school sites, along with many other features of the community, commercial sites, different housing products, other park spaces, it gets determined on like a very holistic level. So, you can't really think about one without the other. And so I think the point you were making earlier, Ray, to one of the residents who was speaking was accurate, just in like many factors kind of go into that. And so to be clear, it's not our industry's goal to try to bring school sites on at the end. And in many cases, we actually do bring them on in the time that council sort of is desiring. And at the ASP level, that's a document that goes to council. So there will be a number of opportunities for any council to be able to kind of weigh in on the ASP and how that's laid out and where the school site is and the timing of it at the ASP level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Hughes has a question as well.
Hi, Ms. Keating. Thanks for coming. Specifically, what I'm concerned about is the small block sizes that I had put forward as one of the potential amendments. And then, I guess, if this were to continue, like one of the possibilities is this isn't passed today, like this amendment, let's say it wasn't passed and it wasn't discussed even for a year or more, which to me would think that it may not be discussed at all. What would be the implications to having to do this with, when you read small block sizes, what is the problem with it?
Sorry. At this point, I think our main problem is just that it's a bit too vague and it isn't very clear to us what that means, and if there is sort of an intention to go towards more of a grid pattern, or if that can kind of be a policy that isn't clear enough, and so it could be conveniently relied upon to kind of sway the style of development into a certain direction. So I think that if that wording was worked through a little bit more with a bit more clarity, it might be something we could work with. But that's my biggest concern at this point, is just the uncertainty.
Okay. And if this was, right now administration is believing that it needs to go to the EMRB for approval if that amendment was passed. And I'm not sure if it actually does need to or not in the end, but that's what's being stated right now. So if that was the case, they're projecting it could take several more months for the approval to occur. So for it to come back for council to approve that. So I guess I'm going to ask the same question that was asked by Councillor Hanson to Courtney, which is just how important is it for it to be done immediately? Or is it something that's important enough that you'd be willing to wait a month or more, or several months if necessary, to have the document done that way?
If council and administration was willing to make the amendments that we're recommending, we believe that they're worth waiting for. However, I am curious, and maybe somebody can just explain this to me about if there was a formal response from the EMRB. I had an informal discussion with them about our feedback, and they had indicated verbally that there was a lot of authority on the side of the municipalities to be able to make some of these types of amendments. And so that was the last that we had heard from the EMRB. And so I was just wondering if there was more of a formal statement that the EMRB provided.
Okay, when it comes time, I will ask that question. Thank you.
Okay.
That's
All right, I have no more, sorry. What am I doing? I have no more registered speakers, so it is time to go to administration. I think we've got a lot of questions for our staff. Councillor Hughes, why don't you start? You suggested you had one right there.
Sure. So I might as well just follow up with what we just discussed. So the statements of the potential changes for the, I think there's 3 locations where you said that if those amendments were to pass, it would go to the EMRB. Did you actually have discussions? Do we have anything in writing or anything that would show that this is actually a requirement? That if we remove those words, for example, small block sizes, it would suddenly require EMRB approval or review and reapproval?
So it's Christina, Adrian, Katie, jump in. Katie, is that you? Just go.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we did discuss these potential changes with EMRB staff, and they were of the opinion that collectively altogether, this would most certainly trigger another submittal to the EMRB. And they were particularly, I guess, concerned with the policy regarding small block sizes and interconnected streets, so that we can confirm that any changes to that policy specifically would trigger another REF submittal to the region.
I guess I'm trying to figure out why. On the 15th, when I brought this forward, it was said it was a fine to go ahead, but and then since that time it's changed. But I don't see how saying just removing the word small block sizes suddenly implies that there's going to be something other. Like, we're not saying you can't have small block sizes. We're not saying anything. Then it would just say higher connectivity for new development. And that would not imply that we're trying to decrease the walkability level either. But small block sizes is a nice way to describe grids, which we've already had several discussions about over the past several years. So I'm trying to understand why this would be a concern about walkability and why this would actually trigger, why EMRB says this is a trigger.
Katie, you're muted.
You're muted, Katie.
You unmuted, then you muted again immediately.
Oh, sorry. The EMRB's concern stemmed from, I guess, in respect to TOD development and how it is important for any successful TOD or transit-oriented development area to have walkability, connectivity, and to be supportive of the associated transit service. So that's where their concerns were stemming from. I can refer to Christina, she might have some more thoughts on that.
Yeah, that was the general statement that and sentiment that I heard as well, Katie. So I think you've answered that as best as we know.
But this statement of 8.22 does not specifically say TODs. This requires small block sizes throughout the entire all new developments. So if you were to say we wanted to have small block sizes and TODs, that would be a different can of worms. But this is saying it has to be everywhere. And removing that does not preclude TODs from having small block sizes. It just is silent on it. And then of course it would be, considering you're putting super high density, you would probably have small block sizes de facto. So I'm trying to figure out again, how confident that we are that if this were to pass, that it would actually require an ERB resubmittal, because there's nothing here about TODs. There's nothing here. Their concerns are not, I guess I would tell them they could be reassured this isn't a problem by removing those 3 words. It doesn't stop us from having small block sizes. It just does not make us have to have small block sizes, because it says required small block sizes. Those are the 2 words we got a problem with. So I'm trying to figure out here really, like this does not, I guess your answer, I'm not really accepting it at face value. So do they actually, their concern is TODs, because there's no mention of TOD in here? Or is there concern, I'm trying to figure out if we actually are going to require an EMRB review.
I guess the question is, you've talked to EMRB. They said if that change happens, it requires a ref application. Is that? No.
Yeah, is it
no,
all the
but
changes or
specific-
just
no,
this
they
one?
put yes beside a few of them. So if we make those changes today, does council automatically have to send it back for another ref application? Because you've already checked with EMRB and that's what they've said.
Like, how confident are you that that's going to be the answer tomorrow?
I think we're very confident. We discussed these proposed changes with EMRB staff. Ultimately, it's up to the city to decide whether we send an REF to the EMRB. But based on their feedback and their advice, any changes to that specific policy, they want to see it. So I would recommend that in keeping with those conversations, if there are changes to that proposed policy, that it go back to the EMRB for another review.
But if we were to look at this and actually say that small block sizes, taking out those 4 words does not actually stop St. Albert from being a very walkable city, and I actually argue that small block sizes make it less walkable, then because you're constantly stopping at corners to stop from being hit by various vehicles. So if we were to, but there's a possibility that when the dust settles, that we actually could review this and see it in a different light. Is that a possibility, or is it like, nope, we are moving this forward? Because I'll tell you this, I'm putting the motion forward today no matter what. So regardless of your answer is, regardless if there's a delay, I want to make sure this document is correct. So I will be putting this motion forward. So is there a possibility, you said that staff actually can review it and make decisions. So is there a possibility that when we review this, in the light of day, that we realize that this does not stop walkability and also does not affect ability for us to plan for TODs?
I'm gonna ask Mr. Scoble to jump in. I mean, you're the city manager, Mr. Scoble. Our staff has had an opinion from EMRB. Are you going to support them essentially not listening to EMRB staff? I guess help out your staff with this question.
Well, I think the planners have summarized it very well. The discussion has been had. The EMRB has recommended that it would most likely trigger a ref, but it's ultimately the city's decision whether to submit that or not. If we don't submit, then I guess, we run some risk of consequences, but I don't think it's fair to ask questions, what's the possibility, and getting into percentages and weightings, and like you're asking them for an opinion. They've provided their advice that the feedback from the EMRB was that this triggers a ref. I mean, we can change words and whatever, but I trust fully our planners have had a fulsome conversation with the staff that administer the EMRB regulations.
And I get what you're saying, Mr. Scoble, and that's why I asked you to comment. We've got the opinion. The question is, because this could influence how council votes tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We need to know tonight If we vote to change any of the ones on the piece of paper that says, yes, it triggers a ref, are we going for a ref? Because like, we can't wait till tomorrow for you to reevaluate. We need to know tonight before we vote. So if it says yes in this column, I need to know if it's going for a ref application. I need to know that before I vote. And that's why I'm asking you to make a call. You've got your EMRB recommendations, you've got your staff recommendations. We need to figure this out before we go to vote. This is the difference between approving it tonight, approving it in a month, or approving it after the next election. These are big consequences.
Point of order.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, that's not a fair question to administration.
If it affects a vote, then we'll just have to.
Well, you're asking now Mr. Scoble to come back with an opinion. And he's given you his.
Well, there's a decision that needs to be made, and it's got to be made at the top.
He's clearly identified that it's up.
But he hasn't said it.
I'll put it this way, Madam Mayor, unless the council directs us differently, we will submit a ref application to the EMRB.
Okay, that helps. That helps, because that's what I was trying to get at is I've heard an opinion that it's going to go for sure, or not for sure, but I just don't need to know. So if you want it to not have a ref application, do you need a motion?
I have a
Yeah,
question.
I'll come to you right away. Mr. LaFleur?
I don't think we can do that.
Did you have your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that council could certainly pass the motion that Mr. Scoble just referred to, basically specifically directing administration not to refer the MDP back, regardless of what amendments you may make. However, if it turns out that objectively it should have been referred and it wasn't, that is ammunition for someone to challenge the entire MDP. Okay, just so you know that. So you're taking some risk when the MDP staff, who are the experts, sorry, the EMRB staff, who are the experts, have said, we've looked at this. Boy, if you go there, we need to review that again. If you choose to bypass them, you're running the risk that someone who doesn't like that decision could successfully quash the bylaw in court. Just so you know that.
Okay, that helps. Okay. I'm still at Councillor Hughes, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Watkins.
I just, one more question. So if it goes to the MRB, can it go for approval in May, or when would be the next slot that would go for approval to the MRB? In our best guess.
I can try to answer this question. I don't have, I don't know when the EMRB is meeting next, because this would actually have to go through that process as well. So we could look to resubmit it, but I don't know. We would have to look at the timing, and it would be up. It could cause problems with getting this heard by this council.
So you're telling me let's assume that they're meeting in May and we pass this today. Could we submit it for the May? I don't know how much advance notice you have to give them to do the submission. So typically when we submitted it, how much advance notice do we have to give them for it to go for approval at the EMRB?
It takes a minimum of 3 months for them to make a decision. So I would say 3 months is an ideal time frame. And I would like to highlight that just because we send it back to the region doesn't mean we'll get approval the next time. So this plan was carefully crafted to ensure conformance with the EMRB plan, to ensure alignment with the growth plan. And I just want to highlight to council that it is a risk should we send this back for approval again as a brand new REF application. There is a chance that we might not be as successful the next time.
How many other communities are you aware of that have the words high interconnectivity and require small block sizes in their MDP? Are we aware of anybody else who has those words? I'm just looking for precedent here.
You could look at Fort Saskatchewan's brand new MDP. They have very strong language in regards to that matter.
Did they say those exact words? Require small block sizes?
I think they go one step further actually and refer to a grid pattern.
They go right to the grid, but we're just describing a grid. We're describing a grid and they just say grid. That's the difference?
Well, we're describing built form, which supports walking, which supports connectivity, which supports other modes of transportation, public transit.
Okay, this is the one problem that I've had moving forward on this, is that the process that we currently have here does not actually allow council to have input in this document without having massive delays. Because before it came forward to the MRB, we couldn't make motions before it went to the MRB. Then it goes to the MRB, can't make motions before that. Then we have a public hearing. And now we're being told if you make any changes, it has to go back to the MRB and it'll be months and months and months delay. So it certainly discourages council from actually having any documents in here. Now I realize that we had several feedback sessions over the past several years, but basically it was feedback so that administration wrote the document. And at this point, I feel like there's a lot of pressure for us just to rubber stamp it as is, because the penalty is months and months and months of delay. So I honestly believe that this process of having any EMRB approval should be sent after the document is final and not before, because otherwise we're basically making a document final before we actually had a chance to review it or make amendments. And that's what we're now facing today, is that we are now having a document that's been approved as a final without having public input, without having council be able to provide proper input or make decisions or votes, and being threatened about having months and months and months delay as a reason for us to not to do this. So I'm hoping that Ledge Services hears this and realizes that this process needs to be changed. It needs to be changed promptly so that this does not continue to occur. So we've not had other problems with other areas, but this is the potential problem, and we're seeing it happen today, and it can happen again in the future. So that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Mackay, Councillor Hanson, and then Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through administration, obviously, starting way back with our first presenter, Mr. Minor, we started talking around map 3, and there was certainly some concerns subsequent to that in relation to the identified mixed nodes areas. Is administration, can administration deal with some of the questions and concerns into kind of this is my word, the kind of the vagueness of map 3, or is it just meant to be that general, or how would you describe the purpose of map 3?
I can start through you, Madam Chair. The MDP is the city's highest level planning document. So the main map within that document, the future land use map, typically is high level as well. In keeping with MGA requirements, it does outline future land uses on a citywide scale. And as such, because it is citywide, it is difficult to get down to the parcel when we're doing this level of planning. Especially in areas that are developing, that are where change is envisioned. It gets quite challenging when you get down to the parcel. Our current MDP city plan, the map is a little more parcel specific. The lines are a little bit straighter. The edges are a bit sharper, and that has resulted in MDP amendments triggered by the map. So they're kind of more of a technical amendment. And so we've designed this map to be higher level conceptual, to set out future land uses, I guess, at very high level, and that further details would be determined through future ASP planning, area redevelopment planning, and subsequent planning processes. And I'll just maybe look to Christina or Adrian to provide any more insight on that.
I agree with Katie's statement. I think it was well answered. If there's any additional questions, though, we are willing to answer them.
No, I guess just building off of some of the challenges. So, I mean, specifically, I mean, some of the identified areas as being mixed nodes are scattered throughout the map, and obviously certainly are detailed enough that they identify certain areas of the community. But what you're saying, extending that, would be is that those are kind of just conceptual under the MDP, and that greater detail will be available as other sub-municipal plans come forward, like ASPs or redevelopment areas? Or are they specific to what the definition of mixed node would be under new neighborhoods? Or can they be pretty much anywhere on that map 3? For example, could we have a mixed node? Well, I guess we do have one in Erin Ridge North, but it's along the commercial corridor there, right? So do you follow what my question would be there?
I think so. So at a high level, the MDP identifies where those areas would be, but the exact limits of those areas would be determined through subsequent planning documents. The way this document has been structured is in conjunction with the land use designations. There are associated policies that coincide with those land use designations. So for example, mixed use node, there are specific policies that need to be read in conjunction with the map.
Thank you. So removing any of these mixed node on the map, bearing in mind our previous conversations in relation to moving it back to MRB and RF, I would imagine if we were to move them, would it also require, would you suspect that this would be require or trigger a ref back to EMRB?
I would say yes, but we would have to confirm that with the EMRB staff.
I would second that opinion.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just wanted to, I can only assume based on the last response to the previous question. Going then into some of the presentations by Mr. Henry and previous ones earlier on at the first portion of the public hearing around the area that they've identified as Area C, so south of Meadowview, or Area A, pardon me, south of Meadowview Road, the existing Meadowview Road. When I asked Mr. Henry if he had actually seen the city's response to their concerns, he hadn't. Is it possible for administration to provide your reasons so that it's public? I know it's public, it's written here, but can you provide some of your concerns as to that? Plus also it is identified here as something that would actually go back to the EMRB if we actually did amend it.
Sure. So the proposed suggestion was to redesignate land south of Meadowview from employment to major open space. We had flagged our concerns with that because the open space designation, or basically any green on the map, reflects floodplain lands or lands the city owns, and or lands within the existing limits of Lois Hole Provincial Park. So then to extend that green onto privately owned lands that we don't own would set up the expectation from the community that the city would then facilitate potential acquisition of those lands and creating those lands for park purposes. So there's financial implications with the acquisition of table lands or of developable lands. And we haven't had those conversations with those particular landowners at this point. Also, from a servicing perspective, it is beneficial to have development on both sides of Meadowview Drive, so the north and south side. If not, it would become quite costly to just have development on the north end of Meadowview Drive. That was part of our rationale for extending the limits of Lakeview Business District to include the completely developable lands south of Meadowview Drive.
Sorry, thank you for your response. I mean, part of the concerns around environmental protection of the wetlands, potentially protection of Lois Hole Park, using it even as a tourist attraction. I mean, certainly in no way, is it your opinion that right now with the current designation under the MDP, that doesn't put that at risk? We can certainly look at dealing with that again through ASPs or once further development happens in the relation to that. We could even look at realigning potentially Meadowview Drive. Is that these these concerns would be addressed at next development level?
Yeah, through future planning processes, that's where we can get into the exact limits of development, well, what the city would be taking as ER. Is the city interested in acquiring any MR or conservation reserve in those areas? Looking at the mitigation measures, setbacks, kind of all those details would come in subsequent planning processes.
And then finally, and I appreciate your responses, the area that they identify as Area B, and I believe there is some planning that the province has around extending that into as part of Lois Hole. I think there's even some, whether it's walkways or actually a structure or that. I mean, in no way, and is our MDP put that at risk, or is there concerns that that's at risk if we maintain the current MDP or like the proposed MDP?
No, the MDP wouldn't prevent or preclude any future park development works undertaken by the province. So while there are parcels that are owned by the province within this area, they're not officially part of Lois Hole Provincial Park at this time. But our plan in no way would hinder or restrict future park expansion works undertaken by the province.
Sorry, I had my mic turned off. Thank you. I appreciate your responses. Thank you.
We're good. All right. Councillor Hanson, then Councillor Watkins, and Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Katie, Councillor Mackay asked most of my questions, but I did put forward that amendment around moving that area south of Meadowview Drive into green open space. And you've explained very well why that might be difficult at this time, especially with private landowners being there. So, and what I heard you say to Councillor Mackay was at the ASP level, there would be an opportunity for Bless and perhaps some other people to come and discuss. There would be some engagement around how that area would be developed. So I guess what I'm coming to, you would call this a living document. Would that be correct?
The MDP?
Yeah.
Yes, I would say it's a living document like any of our other statutory plans. They are amended from time to time based on applications, based on context, based on what's happening within our community and around us. So definitely we do see these documents as living documents.
Because the reason why I asked that is that, I mean, our plans right now are to go through a formal, if all goes well, a formal Sturgeon County St. Albert annexation. And when that happens, there's going to have to be amendments to the overall MDP because our boundaries will have changed. And so I guess maybe my question now moves over to Mr. LaFleur. If this MDP passes as presented today after third reading and we're done, can a motion of some sort be put forward to change the designation of that area south of Meadowview Drive into open space at a later date? Or could it even be done, at a later date?
Through the chair, the short answer is yes, you could pass the MDP if you wanted to, and then also pass a motion directing administration to bring back, additional proposed amendments at some either specified or unspecified future dates. It could include the one you just referred to, Councillor Hanson. It could be, could cast a wider net as well. Could say, bring back additional suite of proposed amendments. If the idea is to get the MDP, which is generally supported, it would appear, by most people, get it, in place now, and then fine tune it at a later time, you could craft a motion to have exactly that accomplished, yes.
Thank you for that, because that is where I was going with that. I mean, there is well, I'm not going to go into debate right now, but overall, overall approval from my point of view of this document. So with some slight changes. And again, I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, just first on Bless. Did you say that, did somebody on staff say that because we designate this land green space, it's going to make the expectations that we have to buy it from these individuals?
No. No, that's not correct. We don't have to buy
Say
it.
that if we designate a green space, then we're going to create the impression that we're going to end up buying it from these people at some time.
So when you rezone property, when you put whatever land use classification or change the land use classification, here's where Canada is very, very different from the United States. If you did that in the United States, you would be sued immediately for loss of value of property, and the person who owns the property would win that lawsuit. In Canada, it's entirely the opposite. There is no action lies for council's council's legislative act in rezoning. I'll read you right from the MGA. Except as provided in this part, nothing in this part, by this part they mean the entire part that sets up the entire land use planning scheme, nothing in this part of the regulations or bylaws gives a person a right to compensation. Now that sounds harsh, I know, but that's the law in Canada. You know, you can change the designation of a land, and you don't have to compensate, and you certainly don't have to buy the land. Now, that's the legal answer. If you think that from a political point of view, it sends a bad signal, that's another thing entirely, and that's not for me to comment on. But legally, you do not have to buy the land.
Right. So if we designate the land that that Bless is talking about as green open space, we don't have to buy it. Plus, it doesn't change the zoning of it, correct?
Oh, no, the zoning would not change just by designating under the MDP. That's absolutely correct.
The uses that are currently being allowed on that land are allowed to continue. Is that correct?
They would be grandfathered, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. And so I'm really not too sure why we are kind of hesitant to change that when we know it's environmentally sensitive and adjacent to environmentally sensitive land. And then on to the small block issue. You know, I asked the question I think of somebody before, like define a small block, because that's UDI's concern, is that there's a lot of nebulous description on what a small block is. And I'd first like you to define what a small block is, and then just maybe clarify the purpose of asking for small blocks once again. See, there's the perfect answer, because nobody wants to answer what a small block is.
Or Adrian, I would think.
So I think Katie has answered this trying to answer it in a few different ways. One of the things that we would look to is the area structure plan. We've provided a general direction, very much like trying to have a higher level map. We're trying to provide a higher level direction without being too specific. And we're trying to do that to enable the flexibility for the applicant to describe in a way a development pattern that works well for them, but also achieves the goals of the city. So regarding the small block size, the further development of that would occur through the area structure plan phase. And we would work hand in hand as administration and with the land developer to achieve a positive built form for us to move forward with. All in all, keeping in mind the direction that making an assumption that council approves Flourish follows those goals and aspirations as outlined.
I'll ask the question a different way. How does small blocks improve connectivity? Because my understanding is that you want small blocks because you want to increase connectivity. My understanding is small blocks is going to be more roadways and more streets and more intersections where people are going to have to cross. So maybe you could explain how small blocks increase connectivity. Maybe from a vehicular point of view, but from a pedestrian point of view, I'm not too sure.
Well, to answer your question, Councillor Watkins, through you, Madam Chair, I think by having smaller block sizes, it allows for various travel options or like routes or paths you can take from going from point A to point B. There are some municipalities in Canada that require for their brand new greenfield development. So this is typical suburban development. This isn't by any means mixed use urban redevelopment, but within the context of greenfield development coming in at around 35, 40 dwelling units per net residential hectare, they do require 70 intersections per square kilometer and a walk score of 80 for all their new neighborhoods. So I think smaller block size, walkability, mobility options, they kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, I guess I'm still really confused because nobody can still define what a small block size is. We just say small blocks, and like I think like that's the industry's whole concern. What is a small block, and what are we going to define as a small block? A lot of times there's restrictions about cul-de-sac lengths that they can't be under a certain meter, they can't be over a certain length. But to have this as a regulation, I'm just not seeing it. And I think if we're trying to get connectivity at a municipal development plan level, we should just have a statement about connectivity and that we're trying to improve connectivity. And when we get down to the MDP, or when we get down to the ASP level and the subdivision level, and that's when we're dealing with small blocks and block sizes. And then I had another question about the EMRB. Did staff, I heard staff say that we will have to send this back to the EMRB with all the changes proposed, because of all the changes proposed. So that to me sounds like if we put all these changes that we proposed, we will have to go back to the EMRB. If we just change some things, are we going to have to go back to EMRB?
There were a few of the proposed or suggested changes that would trigger an EMRB referral on their own. So yes, collectively, based on all the proposed changes, we'd have to send the MDP back, but there were a few policies that triggered referral just on their own.
And just one last question. Ultimately, it's our decision whether we send something back to EMRB or not, is it not? It's not the EMRB's decision. It's our decision to decide whether we're going to circulate something to them, is it not?
That is correct. It is a decision of council to refer items to the EMRB. However, as David Lafleur has mentioned, that there are some consequences that can occur with that decision.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So quick question before I go to Councillor Broadhead along those lines. Quite often when we did first reading of the MDP, part of the motion was and refer to EMRB. If any one of these that you have put a yes beside, like an individual change does require, do you need a motion to refer it back to EMRB today?
I would like some clarity one way or the other on the basis of the discussion and the line of questioning today that we've seen. So I think whether it's going to the MRB or it's not, I would like that direction from council.
Okay, good to know. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few questions here. Public consultation, it's been going on for nigh on 2 years, right? Year and a half, correct? I got dates back in early 2020. My question is, so you've had interactions with the public, you've had it with stakeholders, you've had it with UDI. The changes that have been proposed by UDI today, or that were proposed and are before us tonight, you've heard them before, have you not?
Yes, Councillor Broadhead, they are in keeping with previous comments or suggestions raised by UDI.
My reason in asking is that, so you've passed judgment on those particular requests, and now UDI is asking council to overturn your decision, basically to say, no, that's not in keeping with what we believe Flourish should be. Would that be a fair characterization?
I would suggest that that's the case.
Okay, fair enough. And you've also had, how much community input over the last couple of years? I mean, this has been massive in its effort to get community impact, correct?
Yes, engagement for this project has been significant. And it started almost 3 years ago when we received approval for this project. We had an event, it was June 2018 with the Chamber of Commerce as a roundtable discussion. And then we had our official launch it was November 2018 with the City Summit. And there's been no shortage of engagement events over the past almost 3 years now, including 4 rounds of public engagement. Our last official one was in fall of 2020, and that included a live webinar, our 4th questionnaire, and then we had the draft available for comments for about 1 month before this proceeded to first reading.
Appreciate that. So that's actually longer than my memory actually exists. So thank you for that. But so the point in asking here is the reason why we're here tonight is because this is a decision point now. And the reason why we're getting people making requests of council to make amendments, all of those things is because this is a decision point. And you've made judgment calls and you've presented on your best understanding and expertise what you believe is the best for our community. Now it's council here that's being asked to make a decision. And so people are making representation to council. So it doesn't matter our process, we're always going to be at a decision point, and this is where this will occur. But that, anyway, that's more of a editorial comment, I guess. But my point is that we've been at it for 3 years to get public input. In terms of the map number 3, just a couple of questions. If you could go to map number 3, you've got along the river and up against Big Lake, you've got green area. Does that actually generally correspond to the floodplain?
Yes, Councillor Broadhead, it basically captures lands within the existing floodline.
Okay.
Lands by the city primarily.
Okay. So in terms of some of the commentary tonight around further reducing or expanding that area for environmental and tourist opportunities, what is the setback from the edge of the floodplain? Can you develop right up to the edge of the floodplain, or are there setbacks as a result?
I'm not aware of setbacks from the floodline itself. We have setbacks from top of bank, I believe in the MDP and in the land use bylaw, but typically we would be getting into those setback details through subsequent planning processes like an area structure plan.
Fair enough, but my point in raising it is that even though there's a flood line there, there's normally in another plan setbacks associated from to determine where and when development can occur. Is that correct?
Yes, we get into a little bit more detail when we get specific understanding at the area structure plan phase generally. If it's an area that doesn't have an area structure plan, we have the ability to ask for additional requirements for where land is developable. And to Katie's point, that's some of the policy that's already outlined within Flourish. It identifies that we can ask for that information to help make decisions once we get a little bit further down. Just as a point of clarification, there is a whole bunch of differences between the flood line and the floodplain. This general line refers to the 1 to 100 year flood, the flooding events at this stage.
All right, I'll leave it at that. So just further down, we've had commentary tonight around the blob in question. and the contention that that blob is within an existing neighborhood in contravention of your own glossary term. Can you define what a new neighborhood is, or is this an extension of a current development? And I don't want to go into, you know what I'm talking about here. I want to get into an area that's verboten for others, and then I speak about it. But my question is, can you define what's happening there as a new neighborhood?
So I think this process has actually brought out that there might be an issue with interpretation regarding the glossary term regarding new neighborhood. We do have a lot of these mixed use nodes that are actually located in neighborhoods that are already existing. If you look at, we've got one in Riverside. There's also, which is an existing neighborhood as it is. And then some of them are in undeveloped neighborhoods. So I think that there has been a note by administration to recognize that there might be a bit of a terminology issue. But the intent is for that node to really direct people to the policies that you would find within Flourish for the mixed use nodes to drive the intent of the direction.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. I guess my point is that you're not dropping into the middle of Grandin somewhere, even though there are little business areas in Grandin, if I remember correctly, when I lived there 40 years ago. So anyway, last question. If we send it, like the development of a municipal development plan is and the reason why we send it to the EMRB is to ensure that it conforms with the growth plan. Is that correct? And that's a statutory document that we have to conform to?
Yes, that is correct. So the primary purpose for sending our MDP to the region is to ensure that our plan aligns with the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Growth Plan.
All right. So we went and we sent it and they said it does conform. And they said, if you change these, we'll have to take a look at it again to see if the overall plan then conforms with the growth plan again. Is that correct? What happens if we don't send it there and we say, you know, basically, too bad, we're going to do it anyway? What are their options?
Again, I think as a member municipality, you could have other member municipalities bringing up concern regarding our approval process and our commitment to the board. But I think the biggest concern that would be raised is, again, through David's concern about the fact that this plan may be subject to additional legal concerns and legal processes.
So the big hammer is that they could take it to court and get the MDP quashed. Is that correct?
Yes, in essence, yes. If you do not refer to the EMRB, and if a judge looks at it and says, well, objectively, you should have done that, you should have known that you had to do that, that's grounds to quash the MDP, yes. I don't know if that would happen. I'm not as familiar as the planners are with the nature of the amendments and how those fit with the regional growth plan. I'm just saying that there is that risk, yes. If you send it when you don't have to, there's no risk. Let's put it that way.
But ultimately, that's the risk we run, right?
Correct.
It may or may not, lead to some further action legally. Is that correct?
Yes, you may find that nobody is interested in challenging it, whether or not you refer to it. That could happen. So.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I think Councillor Watkins had another question, then I'll go to you, Councillor
Yeah, I
Hughes.
just had one more question. If over the small block thing, I know that's a big stumbling block, small blocks. But the comment was that it was made because of TOD and that we wanted around TOD. Is that correct? I heard a comment about
Yes,
the TOD.
that was the region's, I would say, main concern, but this is a general policy that would be applied throughout the city. So that would apply to the TOD site and other areas in the city.
Right. So if we just change the wording of the small lots to encourage small lots in areas associated with TOD, would that require us to go back to the AMRB? Because I think that would meet UDI's concerns, and I think that would meet your concerns if we just add the words in there, TOD. Anybody can answer.
Sorry,
Can you
can
repeat
I
the,
jump in for a moment, Katie? Do you mind? I think it'll be, so just for clarity, I mean, the term small block, I think it is kind of aligning to our hybrid grid systems and whatnot. And I think it's difficult for administration because we haven't made it kind of formally tangible. And it's a little bit of a still work in progress, I think, to better define and whatnot. But I think maybe if it's possible, if I can share my screen, it may make it more actual, give an example of what that reference to a small block.
But I guess my question is if we add that, if we add TODs to small blocks, will we have to go back to EMRB?
Oh, sorry. I was more, my response was not necessarily specific to TOD, as it was more related to try and make it a little more tangible into what the benefits are. I think the densification and whatnot related to a TOD and the movement of people in and around likely a smaller condensed area is probably a benefit in itself. But in terms of the small blocks, the connectivity is a component as well. And I have an example for council's reference, if you'd like, in regards to where maybe showing where the larger block use has maybe hindered connectivity in St. Albert to date, compared with a reference that may give a better example of what a small block and the impact could be to alleviate it. If you bear with me 1 second. So in terms of, just trying to find a Google map here, sorry, that I can share and give an example. It's the community of Deer Ridge. Does everyone see my screen here? So this is St. Albert. It's in the kind of northern section of St. Albert. And now I start looking around here. So you see here where there's a connection, a disconnect between, this is Dearborn Drive. And in order to simply cross what would be a pretty short walk to get to the Walmart or commercial sites, you would have to essentially travel to connect all the way to Denison, which is off screen right now, or to Giroux and then north on St. Albert Trail to get a mere few hundred meters north of your resident. And this is just an example of maybe, that longer block and that lack of connectivity and foresight, which could be alleviated through the recommendations in the MDP and whatnot in the alignment. And if I stop sharing now and show, I apologize for long-winded here, but just as something maybe, again, to make it a little more tangible. Am
I the only one who kind of always...
Sorry, it's in a presentation that we'll just bring up that has an actual example that shows.
I guess my question is, if we put TOD in the short block there, do we have to go back to EMRB?
At a high level, Councillor Watkins, I would struggle to answer that immediately. This is technically this is a decision for council to make if they want to refer it or not. And EMRB has been pretty clear that they like the policy regarding small block sizes and what it entails and what it enables. Building on some of the points Dean has been showing, I think from what I've heard, they still might have concerns, but I can't speak for them. We did not ask that question directly to them.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. You said it's our decision whether we would refer it back. My vote is no.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I have 4 other motions that I provided on March 24th, and I don't have them in the background, or I don't know if they would also trigger a response or not. I know I sent it to Council and Ledge, and I think I sent it, I know I sent it to Council and Ledge at the time of, because on March 24th, and I've sent it back to Ledge this morning. So I don't know if they're going to trigger something or not. So that's why I'm asking. The infamous pink spot. I hear what the residents' concerns are, and I understand what they're coming from. And I guess, what was the rationale for doing this now? Because I understand that we all know that there's a public hearing coming sometime soon. And I don't know what the outcome is going to be at that public hearing. It could pass, it may not. If it doesn't pass, if we have an MDP like this, are we basically still saying it's going to be a mixed use? Like, we're predetermining that it's going to be a mixed use on that site, full stop? Because I'm just going to throw a scenario out. I'm not telling you it's going to happen. I don't know it's going to happen. But let's say that it comes there and for whatever reason, the council of the day decides that we're not going to approve it. That developer could say, I'm washing my hands, I'm selling the property, someone else comes, they want to put townhomes there or something else, and something is not mixed use. So I guess, and by the way, I'm not suggesting the developer does that or any of this is the case, but what I'm trying to say is that we're putting it as mixed use without actually having it be mixed use or already approved as mixed use. Now, I know that when this was coming forward initially, it was in March, but again, that's before this developer was planning to bring forward things. So can you just explain the rationale behind putting that as mixed use right now when there has, and I do believe that since the developer's working on the old MDP, that they'd be changing that MDP and then changing that use at the time. And so I'm assuming that if this was to pass, whenever this comes to council, that right now it looks like May, but we got emails, it may not be. Anyway, so whenever it comes to council, if that was approved, it would change the NDP at that time anyway, wouldn't it? So I guess, what is the rationale for doing this?
The rationale for doing this is to provide direction that in this general vicinity, there would be, we would see a future for a mixed use site. That is partially informed by the existing development that exists there today, which, well, maybe not in vertical mixed use, the general site and the general area has a mixture of uses at the shops of Boudreaux and Botanica. So we kind of thought that that was in keeping. And I'm going to highlight that there's another mixed use node identified in a similar fashion in the Riverside neighborhood in the area structure plan. And that the symbology on the map in the MDP doesn't represent the symbology that you see within the area structure plan. There is more of a refinement at that time. Now, speaking just to Flourish, what I would expect to happen subject to if Flourish is adopted and if this little symbology stays as is in the location, that there would be a look at the ASP, and the Oakmont ASP, and it would be further refined there. What we would want to do as planners when we would come forward with our recommendation to council on an application is to use the policies of Flourish to help inform the recommendation instead of overly relying on lines on a map at a stage where it's really difficult for us to determine. Remember, Flourish it's growing us to 100,000 people. The timelines are somewhere in the magnitude of 20 to 30 years. At this stage, to say that we know exactly if one parcel should be in or out, I think is a bit of a stretch. And I think that goes back to some of the comments we heard from the land development industry about flexibility, and also from our internal staff when we're trying to make decisions going forward.
So what I hear is that we have that blob there basically because we already have a mixed use adjoining that site, and that blob reflects the current reality of what's on that site without presupposing what's going to happen adjoining that site. Is that what you're trying to say? Like
It's part of the rationale for it being there, yes.
Right. Because we already do have a mixed use there right now. Like on Botanica, we have mixed use. What's happening on the adjoining site, we don't know yet, and we're not supposing, but the blob is reflecting what's already been built. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, but it also enables for a planner to go in and determine if the policy from another application in that general area, if it aligns with that intent.
Okay, you had me, and then I just fell right off the cliff right there. You see, the guy was like, all right, and then, okay. So, because their concern is that we are presupposing what that land that has not yet been approved to be changed is going to be. And what I'm hearing, I'm hoping, I'm understanding, is that we have the blob there because of the land we currently have developed, but we are not stating what's going to happen on that other land. Or are we saying that the other land with this is also now going to be changing on the MDP to be mixed use? Because it's a vague area. So I'm saying, is it like, are we actually going over the boundary, or are we just saying this is what's here and we're really not stating what's going past that property line of what's been developed?
Mayor Heron,
sorry.
Just to make a point, this has been asked and answered multiple times. The blobs are not meant to reflect property lines.
I wanted just to reassure them. That's all I'm looking. I'm not trying to corner people. I'm trying to get this some level of reassurance. So that's what I'm saying. Is the blob just for what's been developed? Because this is what after many conversations, this is what I got from it, was that we're reflecting what's already been built.
It's not meant to inform individual parcels. It's meant to inform an area. So part of the reason why it was identified is because there is existing development in that area that would be mixed use. To the extent how big that blob goes, that would be for a future decision at council at an ASP process. And we would use the MDP policies within the mixed use areas and the neighborhood areas to inform those recommendations.
Okay, I think that's what I understood, so that's good. One more question. After the whole document was completely written with all the policies and the fine tuning of text, how many people then provided input? Not provided input about what color of the map they liked or something like that. How many people provided input to the final document?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, just a question of clarification. So this would include written comments received, let's say, from our Project Champions team, like last year, like all written comments on the draft.
Like I'm like the final document we come forward, because you said you put it out there for a month. I don't know how many people responded to it. Obviously UDI responded. We know you've been having communication with UDI. How many people actually responded to the actual policy verbiage as opposed to something?
Well, in addition to our fourth round of engagement, we did share a draft document with UDI and with our Project Champions team. It was April 2020. So I believe collectively through those engagement events, we have received to date over 1,000 written comments on our draft MDP. I'm going to refer to or call upon Jessie, who's also here this evening, because I know she has the engagement report kind of up and ready to speak to, and perhaps she could provide some highlights from engagement.
Sure. So thinking about when the draft was released for public feedback in phase 3, I don't know that we have a concrete count of how many individuals or groups commented. I would guess maybe 20 or so. We certainly know the total number of comments, which, as Katie mentioned, was over 1,000. And I guess to characterize those final phases, what we saw was sort of a tapering. So while we got a huge number of comments when the draft went out in phase 3, as we worked through them, the subsequent rounds of written feedback sort of became more focused and fewer in number because those issues were addressed. So we did see it sort of taper off toward the end.
Okay, yeah, because the document and its incompleteness, that's what's really the important part of trying to figure out if people are comfortable with the wordage and if they understood the implications of the words. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions of administration? I'm seeing none from Councillor Jolly, so I'm going to entertain a motion. Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
That the public hearing on bylaw 2020 be closed in 20.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mackay. Any comments?
Not about, I mean, obviously we've heard lots tonight. We've heard lots in March. I think from a public hearing perspective, we've heard the community on this one, so I think we can move forward and close the hearing.
Anyone else on closing the public hearing? Call for the vote. Am I missing somebody? Councillor Jolly.
In favor, that was sent to Cheryl.
Right, that motion passes unanimously. So now we are on to second reading. I'm not going to take a motion for it quite yet. Actually, I'll take a motion for second reading, and then I'm going to call a bit of a break. There's a couple of proposed minor amendments from admin, and if any member of council wants to make changes, we need to get those motions drafted and to ledge. So can I have a motion for second reading? Councillor Jolly. Okay, thank you.
Sure. So that bylaw 2020 be read a second time.
Okay. And then.
And there's that second one as well. I don't know how Mr. LaFleur wants us to.
Councillor LaFleur?
With that one. Sorry, Mr. LaFleur.
Actually, I think probably Councillor Jolly, you could read that third motion in as well.
Okay, so that bylaw 2020 be amended as set out in attachment 5 entitled Proposed Second Reading Amendment to Flourish to the April 19, 2021 agenda report entitled Bylaw 2020 MDP public hearing and second and third reading continuation for March 15, 2021.
Okay. Mr. LaFleur, question for you. We can vote on that now, and then any subsequent amendments we'll take a break for. Is that how we could do this? No, that would be closing second reading. Okay, so there's one proposed amendment by Councillor Joly, and then I'll entertain other amendments after the break. So Councillor Hughes, if you have any, and if anyone else, I think Councillor Hanson said she was not going to move her respective one, and then look to Councillor Watkins was thinking of some. So I'm going to call a recess until about, I'll make it 7 o'clock. Those members of the public that are still on the Zoom call, I'm going to ask that you leave the Zoom call because the public hearing is now closed, and join up with the YouTube stream if you want to continue to watch. And we will be back in our chairs at 7 o'clock.
And may I ask if any council members are considering amendments, second reading amendments, please send them to me and to Cheryl both so we can work together on them.
Okay.
Thank you.
And actually copy council on them as well.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, 15 minutes, guys. we're back. I have second reading on the floor and I have one amendment in front of us, which was in your agenda package. We're going to vote on that first amendment. It's not a vote on second reading, it's just a vote on the amendment. And then if you go into your inbox, Councillor Hughes sent some amendments in that David has minorly wordsmith. Councillor Hughes, and if you're okay, I'll go off of David's words.
Sorry, and Councillor Watkins, are you bringing forward any of yours? Your side, are you bringing forward yours about the sidewalks? I don't know.
I gave you till 7 o'clock to send in amendments. Do you still have more, Councillor Watkins?
I think he wanted the one about the sidewalks.
Okay, we need to take another recess and get that one in. I'll give you 5 minutes, Councillor Watkins. That's okay.
I don't see any big wordsmithing that needs to be a concern of mine when I see it. So thank you, Mr. LaFleur.
David. Let's get back to the meeting. Sorry. Thank you. So Councillor Jolly, I'm going to go back to you because we are at your proposed amendment. Do you have any questions? Does anyone have any questions of administration on this proposed amendment? Okay, seeing none, I'll accept your amendment. I'm going to let you do opening comments.
I would just like to thank administration for kind of bringing up these small amendments to clean up the plan. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else on this one change? Seeing none, I'm calling for the vote. Councillor Broadhead? Okay. All right, that motion passes unanimously. All right, I'm going to go to the email, and Councillor Hughes, let's keep this clean. I'll get you to read, we'll do one at a time, and I'll get you to read them out, and then I'll open it up for questions, and then I'll accept your amendment, and I'll let you do your first remarks. So read the first one.
All right, that the MDP bylaw 20/2020 be amended as follows. In section 5.1, replaces not possible with is not reasonable.
Thank you for that. So that's was that in the document that was summarized? Sorry.
I can read out the specific statement if you want, Mayor Herron.
That would be good. Yep.
Okay. So it says St. Albert's natural features provide wildlife habitat and support the health and quality of life of residents. Maintaining a balance between development and conservation of natural features is essential, may require limiting development within and close to natural features. The following policies ensure that ecological benefits of natural features are conserved and potential adverse effects are understood and avoided or mitigated where avoidance is not possible. And I was suggesting we need to change it to an avoidance is not reasonable.
Okay. So that was not in the chart. That was one of the ones that was missed. Is that correct?
Missed?
Yeah, that wasn't in the chart on page.
Yes, must have been, yes.
1059. Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'm just going to say any questions of this. Councillor Mackay.
I guess it would be to administration in the sense that because it wasn't included in kind of to gather your thoughts other than what was presented back at the first part of the public hearing. Any comments by administration in relation to the proposed word change?
At this stage, administration has not evaluated that. There were issues regarding submitting these changes outside of a public hearing. So to keep the public hearing process intact, we haven't actually evaluated the proposals that were, I think that Councillor Hughes is discussing, and I'll leave it to David to provide any additional information if required.
I don't know what that means. I sent it in on March 24th, and then there was an email from Mr. LaFleur saying whatever about amendments, and that was all the amendments I had. So I sent it to, I know that Ledge got it because I got a comment back, but I sent it on March 24th, these ones. So I'm just, if I knew that people didn't get it, I would have sent it again.
So I guess maybe to you without going, maybe you're going to cover this in debate. So maybe that's not a fair question. I'm okay. Well, maybe I'll listen to the debate because it would be unfair to ask you the question between the difference between possible and reasonable. So probably going to touch that in debate.
Any more questions? All right, Councillor Hughes, I'll accept that. Go ahead.
Okay, this was a request from UDI, and I did agree with it because I really thought through everything that went through all of this. And the argument is that avoidance is always possible. You can just simply not develop, and then you simply always have avoidance. So the concern was that saying where avoidance is not possible basically would also just basically preclude development from occurring altogether. And so this recommendation is just to make it so that it's not reasonable. And that's just it, is to recognize that anything is not possible if you simply refuse to allow anything to ever occur. And from changing this wordage, I would be shocked if it required EMRB approval, quite frankly.
All right. Anyone else? Put your hand in the chat and the participants, Councillor Jelly, because I can still see it there, but nothing. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. Are we missing someone? Councillor Jelly. Pardon?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Mayor, I'm just clarifying her vote.
opposed. Are you not receiving my messages?
Actually, I got, sorry, Councillor Jolly, I got in favor and also opposed in the same message.
Okay, they're delayed. Yeah, I was opposed to this one. Thank you.
You.
Are you voting like through the chat, Councillor Jolly, or are you using the yes and no button at the bottom of the participants panel?
No, a few weeks ago, they said they preferred the chat because the other one disappeared. It wasn't working.
Okay, whatever you guys have figured out. Oh, and I'm seeing Mr. LaFleur, I think, waving at me, but the participants panel is covering his face. Go ahead, Mr. LaFleur.
Yeah, Mayor Heron, I'm sorry to ask this. I've been a little preoccupied the last 2 minutes with trying to get the wording right on Councillor Watkins' amendment and getting the right section number. What are we voting on now? I thought that we were voting on administration's proposed amendments, but it seems like we're moving on to Councillor Hughes' amendment.
We voted on the first amendment, the one proposed by administration. We voted on that first amendment.
That vote already went through, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Are you taking Councillor Hughes' amendments like one by one, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and so
I'm sorry.
And I didn't see the vote. Sorry. Okay, so that motion fails with Councillor Mackay, Heron, Hanson, and Jolly opposed, and Watkins, Broadhead, and Hughes in favor. Okay. Second one, Councillor Hughes, is section 6.2.4. You want to read that one in?
Yeah, that in section 624, replace the word ensure with encourage.
Now, this one was in the document that
Yes.
administration prepared. That was the first one. Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions on this one? Seeing none, I'll accept your motion. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to just again read the actual statement that I'm suggesting, which is that instead of ensure employment areas contain parcels of widely varying sizes to accommodate diversity of businesses, it would be encourage. And specifically about this, I do believe that Courtney came and spoke about this, and I think what she had to say made a lot of sense. And I don't think that we should be telling and forcing various sizes to occur that actually do not meet market need. So I'm confident that regardless of what the lot is, the goal of the developer is to sell it. And there's very possible that because if we start forcing this widely varying sizes, that suddenly, and saying you must, that you are going to have sizes of particular size that has no market need for it, sitting vacant. Meanwhile, you'll have other people who actually require, other businesses that require a larger or a smaller size that can't get it because of the stringency of the statements. So this is just simply allowing it to, when we say encourage, it means that obviously we would be having expectation that there'd be a variety of sizes, but that also if the market is all requesting larger lots, so that we do not stymie our ability to actually grow and benefit from that development. So if we start saying you have to fit into this size and there's nobody that wants to buy that size, we're hurting the businesses and we're also hurting the city from being able to benefit from that. We have a vacant lot. So that's all I'm saying is we change it from ensure to encourage to allow a little bit of flexibility, but it would certainly be expectation that there would be a variety of sizes. But if there was a larger demand in one area, that it would be allowed.
All right, Councillor Mackay, comments?
Yeah, I do have comments on this one only because we have some feedback in relation to this. And I initially I can understand Councilman Hughes' argument, and you wouldn't think that changing a modifier would have a big impact, but then you do read Planning and Development's response, and I would be concerned in that sense that we've gotten feedback, and I would assume fairly strong feedback from Chamber of Commerce and our business community that wanted this particular wording in as is and the rationale behind it. So I'm going to support administration on this one, just based on the fact of the feedback and the fact that they've got extra comments from our business community.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins?
Yes, I'm going to support it. I think the person who knows best how to sell their own lots are the developers. And if they own a big chunk of land and they're going to develop a subdivision, whether it's commercial or industrial, they do a lot of market research before, and they decide what are the appropriate size lots or parcels that will sell, whether they're 5 acres, whether they're 2 acres, whether they're 3 acres. And they want to have some consistency in size, because that also gets you a consistency in usage too. If you have a 1 acre parcel and a 10 acre parcel, the user of the 1 acre parcel is often quite a bit different than the user from the 10 acre parcel, which could also create some problems. So the homogeneity of parcel size is something that I think we should leave to the developer. We shouldn't try to be foisting that upon them to make them provide a variety of different parcel sizes. There will probably be a variety of different parcel sizes if the market warrants and dictates it. So I'll be supporting this.
Any further comments?
Oh yeah, finally, the chamber. We talked about the chamber and the business association supporting this. Well, they're not the ones who buy those lots or have to sell them. They're the ones who buy them.
I'll just say one comment that I think goes to a lot of these potential amendments. I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Watkins, especially because it's a development community, has to build and sell these things. But it's a city that has to live with them long term. And so it's a partnership between the development industry and the city to create a community and plan for a community that meets the needs of everyone, not just the developer, not just the residents, but also the business community and the next generation. It has been pointed out that through this process, the UDI has had lots of input, and the majority of, if not all of their recommendations were accepted by our administration. There are some that were not, and for good reason. And so for me, some of these words that make our MDP strong and dependable and give confidence in investment are where I don't want to bend. So I'm going to be supporting the process, which includes input from UDI, input from the chamber, and input from community. And I will stick with the word ensure instead of encourage. Councillor Hughes, sorry, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm not sure if people are getting confused here or not, but just because we're taking it from ensure to encourage doesn't mean that we're suddenly making everything be a uniform size. What it's allowing is the slightest bit of flexibility in the event that there were some exceptions that you said, oh, you know what, there's 2 small lots here and we want to sell it as 1 big. The words encourage there's still an expectation that this will be occurring. It just allows a little bit of exceptions to allow exceptions, because require, ensure, these allow no exceptions. And so we are actually serving businesses better by allowing parcels that they can say, you know what, all we have left are small parcels, but we're going to allow a larger parcel right now because we're allowing exceptions to meet the needs of that business, so that business can grow in St. Albert. If they don't have land that will fit their needs, they're not coming here, and we can't serve their needs. So making everything stringent in all of these is actually pushing business away, because we're not allowing exceptions to rules to accommodate businesses' specific needs. But encourage does not mean it's a free-for-all where we build one size fits all. Encourage is still, we are expecting you to do this. But we are going to allow a little bit of flexibility. That is what we're trying to do here today.
Call for the vote. That motion fails with Councillor Watkins and Councillor Hughes in favor. I'm on to 8.2.2, Councillor Hughes.
So I'm not sure. I'm just going to ask you a question, Mayor Herron. I'm not really sure where to go on this right now. Okay. If I were to not bring this forward, or for that matter, any of the other ones forward, because I can already tell which way the wind is blowing here. And I'm not here to waste anyone's time, especially my own. But could we, or maybe I'll ask administration, could these motions be debated in a month from now or in May for further, like at the beginning of May? How soon could these motions actually be debated, assuming that the current document was approved as is? Because and I'm not talking in a year from now, because I don't know if I'll be in this seat. I don't know if I'll be applying for council. I don't know if I'll get elected. I don't know if I'll be in this seat to even bring these forward. So I'm not going to ask you to do this in 12 months. But it's quite clear that this council is planning to bring forward the document as is. But I do think that these deserve proper consideration. So how soon could these be brought forward after this evening for consideration to make an amendment to the MDP?
I think I could probably answer that.
Go for it.
You're an elected member of this council. If you give notice of motion tonight, we would have to entertain that process. And you can do that at any time in your term.
Would that require a public hearing then?
Yes.
It would trigger a public hearing?
Yes.
So that's what I guess I'm asking is, let's say I gave notice for these instead of debating them today. Would it be the end of, I'm looking at Mr. Lafleur, just because I'm telling you because you can't tell that I'm looking at you. Could we do this at the end of May or beginning of June?
Okay, so a notice of motion that you would make would simply say, that administration be instructed to bring forward an amending bylaw. And then if your notice of motion passes, administration would bring forward an amending bylaw, and that's what would trigger a public hearing. We don't have a lot of time in this council term, as you know. Like, I think there's only, Cheryl, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's only one council meeting in September, and that one is in early September. So you would be advised to make your notice of motion pretty soon. If not tonight, very soon.
Madam Mayor, can I make a comment as well? Just note that some of these may have ref and some may not too, right? So that could always impact the outcome too, or whether council gives direction to submit the ref or not submit the ref. So in looking at the table, my understanding is this proposed amendment is one of the ones that is suggested to be a ref trigger. So that would impact the date that something would come back to council if a notice of motion was made.
So if I give notice of motion on this one tonight, because here's the thing, there's a lot here that I think would be good to be done. I also think that it's not going to pass, which is unfortunate. And there are some that I think I would really like. And then there's some that this is a hill I'm prepared to die on. And putting a grid into New St. Albert is a problem I'm going to die on. So I do not want to bring this forward and have it die because it says it's going to go to ref and we don't want it to go as a ref. So if I were to give notice of motion for 822 today, what would be the soonest that we could bring this forward for a public hearing discussion?
I'm pulling up a calendar, so
yeah.
If you notice tonight,
to reiterate, a councillor's notice of motion does not trigger a public hearing.
No, I get that. So it would be 3 weeks from now would be when council would actually entertain if we wanted to bring forward an amendment to the MDP.
Right.
And then, so let's say that's May 17th, I think is a council meeting. Yes, that's 3 weeks from now. Then the question actually might go to the planning department. How long would it take to prepare that bylaw? And then we would give it first reading and set a public hearing, and that would have to go to EMRB.
Could I give just notice, could we vote on that tonight as a germane motion to bring forward an amending bylaw? In fact, could we vote on that motion tonight to bring forward an amending bylaw? After, like, let's say the MDP, we finished the second, third reading. Let's just go ahead and say it passes just for argument's sake at this moment. Could I just bring forward a germane motion at that point to say amending bylaw?
My question to you, Councillor Hughes, is if you want to vote on whether we should bring 822 to council in 3 weeks or today, what difference does it make?
I'm trying to figure out if we can get this sent to the EMRB and back by September. That's all, just so that it's cleaned up. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I think if you gave notice of motion today, instead of actually putting it on the floor today, you're extending the time instead of shortening the time.
If I don't,
right?
Mr. Liff, I'm saying if I don't give notice, if we just, because you said the motion has to be that we bring forward an amending bylaw, correct, Mr. Lafleur? And not specifically what the amendments are, is that correct?
Oh, you
Or
can,
is it-
you can even be specific, but then it's only the bylaw that triggers but again, if I may, you have a motion right now, the second reading motion. You can make it right now. Either it passes or it doesn't. I'm not
I
sure.
understand that, but there's a confounding variable that even if it passes, it will trigger a ref. And what I would like to see is that if necessary, if this council wants to have this passed today, no matter what, that the current MDP passes and that the potential amendments are discussed as a separate amendment. And that way, there's no risk at all to this current document, and that we could bring forward these amendments for discussion as soon as possible. And then it would go to the MRB. So I'm trying to figure out if I were to, could I bring forward that as a germane motion today? And then we can discuss and then have all of these discussed at the next possible, I'm not sure when, that's why I'm asking.
Well, you can give notice of motion at any council meeting, including this one, certainly. Then,
And you can ask council to waive notice.
yeah, you can actually do that, sure.
So could we do, I'm trying to just negotiate this so I don't waste your time, Mayor Hearn.
No,
So
that's okay. I'm trying to think.
I'm just like, if let's say I bring forward these other 5 and we discuss it on May 3rd or whatever it is, the date is, that's not the day that we're doing the bylaw. That's not the day we're doing the public hearing, right? Because that's going to require notice, et cetera, et cetera. So if I put these forward as a notice, I'm not sure what the procedure is for when the public hearing comes versus when these motions come forward. Normally I'm pretty good on procedure. Right now I'm confused.
I can help. You can ask council to waive notice. Like, let's get through third reading of.
Yeah,
the
we'll get
MDP
through
today.
third
Yeah,
reading.
okay. And then you put a motion on the floor to ask administration to bring forward an amending bylaw for this particular motion, 822, the small blocks, right? You can ask council tonight if they're ready to waive notice. My advice to you is if you feel they're going to not pass it tonight anyway, why would they pass your notice of motion?
Because Mayor Heron, I don't want you to say no to it because it's going to trigger a ref. I want you to say no to it because you don't want it to occur. And so if the third reading passes, then there's no risk that the MDP will not pass in its current form. Okay. And so I want you to evaluate it on its merits.
I see. Okay, so we don't even, if we pass your notice of motion tonight, then I don't know how long it would take planning and legal to bring that amending bylaw back to us. That's the question you want.
That's my question.
Okay, so Mr. Lafleur, if we pass a notice of motion tonight to amend the MDP right away, how long would it take for that motion to be in front of council?
Okay.
And it would just be first reading because with I guess more of an opinion on whether it needs to go back to MRB, but I think it does.
Okay, I'll just give you legal's answer. This is a very simple bylaw. I could have that, not the next council meeting, but the one after that. So I could have it fairly quickly. I don't know how long it would take planning to prepare a backgrounder or a report on it. That's for them to say, but the actual amending bylaw, assuming of course we have a new MDP to be amended, right? We don't know that yet. But if we do, then a bylaw to amend it could come back very quickly from the legal point of view. I'll let Adrian.
I'm just trying to figure out when I'm arguing this. Would I be arguing it, ask for a waive of notice of motion and do it immediately following third reading tonight?
Yeah, you can do that.
You could.
And then I would suggest that you have council, when they vote, if they're voting because it's got to go to EMRB, and now you've removed that hurdle. But if they're voting because they don't actually agree with the amendment, then we can shoot it down tonight. Yeah,
that's your choice, okay. Right? So I just don't want it to be the only reason is because of the EMRB.
Okay.
So what I'm wondering, Mayor Heron, is if all of the things I have, I would like to do after third reading, like all of the remaining ones. I'd rather have it argued after third reading so that all of them are. Hold on, wait a second here. The only one that's a problem, let me just think this through, and I'm sorry.
That's okay, because I was actually going to go to the sheet, because not all of them,
Right,
according
so
to staff, were triggering or.
Mine and Ray's are doing that. The 822, so I will pull that off. And 624, I've already discussed that. And 823 was what I sent on the 24th of March. So I don't know if that would cause it or not. So I could put that after just to play it safe.
Okay.
And 1468, I believe that one also was sent on the 24th. I don't believe there was anything on there.
Okay, so
I don't think it would trigger something, but I don't know. I don't know I don't know what anybody's going to say anymore. So that's why I'm thinking all of what I have left, which is the 4, right? 4, someone's listed twice or 3 times. I could do those after the fact.
Okay.
And then
you want to do?
I would rather have you guys vote on them on their merit and not out of fear of the ref. So
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
you're going to hold off for now.
I'll hold off for the next 12 minutes. Yeah.
Councillor Watkins, you have a amending motion. Do you want to treat it the same way Councillor Hughes is treating it, or do you want to move it now?
Same way.
Okay. Then we have second reading as amended by just the one amendment, the one that staff had recommended. And no further, Councillor Hanson, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's okay. There's a lot going on tonight. But just to concur with what's going on here tonight, my intention is to bring forward an amendment for that small strip of land south of Meadowview Drive, although I don't want it to be debated until after an annexation. Possibly the next council will be doing it. I just don't, it's there to put on the books.
Okay.
So I've got that ready to go, but I won't send it off until after third reading tonight.
Okay. All right.
And Mayor Councillor Hanson, you can just give notice and not give a specific date. And that way, and then it's anytime the next year it could come out.
Yeah.
So if you didn't want it to happen after annexation, then it would be on the books for somebody to bring it forward regardless of who was sitting here. Okay.
Because notices of motion can carry over to the next council. They do. All right. I'm looking at a second reading as amended with no more amendments. So Councillor Jolly, it's your motion for second reading as amended. I'll let you say your opening comments.
I'll reserve comments to third reading. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone have any comments on second reading? All right, I'm calling for the vote. That motion passes unanimously. Councillor Jolly, third reading.
The bylaw 2020 as amended be read a third time.
All right, accept that. Now you can make some comments.
This is really a plan that we can be proud of. I just want to start with a thanks to all our stakeholders, so our residents, our community partners, our business community, our staff, and all my fellow council members who contributed to this MDP. I haven't had many questions over the last few weeks because of the extensive engagement that was undertaken, including multiple opportunities for council to shape this plan. So many of the questions and answers we've heard today have already been asked and answered. So thank you to administration for preparing us so well for this. So on that note, and I wish I could see your faces, but I want to give particular thanks to Ms. Mahoney and Ms. Peter and their teams. And to Kevin and Adrian, I'd throw you in there as well for the exceptional work that they've done to research and assemble Flourish. The years that you've put into this project mean that we're really able to set a vision that prepares us for the future. So thank you. And I am excited about shaping that future that's rooted in our values. And I really see those values rooted in this, or reflected in this plan that, again, has been developed over years of research and engagement. So thank you. So I'm just honored to be able to support this MDP this year. This isn't something that every council gets to do. I think this is even a first for Mayor Herron and Councillor Broadhead and Councillor Hughes. So I am really delighted to be here today to be able to support the passing of this bylaw. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well said. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, indeed, well said, Councillor Jolly. Certainly just want to state my support as well. A big plan like this is hard work, and getting it across the final line is because everybody has an interest and they want to make sure that their voices are heard, and that's an appropriate thing. But thank you for your perseverance and your patience, and to my council colleagues for deeply debating a policy that's going to take us for the next 25, 30, 40 years. It deserves the debate that our community has given it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I guess I'll pile on with some of the comments that have already been made. I too want to pass on my gratitude and admiration for all of the hard work done by administration and the engagement in particular, reading the engagement, reading over. I think last time in the backgrounder you had, I think something like 17,500 specific comments that you had to go through. We know that you had a Project Champions team who committed a great deal of time. We know that you engaged with UDI, and I think you created a foundation that's actually pulled into your your new planning committee. I mean, certain aspects of that have carried over. The only thing I hope that doesn't carry over, Katie, is you don't name your new child Flourish or any point of that. I really hope you don't put a middle name in there. But this is going to be our foundational policy document, providing information and direction on how the city will move forward 30, 40, 50 years. And, the 9 overarching and interconnected goals that are identified in Flourish addresses all of those future uses that we talked about and that are clearly going to be, brought up consistently. But at the same time, MDP, in all my background and learning since I've obviously come in and we started this whole process, it is meant to be that 50,000 foot level and reflects our vision, and therefore it is somewhat aspirational. And I realize some of the comments tonight, we could have put in modifiers around some of those things, but I think, again, going back to the community engagement, I mean, we listened, and we listened hard to what our residents were talking about. And, as I said, it is meant to be aspirational, it's visionary, and it basically provides us with, and us and future generations, with a big canvas that we can paint on. And the colors and the lines and actually what it's going to look like is going to change and throughout the time. And I think that should be a comfort to even some of those residents that spoke to us tonight, that they're broad rules and they provide us a field to play on, but we can actually make amendments through some of our other statutory plans. And it's really important that we recognize and acknowledge that it does tie in and it does align in with our other major strategic documents, the transportation plan. I mean, what would a meeting be without Dean Schick popping in once in a while? I mean, and it's social and cultural issues that keep coming up in our forefront that we hold so important in our environment. And I was happy to hear that Councillor Hanson is going to bring forward that, because I think that there needs to be recognition down at our actual ASP and other development plans around protecting important environmental areas. And I think this document does provide those overarching things. So again, Congratulations. I applaud all of council. I applaud all of the team again, and I applaud even the residents who spoke out and who are passionate about it. So thank you very much.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, and I'll be brief, but you know, kudos to everybody that put in almost 3 years of this. I have to say that the engagement was unbelievable. I mean, you were trying to get into every nook and cranny of the city of St. Albert, and we appreciate that because that wasn't easy. And then you were hit with a global pandemic, by the way, and you had to pivot, and you did. And you still got a bunch of engagement done. So I think it's really tremendous that you've landed on this document, which is wonderfully directional for our city. And, you know, it might not be perfect, but it's almost perfect. And any amendments that we bring forward is just because we have new ideas for the way we want to grow. But overall, it's just a wonderful document, and it says a lot about the progress that our city makes and the progressiveness of our city. So appreciate everything that you have done. So thanks so much.
Councillor Watkins, do you want to say anything? Everyone else has, so I'll give you a chance.
Job well done. I know we were grinding the heck out of staff today about stuff, but it was a job well done. There was lots of input, and it was appreciated.
You know what, I'll just add that although the last few hours of the process probably haven't been the most favorite part of it, I think we need to look at the whole thing overall. And for me, and this is a little bit personal, and Councillor Jolly mentioned this is a unique situation for a council to be able to have an MDP, be part of the process for an MDP. And this process actually started last term with the visioning exercise that Councillor Broadhead was intimately involved with the community, and that involved a ton of engagement. So we had a strong vision for this community, which was the springboard for this new Flourish plan. It was said earlier tonight during the comments about this is not really about lines on a map. And I feel like that was always our traditional view of the MDP. And I remember fighting for a new MDP last term, and I was unsuccessful. You know, there was mentions, oh, we're just going to do an annexation, we'll have to change the map anyway. Well, that's not what an MDP is about. It's about policy statements of our values, and they layer upon each other that guide our direction. So I'm so grateful that I had a council that was unanimously behind starting this road and developing a new MDP. I think if we hadn't, we would be so far behind. The communities around us have got new, very visionary type plans that now we can say we have as well. So I'm really excited about this. This is kind of the nice thing about this is it allows council to direct growth and be proactive about where growth will be, because we can't grow everywhere and willy-nilly. We have to be very strategic in how we grow, and this plan provides that direction. Getting the recreation lands identified was part of that process. And so overall, I think our community is much better served with this plan going forward. And so to you guys, Katie, Christina, Jesse, Adrienne, everyone involved, I know June's going to be a big day for you, Katie, but this will probably be the second biggest day for you in 2021. So I appreciate this, and I'm excited to be a part of it. Councillor Jolly to close.
Thank you. And I guess on that note, on 2021, I commented to Mr. Scoville a few weeks ago that normally when we make this kind of a vote, it would result in a party afterwards, a celebration afterwards, and that's not something that we can do this year. So I really hope that I can express how excited I guess I am about seeing this MDP go ahead. And I really hope that in a year when we're allowed to see each other again, we can have that celebration. So thank you again to everyone involved in this project, and especially those of you who are here today. So Biz Fry, Mahoney, and Peter, you guys have done an amazing job over the last few years. And really, I'm going to disagree with Councillor Hanson. I don't think this plan is perfect, but I think that's the magic of it, is it's this document that kind of sets the tone for what we want and gives kind of the next generation kind of the ability to tweak it so that it really fits their needs. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, call for the vote. That motion passes unanimously. We have a new MDP. Okay, but we're not done.
Yeah,
Pardon?
we have to sign it first. But we'll do that tomorrow without delay.
Councillor Hanson, I'll go to you first. Do you want to give a notice of motion?
That map 3 of the MDP, Flourish, be amended south of Meadowview Drive from employment areas to major open spaces.
All right, and you don't want to put a date on that?
And
You want to just say the next MDP amendment, or?
No, because at the top there, I've got that this notice of motion would be considered after the approval of the Sturgeon County St.
Okay.
Albert annexation.
Okay.
So it's really for the books. And actually, I've been editing it so much, I realize I didn't edit it quite right, the way it's written. So, but you get my drift.
Okay, we'll work on that at agenda planning to get the right words.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Hughes.
So do I ask for a waive of notice motion, or do we just consider it germane to the topic and then just debate the motions? Because personally, I think it's germane to the topic.
I was just gonna say, if council's okay with it, I feel this is completely germane, we can, and David, we used to do that all the time. We don't do it much now, but instead of actually having a vote to waive notice, can I as chair just say this is germane to the topic and we can vote right away?
That's acceptable. There's language in the procedure bylaw that allows that as well. So that's fine.
Okay. So Councillor Hughes, you're going to take each one of your motions individually, I assume? And
I could just assume you're going to say yes to all 4 of them. I think that would be fair, right? No, I'll split them up.
I'm trying to
The first one is 822, to strike out the words.
But there's 2.
Yes. So
strike out the words, and then there's another one is required.
Required and encouraged. So the intention is that the first one is to remove it, and if that one fails, then I would go to the second one.
Okay.
If that one passes, then we will save ourselves.
Okay, so essentially your motion is that you're asking administration to bring back a bylaw amendment that would essentially amend section 822 by striking out the words "and small block sizes."
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and you got all that, hey, Cheryl and Tamara? Okay. So just to repeat it, it is that administration bring back an amending bylaw to amend the MDP at section 822 to remove the words "and small block sizes." We're good to go? No
You're
questions?
good. Any questions on that before I go ahead?
So just not to rehash over the last half an hour, 45 minutes of conversation. So the backgrounder will come back to us from planning and development with.
There will be no backgrounder.
There will be no background?
No, we're voting on.
You're voting now.
Right now.
We're voting right now
Yeah.
on 8.22. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The backgrounder is essentially already on page 1059.
But what about, and the fact that it may have to be referred to EMRB?
It doesn't matter because we've already passed the MDP. So that's why I did this now, so that there's no risk to the MDP being passed in this term. And so now if it goes, if there may be a delay, there may not be a delay, but if there is a delay, it does not change the MDP passing as is today.
Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Councillor Hughes.
So specifically what the term is, just so we have clarity again, is require street networks to be designed with high interconnectivity and small block sizes for new development and major redevelopment plans so that they support connectivity, walkability, and transit use. And so specifically the words that we're removing would be "and small block sizes." So the problem we have with these is, as has been brought up many times now, there is no definition of small block sizes. And also that this is supposed to be a document of 50,000 feet, where we are not specifically discussing something of such detail. So really, you can achieve the same goals with saying high interconnectivity, which means that basically you need to be able to get around with connectivity, walkability, transit use, and obviously also vehicles. So, but putting something in there which is subject to misinterpretation is an issue. The second issue is that it is really just to describe a grid. And as it was stated, that Fort McMurray actually stated it was a grid. And there's been a lot of pushback about having it be a grid. And so instead of calling it a grid, we're just simply describing a grid. But the reality is that connectivity and walkability do not require small block sizes. And as somebody who walks and runs a lot, I deliberately choose streets that do not have a lot of streets to cross because it's a lot safer. The longer you can go without having to make an intersection, the safer it is for you to walk, and the more it actually encourages you to walk. So the presumption that small block sizes would accomplish that is not accurate. And it's very subjective, and the definition behind it is subjective. So, and when I looked at that map that Mr. Schick brought forward, and he says, look, here's Deer Ridge, and they don't have a direct road to walk over to Walmart, for example. Well, we could have simply, at the time of, put a sidewalk pathway through there and people could have walked. You don't require a road to be able to walk. And I look at Lacombe Park where I grew up, and there are a lot of interconnectivities just using sidewalks and not using roads, a lot. Some neighborhoods, the newer ones, didn't do that. But that does not mean that you have to have a road and have a small block size so that somebody can walk. So this is really about whether or not we want to say that new areas are going to look like a grid, because that's what small block sizes are, which causes a whole host of problems, which is why communities moved away from it. I think 1912s they did it, and then they started moving away from it, recognizing that. So I'm asking council, this is, UDI had an issue with it, and I've had an issue with it from the beginning. And I've had an issue with the fact that every time we say we don't want a grid, it comes back and says, why don't we come back and just describe a grid instead, and we won't call it a grid, but it's a grid, which changes the complete nature of what St. Albert is about. And so that's the problem we have right now. So I'm asking council to really, this is not going to affect anything to do with the MDP. This is about whether or not you think the future St. Albert should be with really small streets, small blocks, and a grid-like pattern. And that's the decision this council has to make today.
All right, thank you. Anyone want to comment on this one? Councilor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll comment. In general, I support your comments. I guess it goes back to even some of the confusion over what definitions are. I mean, you define small block sizes and associated grid. I don't think that was administration's intent, but then that just goes to your point around confusion, because certainly the presentations by UDI is they don't know what it means, which I think administration addressed in their concerns on response and positions, where they said further details relate to block size in subsequent planning and engineering documents. So I guess if we agree with your line of argument, Councilor Hughes, we would have to then agree with your interpretation as to what small block sizes are, and that would be automatically a grid system, whereas potentially there could be other building styles that incorporate smaller blocks that aren't grid, and that can achieve what the main goal of the policy is here around, sorry, and I'm just trying to get it as I'm speaking, around develop a street network that balances the efficient and safe movement of pedestrians, cyclists, public transit, emergency services, and private vehicles. And then the encouragement around walking, cycling, taking public transit within neighborhoods. So, I mean, I understand where your argument is and where your worry is, but I think at this particular time, I think that it's in the MDP and that it could be more defined with assistance from UDI around actually when we look at other planning and engineering documents. So these are my challenges. I'm still thinking through this as I'm talking. So I wait for either other debate, or I'll wait and listen to your closing arguments.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins?
I'm going to be supporting this. You know, the question here was, what is a small block? And the concern from UDI is that it hasn't been defined. I asked the question 5 or 6 times. If everybody define small block. Never got an answer. Nobody said it's a 100-meter long block, it's a 200-meter long block, it's a 300-meter long block. Nobody could give me an answer. And this is just where the problem arises, because when somebody comes in to make an application for an ASP or a subdivision, somebody's gonna say, oh, we don't like those aren't short blocks. How do I know what a short block is if nobody can even tell me what a short block is? Secondly, the reason that we're asking for these short blocks is supposed to be for connectivity. Well, I don't know how you're connecting a short block with connectivity. What happens when you do short blocks is you're going to get more roadways. More roadways means more conflicts with pedestrians, means more streets to clean, means more expenses to the house costs. That's what short blocks means, more roadways. What we're trying to do is provide less roadways, I think, here, and not more streets. So this idea of connectivity, short blocks is going to create connectivity. I'm not buying it. I'm buying short blocks is going to create more roadways. So I'm not really supporting it. I couldn't get a definition of what it is. This is a thing that they're usually put in engineering standards, that lengths of blocks, minimum lengths of blocks. And the reason why you want that is because you don't want a cul-de-sac that's 300 meters long, because the person at the end of it has to go 300 meters. He only got one way out. So there's reasons why you have short blocks and long blocks, and those are in engineering standards. They're usually not put prescriptively like this in MDP. So, and I've read quite a few of them over my years, over 40 years of planning and development. So I'm going to be supporting it.
Councillor Hughes, I think I owe you, you were worried about this being killing the MDP because it would be a ref referral. I think I want to say to you, I'm not going to support it, and not because it was going to be a ref referral. I just don't support the actual word change. And I'm not a planner, but the fact that our planning department has said that this policy does encourage connectivity, and it was a community priority. So that, for me, it was raised by our community to have interconnectivity, and this was the policy statement that achieved that, and to get, you know, walkability and better transit use. And there's even some other explanations in here about reduced greenhouse gas emissions and promoting public health. And this is a national policy direction. These kind of changes are what the future is. And although it's not easy for us to understand because we're not planners, I'm going to actually have to trust the advice of our planning department on this one. So it wasn't because it was a ref referral. It was because I'm going to support, again, the constant negotiations and compromises that staff had with UDI. And this is one that they felt firm on. So I'm going to support them on this one. To close.
Thank you. I didn't bring this forward because of UDI. Just to be clear, I brought this forward because I've had a problem with how the words grid have been pushed on this MDP for the past 3 years. We've had it where it comes into a grid, then it came to grid-like, and now we're just describing a grid. So it appears that administration, for whatever reason, wants the words grid in new developments, and they're describing a grid. And I've had a concern with the ramifications of a grid and changing the essence of what St. Albert is about as far as structural components as a result of it. It is not because of UDI. They just simply reminded me. When I saw this and I said, no, this is not something that I want to be pushing. Small block sizes, as we've just finished hearing, is necessary for TODs. TODs are super high density. It's not necessary for areas that are not TODs. The fact that those words would not be in there would not imply there would not still be small block sizes. It just simply removes it from being a requirement in every single spot in the new areas of the city. I mean, we're not talking about, oh, I like small block sizes. We're talking about, I like only small block sizes. I want only grid because it requires small block sizes. So let's just stop and think, do we only want small block sizes? Do we only want to see grids? Because you can require higher interconnectivity by leaving the words in there, high interconnectivity. And walkability actually comes from having trails and pathways, and you can cut sidewalks straight through so people can get from one crescent to another using a sidewalk and not having to worry about crossing one road. And as somebody who's been through the city many a time, and you even think about when you're on a bike, you try to avoid intersections as much as possible. You try to go around and cut through sidewalks. They have sidewalk connectivities, or you go on the trails, because that way you don't have to worry about being hit by a car. So having small block sizes and having to go through endless intersections increases the risk to pedestrians. It increases the people who are on bikes. And when you go to like Old Strathcona and you have to go to, let's say, the Old Farmers Market, and you have to go through that area that's all grid, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare to walk it. It's a nightmare to drive it, because there's so many potential areas that someone can get hit. So you do not require small block sizes to accomplish any of the connectivity, walkability, and transit use. High interconnectivity would imply that in itself. And if that was to pass, it still says require higher interconnectivity, which means that it has to still meet all those requirements. But this is a matter of not requiring trust planners. This is about a matter of planners pushing a grid-like developments forward over and over again, and then simply describing it here. And you can't say it's not going to be a grid, because when I asked about it, they said the next closest was Fort McMurray, who explicitly stated it. So this is simply describing it, and they explicitly stated it. The end goal is still the same. So let's not put our head in the sand as to what these four little words mean. They mean a lot. They're requiring only small block sizes in new developments moving forward. Removing them gives some flexibility and allows block sizes of all sizes as long as they have high interconnectivity. And to be real honestly, this is one of the most important amendments that I've ever. I didn't talk about the MDP. Everybody else debated it. I didn't talk about it because this 4 words is going to determine what new developments are going to look like. Are they going to be a grid? Are they all going to be of small block sizes or not? It's going to be determined tonight in this amendment what the future of St. Albert really looks like as far as how the roads are connected. So I'm really hoping that this council recognizes and does not decide that new neighborhoods need to be small block size grids. And don't imagine roads to be something different, because you can't have anything different when you have those words in there with the word require. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call for the vote. That motion passes with Councillor Mackay, Watkins, Hanson, and Hughes in favor. Next one.
Thank you. Okay. So I'll pull 822. I won't change it from required to encourage for the second motion. And add the clause based on TIA results and traffic patterns to the end of section 82.3. So I need to get to that one. There it is.
So I'm just kind of looking.
So specifically, Mayor Heron, the thing is ensure that street, pedestrian, and cycling networks in new developments and redevelopment connect directly with corresponding networks in existing and proposed adjacent development, and had at the end based on TIA patterns, TIA results, and traffic patterns.
I'm just going to find the page. So 8.2.
Sure, it is page 671 of our document.
8671?
671 of our document, 823.
Sorry, What'd you say it was?
8.2.3, page 671.
Oh, I'm looking for the page.
671.
671, thank you.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Any questions on this one? Seeing none, all right, go ahead with your opening comments.
Sorry, Councillor Hughes, I apologize, Mayor. Can you take a peek up on the screen and make sure that's exactly what you want?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the reason for this is, UDI just brought up that they were just looking for some clarity. And I thought that was a reasonable request. That way we have a basis for exactly how they're supposed to be aligning with what's going. So it says ensure that street, pedestrian, cycling networks and new developments and redevelopment connect directly with corresponding networks and existing proposed adjacent development. When I look at that, it is kind of vague. It doesn't give you a basis for how you're going to determine that. So this is just simply adding a measurement that I believe would be used anyway, which is the TIA and the traffic patterns.
So I'm going to ask a quick question of, yeah, because
go ahead.
So I don't know if Adrian or Christine or Katie want to jump in. If is Councillor Hughes correct that you would always base that on the TIA and traffic patterns, or is there a reason that you did not accept this originally from UDI's suggestion?
Yeah, that's fine.
Anyone?
Katie, you're muted.
Katie.
Sorry, I know we responded to this through our engagement summary, so I just have to go back and confirm what our response was.
Okay, we might want to wait for that because we did not get a background on this one. What's your next one, Councillor Hughes? 1468.
Shoot, do you know what, Mayor Herron? I just realized I missed one that I missed two. They were sent in the backgrounder and I did not, you know, when I emailed it out, I didn't include those two, and I do apologize for that right now. Shoot. I'm sorry. The other two that I actually would like to bring forward is the 11.4.5, which is about the school sites, and the 14.6.9. That's the two that, and I thought I had it in the email and I didn't, and I do apologize.
Yeah, they're not in the email. How about Councillor Hughes, if administration did not provide us a backgrounder?
They did on 11.4.5.
Can we not do those ones today?
Yeah, I can wait on those other two.
Okay,
it's not a big deal right now.
Yeah.
In fact, you know what, we can just withdraw it for what it's worth. The two that I really do, I'm just going to try to like focus on this right now, is the 11.4.5 and 14.6.9.
Now, were those part of?
And those were part of the original one, yes. And I didn't send them this evening and I thought I had, and I apologize for that. I copied and pasted the wrong thing twice, which was really great, wasn't it? But I can look it up right now because for whatever reason, it did not come. The two was that the 11.4.5, the last sentence is removed, and that 14.6.9 replace each phase with the area structure plan. So I can, and I know this is a
Okay,
late
you're gonna have
night.
to sit and
These are the
like
ones.
before we took a break, so you could give administration your motions.
Yeah, I have them right here and I can send them to them right now. And I do apologize. I thought I had them and I just, as I was reviewing this, I came to the realization I did not. And then that'll be the only two that I'll bring forward. And I'll let-
Okay, why don't I go to Councillor Watkins? Because, and then we'll take a break and then we'll come back to yours.
Yeah.
Councillor Watkins, go ahead.
Mayor Herron?
Yes.
Do we not have a motion on the floor for 8.2.3? The TIA, we haven't.
She doesn't,
voted
she's
on
not
that.
going to move it.
Oh, she's going to.
No,
I'll withdraw it. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah.
I apologize.
We were waiting for a response from
Administration.
administration, and then I suggested that we actually maybe not entertain the ones that didn't have backgrounders, and then she just withdrew it.
Perfect. We'll take that out. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. We weren't clear. Counselor Watkins,
Okay, that's Schedule A to bylaw 20-2020 be amended by section 8.43A by removing the words providing and replacing it with the words encouraging.
so it's actually that administration bring forward an amending bylaw to amend the MDP by, what section is it, Counselor Watkins?
8.43A.
This is the sidewalk one, right? Yes, okay. Administration bring forward an amending bylaw to amend the MDP in sections 8.4.3A. That's exactly on the screen there. Is that how you want it?
Yeah,
It's
that's
on-
what I just read. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, making sure.
Words.
Any questions, council? Go ahead, Councilor McKay.
Again, I guess back to administration, some of the response was in relation to mobility concerns. Did we contact when we were doing engagement, did we meet with inclusive and mobility challenged individuals that have expressed any concerns in relation to access?
I'll try to answer that question. I don't have a certain answer on this, and if I need to, I can come back to this at a later date and get some additional information. I do know that we did engage and had Lori Scott participate in this project, and she had been and has been leading the accessibilities initiatives. And so she did get a lot of input through other projects that she would have relayed through the project team. But as to specific user groups regarding accessibility, I don't know if we had that. We did reach out to other communities, but regarding abilities or disabilities, I don't have a full answer on that.
Thank you. That was due to the late hour. I could not grab accessibility out of my brain here. I apologize. Thank you.
Councilor Broad, question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we're just voting on whether or not they'll bring back a proposed bylaw. We're not voting on the bylaw, correct?
Yeah, but if you don't agree with the topic, don't ask the staff to make a bylaw. I guess it's kind of
Fair
a
enough.
lot of work. This is the notice of motion for that. All right, no more questions? All right, Councillor Watkins, it's all yours. Opening comments.
Yeah, once again, it's just speaks to flexibility here in the document. The MDP is not really a prescriptive document. Things like sidewalk both sides are more dealt with at area structure plan stage and at engineering standard stages. And just because we say changing from providing to encourage doesn't mean that staff can't ask for sidewalks both sides everywhere all the time anyways. It's just softening the language a bit. In certain instances, if you have a short cul-de-sac, say you have a cul-de-sac and there's only 8 houses on it, you don't need sidewalk ringing down both sides of the cul-de-sac and up down one side for 3 lots and up the other side. If there's a park behind you with a walkway in it, you're not going to need sidewalks both sides of the road if you have a walkway or a park in close proximity. So what we're just asking for is some flexibility, because here it just says that it will be provided all the time in all instances. And once again, this is not saying that staff can ask for it. This is not saying that during the subdivision process that it's not going to be encouraged. This is not saying that we're not going to try to make our neighborhoods walkable. We're just saying that there's got to be some flexibility, that it may not be required on both sides of every road. Also, when you're looking at narrower lots, which we've started, some narrow zero lot line product and stuff like that, if you have a driveway on the front and then you have a sidewalk, all you are going to see is concrete across the front of that lot. You're not going to give them any front yard at all, more or less, because you're going to be taking it up with sidewalks. So I think we got to have some flexibility here.
Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this. I mean, reality is the system does not belong in this level of a document. It belongs, we already have it mentioned in Complete Streets. And like, I think of like Lacombe Park, and there's many streets in there which there's a sidewalk behind it and not in front of it. And so it still allows full walkability. And some people prefer to have the sidewalk behind the house because the kids can't get hit by cars coming out on the streets. They don't run out into the streets. They can go see their friends and walk down 3 houses behind the house and go forward. My parents, when they were looking for a house, they were actually looking for when I was 5, which obviously was just 12 short years ago. But my parents were looking for a house when I was 5, they were looking for a house that had a rear sidewalk because it allowed us to be able to go up and down without having a concern about us running onto the street. So having it on either side doesn't actually improve walkability. Improving walkability is where you decrease the odds of you hitting another vehicle. And having it behind it in some cases is going to do it a lot more than worrying about cars pulling out of driveways because they're in the front. So as has been said many times now, encourage does not mean that we're not expecting it to occur. It just simply means that in some cases, if there's a sidewalk behind it, you're not going to put a sidewalk in front of it as well, because that's just too much money to be working about with infrastructure. But it allows that flexibility to happen so people can have pathways behind them and not have the requirement of discouraging that from happening. So that's, I think that saying encourage still accomplishes the goal without having to mandate it and not allow flexibility in design. That's it.
Councillor Broadhead.
Madam Mayor, I got to speak to this one. If you don't have prescriptive language here, it's always going to be the lowest common denominator that sort of prevails. And if there's anything that sets aside St. Albert from other communities, it's our tree canopy and it's our engineering standards. Now, you can argue that this should be in the engineering standards, but when you say it in your NDP that says this is going to be what our community looks like, it's not significantly different than the earlier conversation we had around grid versus curvilinear build form. What we have here is whether or not we're going to continue to provide walkability and access for our disabled on both sides of the street. And I almost guarantee you when you don't have it, they'll be asking for it shortly, because how often do we get requests for sidewalks where it is non-existent on one side of the street? And so from my perspective, this is a community aspect that defines St. Albert. And so you can say, oh, well, we can ask for it. But you know what? The argument is then, well, you know what? It costs more money. It makes the house more expensive. That's a granted, but that's also what makes St. Albert. And so if you say, well, we're going to insure it, it takes the teeth right out of this NDP in this particular section. So that's my particular perspective.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, good comments and good rationale, and I appreciate the insight. And I always find great value in our discussions. My biggest concern is as it relates to the accessibility. I had a friend who took his powered wheelchair and he drove it all over St. Albert. And I wish he was alive today to see what we've done along St. Albert Trail by adding the sidewalk on the east side of St. Albert Trail, because that was one of the most dangerous. And many times I've seen him powering down St. Albert Trail northbound. And he said, I got no other way to go because I can't get from point A to point B. And believe me, he was fiercely independent on his scooter. So my concern, and I realize it's incomplete streets, it's already an engineering standard, but I take Councillor Broadhead's point about prescriptive language in this circumstance. And I really think that we need to make our community and all areas of the community accessible to all of our residents.
I'll just quickly say that this is a value statement. Having sidewalks on both sides of the street is a value statement to me, and it belongs in the MDP. I've been fighting for sidewalks on both sides of St. Albert Trail for 10 years. When we built Ray Gibbon Drive, we got multitudes of emails of people super happy about the trails on both sides of Ray Gibbon Drive. It says right in the document that this actually came up through engagement. This was specifically referenced in response to residents. These are current residents inquiring about areas in St. Albert that lack complete active transportation. They don't have sidewalks on both sides of the street. They want it. And you know, I want every parent and every kid to be able to walk out their front door and not have to go on the road with their stroller or their bike, or to get dropped off on the bus and have to walk through snow to get to their house. This is about a value statement on shifting away from cars and into the active transportation and transit modes. And so I strongly believe this belongs in our MDP. Councillor Watkins to close.
Mayor Herron, my hand's been up for a few minutes.
Sorry, I've got 3 things on the screen now, Councillor.
That's okay.
And I can see the participant button, but you know what? I'd scroll down. So go ahead. I completely apologize.
That's okay. I'm going to be really brief. I would just like to echo the comments that Councillor Broadhead and Councillor Mackay and you've made, Mayor Herron. 2001 is not the time to soften language about accessibility. So I'll be opposing this as well. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Watkins to close.
Okay, yeah, we talked about sidewalks and the streets that people brought up were St. Albert Trail, Ray Gibbon Drive, 100% support sidewalks on both sides on those roadways. But what we're talking about here is sidewalks on both sides of every roadway, everywhere. Every local road, every cul-de-sac, every side street. And truthfully, it's a bit of overkill. And I'm not too sure if, I've lived here 25 years and I don't define St. Albert by my sidewalks. I define it by my pathways, some of the pathways, the parkways, and the river valleys, some of the amenities. Not by the fact that I live on a cul-de-sac that has a sidewalk up both sides of the street. On those short cul-de-sacs, what do you think kids do in the street? They play in the street. So you're not going to stop people from being out in the street, playing in the street, cutting across the roads. People deliberately don't go on sidewalks. I look at, I got sidewalks on both sides of my streets and I see the neighbors cutting across mid-block daily, on a daily basis, walking down the middle of the streets. I see kids walking up and down the streets, riding their bikes up and down the streets, off the sidewalks. I see people who are walking down Kingswood Boulevard because the sidewalks weren't shoveled. They're walking right down the middle of the road. So, I mean, we're also creating more costs to clean all these roadways. All these sidewalks. So we're just asking for some flexibility here. I think that's what they're asking for. Like I said, nobody's saying that we shouldn't have sidewalks on both sides of St. Albert Trail. Nobody's saying that we shouldn't have sidewalks both sides of Ray Gibbon Drive. But what we're saying is some small local streets may not require sidewalks on all sides. So maybe we can say that ensure instead of required everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That motion fails with Councillor Watkins, sorry, flip so fast, and Councillor Hughes in favor. All right. Do you guys need a break? We have 2 more from Councillor Hughes, or do you want to deal with them now? Yeah. Okay. Has Ledge looked at her new amendments, so they're good? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead with the first one, Councillor Hughes.
That administration bring forward an amending bylaw to amend the NDP to remove the last sentence in section 11.4.5. Specifically, the one that we're referencing, it says encourage new school sites to be planned, serviced, and developed in an orderly and appropriate manner. That is to stay. What we'll leave is that where any school site is provided, the school sites will be subdivided and service utilities, the property line prior to subdivision of 30% of the gross residential land area in area structure plans. So that sentence is the one I'm talking about to remove.
Okay. So that, if council wants to look, that's on page 1061 of our document, the comments from staff. Any questions of staff? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, and I apologize for dragging this out because I'm actually concerned in relation to this because, I mean, one of the responses is relating to the Kingswood neighborhood site without specifically being addressed as something that's been without a school site. So by removing that sentence, the 30%, would that that, I mean, how does that impact? I mean, does this obviously, is that the fundamental concern of administration? Sorry, I'm tired here.
I'll let administration jump in, but I can just say that Councillor Mackay, I don't know if this is actually in our current MDP, Adrian, you can speak to that, but when we could not get the Kingswood land subdivided, this was council's direction to staff to never let this happen again, and so that's why it's there. But Adrian, you can speak to it.
Yes, so this language is actually in the current MDP. It's been there since 2017, at least. And it was put in specifically, as Mayor Herron mentioned, because of the fact that we weren't able to get the school site from Kingswood, and we never wanted to have a situation again where a neighborhood built out and matured and kids graduated without having an opportunity to have a neighborhood school in that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the response.
Any more questions?
You know what, Mayor Herron, I'll just pull it. You know, I don't think it's going to pass. And after just hearing that, I'm not even going to try that
Not
one.
even going to support it yourself? Okay.
You know, like, I don't want to, it's a late night. I don't want to go through it. I think we're nothing. So can we just do the last one?
Okay, so the last one, so we're withdrawing that motion.
Yeah.
We're going to section 14.6.
Yeah.
0.9, which is
Yeah.
same page.
Yeah, that administration bring forward an amending bylaw to amend the MDP to section 1469 by replacing each phase with the area structure plan.
All right, any questions on this one? Seeing no questions, go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, I'm just forgive me. I'm just going to go to the actual thing that I'm going to be changing.
Okay.
42, 44, 45. There's a few pages in here. Okay. So this one actually, I think, is important for us to have a proper discussion about. I understand that the concern is that there's a lot of low density or lower density. I don't think there's low density anymore with the lot sizes we now have. But to say that we have to put in medium and high, medium density housing, or determining that it has to have medium and high density in every single phase, is actually of no benefit, because when you look at how neighborhoods are being developed in the past and even today, there's a lot of like high density in one area, medium density in one area, and lower density. They don't always have in every single 2-block radius a high density complex, a medium, and a low. And so saying that this has to be in every single phase interferes with the ability for the developers to be able to group accordingly and have the flexibility to say we're going to put high at this location because it makes sense because it's near a major corridor, and then as we go further back we'll put lower density because of different types of needs of residents. But if we say it has to be in every single one, then we are forcing their hand. And what we are trying to do basically in this situation is social engineering. And what I have seen over and over again in municipalities that try to do this is you have a lot of vacant lots, or you have buildings that are built and aren't sold, because you can't force people to buy something they don't want. That's the reality of the situation.
I just got a question. Doesn't it already say that it's under 14.6.9, it says requirements of the applicable area structure plan? It doesn't say phase. On page 1029.
Did I totally screw this up?
Isn't that what it says? 14.6.9.
No, so it says required each phase of residential development. She's, it's the
Require
first
each
end.
phase
It's the
is
first
to
end.
say require the area structure plan. So it's the very first, it's the second and third word of that thing.
Okay, thank you.
So the problem is, as I look at it, is it's the fact that like we're having Jensen Lakes sometime between now and tomorrow morning, determine the public hearing date on Jensen Lakes, and that's a phase, and sometimes the phases are not very large. And if we're going to start saying that you have to have medium density in every single phase, you're really stymieing the ability for how development has proceeded to date, which is typically that they put so much together that's similar, and then they put others that are together that's similar. And that's the problem we're going to have, is that they had said before that this is, they try to locate things strategically. And as a result, if we start saying that this is going to be medium density housing form and they don't have a buyer for it, it'll just be a vacant lot. And, or even if they, and if you force them to build it, it will just be empty. There's whole apartment buildings, even in Edmonton, that are completely empty. They had to build and to meet requirements, and there's nobody in them. So you can't force people to want to go into medium density unless they want to. And if there is, and if there's a market for it, the developers or anyone else will meet that demand. But to force their hand and say in every single one, as opposed to saying, let's have the entire area structure plan require medium, and that's one thing to say that structure plan has to have it. To say every single component within the structure plan has to have it, that makes it a lot more difficult to meet the goals. And the real question is it necessary? If you meet the 40 units per hectare within the entire area structure plan, is it actually necessary to have it within every single tiny pocket as well? Because when this first came forward with the growth plan, I remember one of the concerns was having so much density and having it have such a high pocket. And I remember the discussion was, well, we could put it into smaller pockets here and smaller pockets here of higher density to offset it. And if we require that to be in every single phase, you won't have that flexibility to be able to do that. So that's what it was.
Any more comments on this one?
Yeah, I'll comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to be supporting it for the same reasons. We're asked to meet these density requirements of 40 units per hectare overall for our whole city, and then we kind of break that down by area structure plan. As people submit an area structure plan, they calculate the densities, they calculate how many people are going to occur there, calculate all the different types of housing on the neighborhood as a whole. So. And then the developer, once he gets that approved, he comes in and breaks it up in different phases. Now, one phase may be 25 semi-detached, or it may be 30 single family, or it may be a multifamily apartment site, or it may be an apartment site and 20 semi-detached. But not every site is going to have every type of housing in it. So saying that every phase is going to have low to medium, a mix, in every phase is almost impossible to achieve. You may force somebody to have to bring on twice the amount of inventory that they're even able to sell, just so they'll meet the requirement of having some larger lots or some smaller lots or this kind of a mix. We have to look at this on the basis of the area structure plan. We cannot look at this on the basis of each phase. When we evaluate an area structure plan, we should look at the area structure plan and make sure that we have the appropriate variety of housing types and that they're separated and buffered accordingly. That's the time you look at it, not at the final stage of subdivision when we're down that far and trying to make every phase have every type of housing. Like I said, if you're going to have somebody comes in with a 20 lot phase, you're going to make them have all these different varieties of housing in a 20 lot phase. I don't know how you even do that.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. I certainly understand the intent of the change, but when I'm reading administration's response to this potential amendment, they don't agree with it, but they're saying that phases or stages are typically associated with full subdivisions. So I'm guessing that they say stages are typically associated with subdivisions. So when I think of a subdivision, I am thinking about the need for mixed housing within a subdivision. So I don't know if stage and phase are the same word, but they also mentioned that the proposed amendment would change the intent of the policy and result in policy duplication with 7.1.2. So I think for this particular amendment, I am going to support administration, and I think what they are looking for is a variety of housing within new areas, mix of housing, and to ensure that we're getting to our density goal. So like I say, I understand the intent, but I don't think I'll be supporting this.
This is a hard one for me. Just making sure Councillor Jolly doesn't want to speak. Okay. This is not about high density. there's no talking about ensuring that there's high density in each stage. It's just the medium and the low. And I really believe for a affordability perspective, it would be nice to have single family homes mixed in with duplex, mixed in with fourplexes. I live in Oakmont, and just down the street from me is duplexes, and up around the corner is all quadplexes, and they mix really well together. And if you don't try to actually have that intermixing of different housing types, you get areas that are strictly like the big lots and the big houses, and then you get inequity in perceptions of rich versus poor. I think we need to be honesty. I like the idea of spreading it all out within an area instead of having it all clustered in one smaller area. So I'm having a hard time with this one because I do understand the market demands. But I also like the comment in here that it's kind of set out in the area structure plan how that would mix. And just like when we did the amendment for Riverside, that was a bit of low and a bit of medium. So it works well. So I'm going to just let Councillor Hughes close and see where I go.
All right, let me give it my best shot here. First of all, thank you guys for hanging in this long. It's been a super long night, so just thank you for that. I understand that you can see examples of where it will work, but there's also examples where it won't work. And we want to have a document that allows enough flexibility that people who are using the document, which are mostly people who are building new buildings somewhere, either within it or within existing neighborhoods or otherwise, so in new neighborhoods, can meet the needs or the requirements of it. And like I look at, like if you look at Aikinsdale, there's sections which have high density and sections which have medium, sections which have low, and they would have probably been built out in 3 to 4 different phases. And you would not have been able to simply meet those requirements. So every time we put another requirement that the developers have to meet, and I mean, and you have to, I mean, you guys have watched me, I do not vote in favor of development unless I honestly am totally comfortable with it. I am not always here to defend developers, but I am here to be common sense and to make sure that we are being reasonable in our requests. So that's the problem I have here, is that when we start going down and saying at the tiniest micro level, you still have to meet these requirements every single time, that's when the problems start ensuing. And UDI has said that what it's probably going to result in is they're going to have vacant lots where the multifamily units are if they can't sell them. So we're putting something in here which is actually just going to have a bunch of vacant lots. And then we have vacant lot problems where we have them in Pineview. We have them all over where people bought lots and then they don't develop them. So if you're going to put in here something that you're going to have the unintended consequences of having vacant lots, because if they can't sell them, they can't sell them, and they're not going to build something they can't sell. So saying we're going to have it meet across the needs of the entire area, great. And the thing is to remember, I'm asking for the bylaw. When the bylaw comes forward, if administration has different wording that would accomplish the same goal, I'm totally open to it. I'm flexible like Gumby. So I'm just saying that, if what we're doing, if it changes it and you say there's another way of wording it to have that happen, great. Because I'm not the wordsmithing here. I'm just trying to achieve the goal of saying that at the tiniest phases, because a subdivision is not a phase, they pulled them out. Look, we just did a phase when they came forward just last week. There's smaller areas, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and we have to recognize the times it doesn't and allow that flexibility so that we can still achieve the end goal. I don't want to win the battle and lose the war, and that's what could be happening here. That's it.
Call for the vote. That motion fails with Councillor Watkins and Councillor Hughes in favor. All right, we have one, I think, amending bylaw coming back to us from what I can remember. But as far as I can tell, that is it for the MDP for tonight. Am I correct? Okay, we are not giving up, guys. We actually have stuff we have to get done tonight. And probably some stuff we don't have to get done tonight. So I'm going to run through a quick look at the agenda. So we haven't even done consent agenda, but I'm sure that'll pass. I'm going to assume we absolutely 100% have to do everything on consent because that sets public hearing times. We need to do the pop-up patios tonight. Councillor Hughes, do you need to bring your motion forward tonight or can it wait?
We can sit on it if we have to. It's late. I'm not going to make you guys all suffer even more, but if we can do it
We'll
on the
just put it on the
third-
next agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, and I know Kevin has a couple of things in camera. Kevin, do you still want to do them in camera?
Sorry, trying to find mute. There's definitely one item we should talk about for sure, maybe two. So, but definitely one.
Okay, I think we all deserve a stretch and a bit of a break, but not very long because we want to get the patios done, consent agenda done. So it's 8:40. Can we 10 minutes, 8:50?
Mayor Heron, just before we do that, can I give Ledge a heads up that 7.4 that's on consent, the motion makes no sense. There is no motion, so we'll have to sort that out if we want to actually vote on something today.
Okay, I'll look at that during the break. Okay. All right.
Does Councillor Bradhead, was he going to move the amending bylaw? Or did you do that?
What are we talking about?
That administration bring forward an amending bylaw to amend the NDP to, oh, that was specific to that one. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I thought there needed to be a motion to bring the bylaw back, but I'm
No, we're
just
good.
losing my mind.
Okay, be back in your chairs at 8:50. And I'll just have a quick look at 7.1. Is that what you said, Councillor Jolly? 7.1? 7.4. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, they'll find it.
And Mayor, I hear numbers died out too, but 9.1.
start up. Guess what, guys? We are now on agenda item number 4, business arising from presentations and delegations. So does anyone have any questions about the presentation from the public school board? Oh my God. Okay, moving on. Consent agenda. We are pulling 7.4 off just for clarity of what we're actually voting on. And we're going to pull 9.1 on as per an email from Mr. Flohr about the date for the Oakmont Area Structure Plan public hearing. Everything else, I believe, can stay on consent. 7.4 and 9.1. Yeah, so can you move everything other than those two? Oh, you're the best, Ray. Go ahead. We're going to be here all day with these two fighting over who moves it.
Okay, that the recommendation to the following agenda report be approved. 6.1, regular council minutes of April 6, 2021. 7.1, Community Living Standard Committee draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from April 12, 2021. 7.2, CLSC recommendation, Seniors Advisory Committee annual report. 7.3, CLSC recommendation, Youth Advisory Committee annual report. 7.5, CLSC recommendation arising from Community Services Advisory Committee. 7.6, CLSC recommendation, rescind policy C-CS-01, Athlete and Artist Development Grant. 7.7, Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee, CGISC draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from April 12, 2021. 7.8, CGISC recommendation arising from the joint request from the Youth Advisory Committee and Seniors Advisory Committee. 7.9, excuse me, CGISC recommendation implications of provincial budget. 9.2, bylaw 1621, Jensen Lakes 10th redistricting, land use bylaw schedule A amendment, first reading. 9.4, bylaw 26-2021, clean energy improvement program bylaw, first reading. 12.1, civic and external agencies councillor updates.
Good job. Didn't even need to take a breath. Call for the vote. That passes unanimously. Okay, I'll try to rush through this. So, okay, so on consent, we passed the minutes from April 6th. 7.1, the motion was that we received the standing committee's unadopted minutes and the agenda package from April 12th. 7.2, the motion was that the Seniors Advisory Committee 2020 year-end report provided as an attachment to the April 12, 2021 agenda report entitled Seniors Advisory Committee Annual Report be received as information, and that their priorities for the 2021 year will be A, current and future impacts of COVID-19 on St. Albert seniors, and B, a joint project with the Youth Advisory Committee in creating an intergenerational opportunities for youth and seniors in St. Albert. All of that was received as information. 7.3, the motion coming out of CLSC was that the Youth Advisory Committee 2020 year report provided as an attachment to the April 12, 2021 agenda report entitled Youth Advisory Committee Annual Report be received as information, and that their priorities for the 2021 year are as follows. A, finalize and publish the Cultivate the Conversation page. Build a relationship with more schools to build a base in which to get feedback from a larger youth perspective. C, continue to work with groups like Amplify, BAM, and Jack.org to support youth in St. Albert. D, collaborate with the Seniors Advisory Committee to identify shared concerns to bring to council. And E, work on projects of interest that pertain to 4 subcommittees that were established: mental health and disability accessibility, communication, post-secondary education, and environment and recreation. All that received as information. We pulled 7.4 off of consent because there was confusion about what consent would mean. So let me go to it.
Can we get Mr. LaFleur to mute just while we're doing that? Thank you.
So right now, what happened, there was no motion came out of CLSC, but if anyone wanted to move the alternate motion, they could.
Mayor Herron, is it even necessary, or, I mean, if we say nothing, we allow committees to meet with each other, or
Yeah.
it doesn't, yeah, we don't have to say that in bylaws,
No,
do we?
no, it was just a suggestion.
But I mean, if I guess the question is, do councillors want to see it in a bylaw to give permission for our committees to meet with one another?
They've been meeting without permission, so.
Yeah, I don't, I would suggest us just not moving anything.
Okay, so nothing was moved at CLSC, so I don't need a motion on this. We've seen it in the agenda package, we received the agenda package information. We're moving on. 7.5, on consent. Oh, this was the following applications for recurring community events grant be awarded for the 2021 and 2022. So the first one was K40 Club of St. Albert, the Rainmaker Rodeo Parade for $6,500. Number 2, the Royal Canadian Legion St. Albert Branch 721 Remembrance Day ceremonies for $1,730. And number 3, the St. Albert Christian Ministerial Association Community Carol Sing for $2,000 for a total of $10,230. And if any of those events don't go through, the money will not follow. Okay, 7.6. The motion from CLSC was that the policy C-CS-01 athlete and artist development grant be rescinded. 7.7, the motion that was on consent was that the draft unadopted minutes of the April 12, 2021 CGI committee be received as information. 7.8, this was about the transit route. So the recommendation was that the matter of a potential north to south bus route be referred back to the Seniors Advisory Committee and the Youth Advisory Committee to provide further and more detailed information, including, if applicable, any revision to their original request after having discussed their concerns with City Transit Management. 7.9 was on consent. It was implications of the provincial budget, and we just received that as information. 8.1 we've dealt with, 8.2 we've dealt with. All right, 9.1. So Mr. LaFleur, I'm going to turn the mic over to you to get your advice on the date for the public hearing and maybe explain a little bit about this FOIP request because council was unaware.
Okay, through the chair to council members, there was a FOIP request received, I can't remember the exact date, not that long ago, for a fairly extensive disclosure of the city's documents and records relating to the Oakmont application and the city's response to it. It was a fair bit of stuff. Now, prior to that, planning had put a great deal of information on the public website, so that's been there like for literally weeks and weeks. But this was other stuff that was asked for. And it took a while to collect it all. We actually responded to that FOIP request, ironically enough, this morning, just before noon today. We set up the first, what we call the first tranche of document disclosure. There is one other tranche coming a little bit later. I think it's May 3rd, and that's going to be very small. It's really of no significance. Anyone seeing it will be able to absorb it and understand it very quickly. But what went out today was over 200 pages worth of material, some of it fairly technical. Some of it you'd have to, understand transportation impact assessments, and you might even want to get an expert to help you. And experts are not necessarily always available when you want them to be. So the bottom line is that it would not be unreasonable, and we heard this in, I think it was Mr. Huzar's submissions, that, it might take a little longer than May 18th to actually assimilate all of this stuff from the FOIP request and be prepared to go to public hearing. That's not an unreasonable request. So what I'm recommending to council is that instead of setting the public hearing as was in the council package for May 18th, I think was the proposed date, you might want to think about pushing it back a couple of weeks, maybe sometime in that first week of June, June 7th through 11th, something like that, just to give the people who will get the FOIP disclosure a little bit more time to look at the material, to be just that little bit ready, more prepared for the public hearing. And then, of course, that kind of nips in the bud any suggestion that you're not giving them enough time. So that's my recommendation. Instead of the 18th of May, you pick a date sometime in the first week of June.
All right. I've got my calendar open, council. I'm going to ask you guys all to do the same. I'm looking at a Wednesday. So we have a council meeting on Tuesday, the 8th of June. So we can't do it then, but the Wednesday, all I have is agenda planning and Chamber of Commerce, I think. But
why is June 7th free?
it was for, 'cause we would have been
FCM?
coming home from FCM. Yeah, we
Travel
we're
day.
do it then, but I would have to leave between 11 and 12 because I have to go to the seniors for their all seniors games.
Oh,
But that would work too.
I'm
So-
good with the 9th.
Just wait. Councillor Jolly, how are you on June 9th?
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at my schedule here. I'm pretty sure I'm away, but we're here. Okay, no. Sorry, my calendar's not happy me switching between months.
Ray and Wes? Yeah, oh, that's awesome. Okay.
I mean, we can book it for the 7th, and if I'm available, I will be there.
So we're talking the 9th, Councillor Jolly.
Oh, sorry, the 9th. Should be, I'd have to double check something, but it should be fine for me.
So just one other thing to point out, we pulled the entire item off consent. There's still the motions for first reading of the 3 bylaws. You kind of have to make those motions before you set a public hearing. So if someone would want to go through that formality.
Yeah, we'll have to do that. Okay, so
Okay.
go ahead, Councillor Hughes. You want to make those motions and use the date of June 9th?
I wanted to win, so yes, I want somebody to say yes to my motion. So that bylaw 7/2021 Oakmont Area Structure Plan Amendment, okay, sorry. That bylaw 7/2021 be Amendment 5 to the Oakmont Area Structure Plan, bylaw 12/97, redesignating the subject lands from commercial and low density residential to mixed use be read a first time. That bylaw 8/2021 being Amendment 186 to the Land Use Bylaw 9/2005 to redistrict the subject property from direct control to direct control mixed use be read a first time. That bylaw 9/2021 being Amendment 187 to the Land Use Bylaw 9/2005 to enact textual changes to the direct control mixed use district and amendments to Schedule F building heights for redevelopment be read a first time. And can I put the last one in as well, Minister?
Go ahead.
And it's June 9th, correct?
Yep.
All right. That a public hearing for bylaw 7/2021, bylaw 8/2021, and bylaw 9/2021 be scheduled on June 9th at 9 a.m. MDT.
Perfect. Call for the vote. That motion passes unanimously.
Gotta win.
All right, put that in your calendars because we will need all of you there. 9.2 was on consent. The bylaw, this was the Jensen Lakes 10th redistricting, so it's bylaw 16, 2021 being amendment 191 to the land use bylaw Schedule A be read a first time. And the public hearing for this bylaw be scheduled for May 17th, 21. We're on to 9.3 pop-up patios. I just like saying that. Pop-up patios. Do we have a presentation for Mr. Schick?
Perfect. Okay, good evening, Mayor Herron and members of council. Thank you so much. I have a quick 45-minute presentation for everyone. I'm just messing with you. It's been a long night, so we'll get going on this. There is no formal presentation, but I'd just like to give a brief reminder onto what is being presented, and it aligns to, in order to limit community transmission of COVID-19, businesses have been subjected to various protocols, restrictions, and regulations. To assist the St. Albert businesses community as part of the phased provincial relaunch of the economy, administration has proposed and council approved a streamlined permitting process for minor patios and pop-up retail opportunities on sidewalk on city-owned land to allow businesses to expand to outdoor patio service immediately adjacent to their business premises. The amendments to the traffic bylaw were time expired on October 15th of 2020 and hence are no longer current. Minor patios and sidewalk retail pop-ups are those that may be placed right adjacent outside a storefront without fencing or barriers, permitting sales of food and wares. Excuse me. This is accomplished and supported by an amendment to the traffic bylaw to establish a temporary permitting process, which will extend the ability of businesses in the downtown area to apply, or any business to apply for a permit to establish a minor patio or sidewalk retail pop-up directly in front of their storefront. The features of this permitting process are an extension of the temporary process that is recommended to be in place again for the season, effective until October 17th of 2021, unless further extended again by council resolution. It will also permit unfenced minor patios and retail pop-ups abutting storefronts. One clarification should be made as well. On the agenda package to council, there's a specific line item noting no alcohol sales on public right-of-way. After review, administration identified that on public right-of-way, there may be subject to confirmation of all requirements of AGLC permitting being met and adhered to, alcohol sales may occur. And so with that, it very bluntly, what it aligns to is the sidewalk patio has to be directly adjacent to the building itself. There can't be a separation between like the access to the building and the patio area. So the city's permitting system also effectively provides an approval and grants control of the area with no unauthorized area to cross is what that boils down to. As with the 2020 approvals, there'd be no anticipated fees for the permits. However, the work done will not be on a cost sharing basis. So therefore, any costs incurred by the business to set up the minor patio or sidewalk will be borne by the business itself. If extended, the city may have to absorb some costs associated with in-kind for rerouting of pedestrian traffic around city sidewalks or vehicular traffic to extend the pedestrian sidewalk around the area. But the businesses will be required to provide proof of insurance and indemnity to the city as part of the permitting process. And the city's transportation staff will coordinate the delivery of the permitting process, which will come with set conditions to be met by the applicant. Administration will be prepared to start accepting applications effective immediately as subject to council's approval. And administration will observe and monitor the impact of the various strategies employed for lessons learned to inform on potential future processes. That's really all I have for a bit of an update. And if there's any further questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you, Mr. Schick. You have solved a huge problem for me because I was going to ask about the alcohol sales on public land. So you're essentially saying if you have a restaurant on Perrin Street, if the tables outside are right up against the building, it's fine. But if you actually have to cross the sidewalk and the, let's say the patio is out on the parking area, like on the roadway, that would not work.
That's correct. It has to be just one adjoining area.
Okay, so it has to be adjoining and they have to have the appropriate AGLC license and they're good to go.
Correct.
Well, then you've solved all the problems I had. One quick question about what's the difference, what is the definition of minor patio as opposed to major patio, I guess? I don't know. Is that an Adrian question?
I think, so this is, let me just see here. I think that it really meant like a temporary patio versus like a permanent patio. So a temporary patio would be installed for the season, a permanent would be permanent.
Okay, all right. So Endeavor Brewing brings out a temporary wooden platform and that would be their patio then?
That would be a temporary patio that would, I think the regulation is through October 31st or something like that of the year.
All right, two more questions. I understand that the conversation about making the patios a permitted use versus and the timelines of that, and we're trying to do this fast, but has there ever been thoughts about making them a permitted use within our land use bylaw? And is there strong reasons why we wouldn't want to do that? And I'm not talking about doing it today, but in the future.
Did you want me to answer that, Mayor Hearn?
Sorry, have we thought about making the patios a permitted use discretionary? Pardon? You don't have to answer it now if you don't want to, Adrian.
No, I can. So I can speak to it a little bit. Last year, when we brought this to council, we had a a bit of a discussion about discretionary versus permitted uses. And I think where we left it and where we left it this year is that, well, last year we had 2 people that took advantage of the program, or 2 businesses that took advantage of the program. We didn't anticipate it being an issue because businesses are able to proceed at their own risk of an appeal, but that we weren't of the opinion that we could judge the sensitivity of a neighboring landowner to an accessory use to these developments. And so we chose to err on the side of caution that while we want to promote the restaurants being able to expand patios, we also want to be sensitive to the neighbors to those patios and give them the opportunity to appeal if they do feel that they are impacted from being able to enjoy their use of their property. And that's where we left it.
That's what's causing the 21-day delay, which I was just trying to get around, but I don't think we're going to do that this year. So.
Yeah, and I think as I mentioned, it's an appeal period. People can proceed at their own risk, and if they have to pull things back, then they pull things back. But
okay. One last question, because there's a little bit of a thing about making sure we have adequate parking. So you're making your restaurant bigger, you have more seats, you might need more parking. Is there some flexibility within your administration right now to do some variances on parking, because there's not a lot of people driving it, and we're trying to make this happen so businesses can actually stay open, and if parking becomes a problem, that's unfortunate is what I'm thinking. So is there some flexibility within your department? I know we're looking at no parking requirements anyway, so.
Yeah, so if I can, Mayor Herron, so again, we're talking about businesses that now have limited occupancy, and parking is typically based on the seating capacity. So unless the patio is expanded to such an extent that it would exceed where the restaurant was to begin with, I don't see that being an issue for these patio applications.
Okay, and it wouldn't come to council if they needed a variance, it would go to SDAB, right?
That's right. It would be a development permit that, they would have to appeal it and it would go to SDAB.
I guess I'm just urging within whatever limitations you have to be as flexible as you can be.
That is our intent, yes.
Councillor Mackay has a question.
Yeah, really quick. You answered or asked many of my questions, and I guess I go back to the concept of, what we see in other jurisdictions, even on White Avenue, to get around the liquor licensing requirement, they actually build the sidewalk out and around. That's not what you're imagining here, right? I mean, you see it in White Avenue in particular, right, where they allow the continuous patio from the front doors of the restaurant out onto the sidewalk, and then they build the sidewalk, a wooden sidewalk around it. We're not talking about that, are we?
Is that a Dean question? Taking over the roadway.
Yeah, taking over the roadway basically, but also then allowing, we would have to have them or us share in the cost of constructing some sort of a temporary sidewalk. I've even seen it in some resort towns where they just actually go out onto the roadway, but they have to have adequate protection of pedestrians.
Yeah, we are kind of prepared to set that up and help any business with that if that's deemed the required. The one area though would be more, just as an example, would be we have our temporary curb extensions that could be utilized, and then it would just be for accessibility, ensuring that there's a ramp coming down from the sidewalk. Typically would be a straight face curb likely. So there'd be a ramp to accommodate accessibility on going down and then up or either side of the patio setup. And then there would be, for clarity though, a loss of parking. So say, for example, on Perron Street, any site requesting it, use of the roadway on Perron typically would mean impact to parking, on-street parking. But that would come with a permit.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then just to clarify too something, Adrian, you're saying that based on today's decision or tonight's decision, maybe this morning's decision, that you're ready to take 2 weeks of council's approval? Is that's what it says on I can't see what page,
Yeah,
page 3 or 4. Takes 2 weeks. Is that Can that be expedited, or is that just unrealistic to ask that question?
What are you asking about the 2 weeks, Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, so I mean, basically on page 3, 4 of your report, it says for applications for minor patios, sidewalk retail pop-ups on city-owned land, administration will be prepared to start accepting applications within 2 weeks of council's approval. So does that mean like somebody can begin
can
tomorrow? Can somebody put in an application tomorrow, or do they have to wait 14 days? Or is it business days, or is it 2 weeks?
So I guess on the public land, that's a Dean question. For the private land, that's the planning and development branch.
Yeah, sorry for clarity. That was us anticipating that. We didn't quite realize the agenda report was developed before there was quite a stir in regards to requests. And so we are acknowledging and kind of advancing this package and presentation to council, and expect to respond faster than that 2 week period. So starting immediately, we can start to take in applications. It will take some time to review applications and get them approved and whatnot, but we'll start working on them right away.
And if you'd like, I can just touch on the private inquiries and applications. So P&D in the last few weeks has issued one temporary and one permanent patio in the city. And if this is approved, then those fees could be waived. We are currently processing one application, and we have inquiries for about 4 or 5 others right now on private lands. And those are just actively being processed in a priority fashion.
Yeah, I appreciate that additional information. And I guess a lot of that depends a little bit on what the landlord allows as well. So, I mean, I know that certainly on some social media, there is some concern that certain landlords may be not willing to allow patios, but I guess that's nothing we can really do, or am I?
It becomes a private matter at that point. It's nothing for the city to get involved with.
Thank you.
All right. I have no more questions in front of us. So somebody want to make the motion? Councilor Broadhead, go ahead. He's excited to get out on a patio.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That bylaw 23/2021 be an amendment 18 to traffic bylaw 18/2005 be read a first time.
Okay, I accept that motion. Any comments?
Madam Mayor, this is around being responsive to the needs of our business in the community, and to allow a pop-up patios to assist our restaurateurs in our community. I think this is a good thing.
All right, anyone else? I'll just say that I heard from Dean and Adrian that they're going to do everything in their power to make sure this happens as fast as they can, be flexible on parking, accept applications tomorrow. They're just as excited about getting this done for our businesses as we are to make it happen. So happy to support. Anything further?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. That passes unanimously. Second reading.
That bylaw 23/2021 be read a second time.
Anything further?
Nothing further,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. That passes unanimously. Somebody want to do unanimous consent? Councilor Mackay?
You gotta be fast on the request a motion button. I got a coach right beside me here. That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 23/2021. She's fast.
Okay. Call for the vote. That passes unanimously. We can now go on to third reading. Councilor Broadhead?
That bylaw 23/2021 be read a third and final time.
Excellent. Call for the vote. That passes unanimously. And there's one more, Councillor Broadhead, about the permit fees.
Fair enough, Madam Mayor. The city waived development and building permit fees for temporary patios on private property for the calendar year of 2021.
Anything on that?
Well, I think this too is appropriate given the economic climate due to the pandemic. So again, to help our restaurateurs here.
Thanks. All right, anyone else? Call for the vote. That passes unanimously. All right, planning and Dean will be busy in the next couple of weeks. Okay, 9.4 was passed on consent. It was about the Clean Energy Improvement Program. So this is what we voted on, that the information provided in the April 19th, 2021 agenda report bylaw 26, 2021 Clean Energy Improvement Program bylaw be received for information. And that the bylaw 26, 2021 being the Clean Energy Improvement Tax bylaw be read a first time, and that we schedule a public hearing for said bylaw on May 17th of 21. 10.1 we're done. We had no emergent items. Your civic agencies were approved on consent. Councillor Hughes has agreed to postpone her motion on the coal mining to the next scheduled council meeting. And now we are on to information request, notice, motion, and announcements. I sent out a notice motion last night that I'll read into the record. That the driveway fire pit pilot program becomes a permanent program. Simple wording on that one. Was there any other notices, motions?
We have one more from you regarding the capital assets. You were in AUMA and you sent us an email.
Oh, that was just an information request.
Was that an information request? Okay, that one then.
I don't have that.
I emailed it to you probably about 15 minutes ago. Just so you can, and I put it as a notice of motion, so I do apologize.
Okay. Okay, it wasn't a motion that I sent. It was just an IR. Okay, so I did put in an information request that asked, the question has arisen, so would it be possible to get the numbers for the city of St. Albert? The numbers would be the total reserve balance, the ratio of that to our tangible capital assets, and what is the balance of our reserves for offsite levies, utilities, and other. I believe that's already been responded to and should be on our website, right? Okay. Anything else? Any IRs or notice of motion? Okay. We are on to in camera. Okay, so Mr. Scoble does have at least one thing, so I need a motion to go in camera. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
That council moving camera to have a confidential dialogue with the Chief Administrative Officer pursuant to Section 24(1)A of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act.
Call for the vote. That passes unanimously. I thought there might be somebody who would vote against that one.
He can't
Okay.
vote though.
All right,
Kevin's not
I
allowed to
believe
vote.
I have the power to set up the breakup rooms. We're not going to be making anything public after this, so you guys are off the hook for the rest of the night. So,
And Mayor, I'd like to request that Carrie, Diane McMorty, and Cindy De Bruin attend, if that's all right with council.
absolutely, and
They're not in their PJs, are they?
actually, I don't have the ability to make a breakout room. I can pause recordings, stop recordings. Oh, there we go, breakout rooms. Yeah, I'm just